தமிழகத்தை நோக்கி நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதை மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். இன்றைக்கு நடைபெறக்கூடிய ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்கம் நிகழ்விற்கு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வருகை தந்து தொடங்கி வைத்து சிறப்பிக்க இருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதையும் மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். மாநில அரசின் உரிமைகளை பாதுகாக்க பிற மாநில முதல்வர்களை ஒன்றிணைக்கும் பணியை மேற்கொண்டு தந்தை பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள், கலைஞர் அவர்கள் பயணித்த பாதையில் திராவிட சுடரை ஏந்தி எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவராக இருந்த போதே வெற்றி நடை போட்டவர் இன்றைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள். 2021ஆம் ஆண்டு திராவிட மாடல் அரசின் முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்றுக் கொண்ட பிறகு தமிழ்நாடு பெரிது, அதன் சட்டமன்றம் பெரிது, சட்டமன்றத்தின் மாண்பு பெரிது என உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் தொடர்ந்து போராடி வெற்றி மேல் வெற்றி பெற்று தமிழ்நாட்டின் உரிமைகள் மட்டுமல்ல, இந்தியாவின் எல்லா மாநிலங்களுக்கும் உரிமை பெறும்படியான வெற்றி தீர்ப்புகளை பெற்றுத்தந்தவர் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள். நம் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மாநில சுயாட்சிக்காக எழுப்பி வரும் முழக்கம், உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் அதை ஒட்டி நடைபெற்று வரும் வெற்றிகள் இன்று இந்திய ஒன்றியம் முழுவதும் எதிரொலிக்கிறது. மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் விழா மேடைக்கு வருகை தர இருக்கின்றார்கள். விழா மேடைக்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை வருக வருக என பணிவன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம். மேலும் இன்று முக்கிய உரையாற்ற வருகை தந்திருக்கும் இந்திய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தின் முன்னாள் நீதிபதி மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் ஜஸ்டிஸ் செலமேஸ்வரர் அவர்களையும், முன்னாள் உச்சநீதிமன்ற நீதிபதியும் ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநில உறவுகள் உயர்நிலைக்குழு தலைவருமான மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களையும் அன்புடன் மேடைக்கு வரவேற்கின்றோம். முன்னாள் IAS அதிகாரியும் உயர்நிலைக்குழுவின் உறுப்பினரான திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி, பேராசிரியர் மற்றும் உயர்நிலைக்குழுவின் உறுப்பினர் முனைவர் நாகநாதன், தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் தலைமை செயலாளர், பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் உள்ளிட்டவர்களையும் அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம்.
With great pride and reverence, we welcome the leader of Dravidian model of governance, our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin, to kindly grace the stage. We warmly welcome the distinguished dignitaries onto the dais.
நிகழ்வின் தொடக்கமாக தமிழ்தாய் வாழ்த்து. தமிழ்தாய் வாழ்த்து பாட தமிழ்நாடு அரசு இசைக்கல்லூரி மாணவிகளை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
May I kindly request everyone to rise for தமிழ்தாய் வாழ்த்து.
நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தற்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
இன்று நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கும் ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்கில் வரவேற்புரையாற்ற தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் மதிப்பிற்குரிய தலைமை செயலாளர் திரு என் முருகானந்தம் IAS அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
We would like to invite Thiru N. Muruganandam IAS, Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court of India, distinguished guests and participants. It's my privilege to welcome all of you to this national seminar on union-state relations. India is officially described as a union of states in the Constitution. The Constitution provides a carefully calibrated federal design. But in practice, in the last 78 years, through legislation, through judicial decisions, through fiscal instruments, this fine balance has been continuously altered. The 42nd Constitutional Amendment in 1976 shifted 5 subjects, including education, from the state list to the concurrent list. Successive finance commissions have adopted varying yardsticks, which resulted in significant reduction in financial transfer to many states, including Tamil Nadu. Many times, the one-size-fits-all policy in design of development schemes in a large and diverse country like India poses immense problems in implementation. One of the cornerstones of federalism is the principle of subsidiarity. This is followed in all the federal nations. Honorable Justice Thiru Chellameshwar, in his keynote address, is going to speak on this principle of subsidiarity and creeping centralization since 1950s. Thiruvalluvar beautifully encapsulates this principle in the Kural. Idanai, idanal, ivan mudikkum endru aayindu, adanai avan kan vidal. This applies not only to individuals, but to also different tiers of government. It is the need of the hour to ensure that all constitutional amendments are tested against the touchstone of this principle of subsidiarity. It is in this context that the Honorable Chief Minister constituted the high-level committee on union-state relations. Our Honorable Chief Minister is well known globally for introducing path-breaking welfare schemes. Many of the schemes have been adopted, appreciated, emulated by various states and governments. Standing examples are the Chief Minister's breakfast scheme and the free transport scheme for women, Vidiyal Payanam scheme. Similarly, he is in the forefront in protecting the legitimate rights of the states and setting the agenda for nationwide debates on critical issues facing the nation. He was the first to highlight the need for a fair delimitation exercise. Today, it is accepted by one and all. When there was ambiguity about the caste census or caste survey and who should do it, he insisted with clarity that caste census should be done as part of the general census by the union government to be legally tenable and foolproof. Today, it has become a reality. Similarly, his advocacy of the two-language formula is reverberating in distant lands, including Maharashtra. The high-level committee on union-state relations is his brainchild. He is the architect of this very important national seminar. It is my privilege and honor to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to this seminar. இந்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்குக்கு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறேன். On behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu, it is my pleasure to welcome Honorable Justice Thiru Chellameshwar, Honorable Justice Thiru Kurian Joseph, respected members of the High-Level Committee on Union-State Relations, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of the Legislative Assembly, distinguished speakers, jurists, law officers, senior officers of the state government, distinguished participants, and students. We are very confident that the deliberations of this seminar will enrich the work of the high-level committee. May today's deliberations advance a federalism that balances unity with diversity and national strength with state autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. மேடையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் விருந்தினர்களுக்கு இப்போது மரியாதை செய்யப்படுகிறது.
We'll now have the felicitation of dignitaries. May we kindly now request the Chief Secretary to kindly felicitate the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Felicitation to Honorable Justice Thiru Kurian Joseph. Felicitation to Honorable Justice Thiru Jasti Chellameshwar. We request our Public Secretary of Government of Tamil Nadu to kindly felicitate former IAS officer Thiru K. Ashok Vardhan Shetty. Felicitation to Professor Dr. M. Naganathan. Felicitation to Thiru N. Muruganandam IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu by Public Secretary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. இப்போது நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் கேரள உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் பொறுப்பு தலைமை நீதிபதியாக 2 முறை பணியாற்றியவர். கேரள உயர்நீதிமன்ற சட்ட சேவைகள் குழுவின் தலைவராக பதவி வகித்தவர். 2013 2018 வரை உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் நீதிபதியாக பணியாற்றியவர். நீதித்துறையில் 1000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட தீர்ப்புகளை வழங்கிய சிறப்புமிக்க நீதிபதிகளில் ஒருவர். தற்போது ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநில உறவுகள் தொடர்பான உயர்நிலை குழுவின் தலைவராக செயல்பட்டு வரும் மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களை ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்து அறிமுக உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Now we have among our distinguished guest who has twice served as the acting Chief Justice of Kerala High Court and also as the Chairman of Kerala High Court Legal Services Committee. From 2013 to 2018, he served as the Judge of Supreme Court of India, delivering more than 1,000 judgments and is regarded as one of the eminent judges of our times. At present, he serves as the Chairman of High-Level Committee on Union-State Relations. With great honor, I invite Honorable Justice Kurian Joseph to kindly deliver his introductory remarks on Union-State Relations.
Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Sri M.K. Stalin, my esteemed elder brother, Justice Jasti Chalameshwar, my fellow committee members, Mr. Ashok Shetty, IAS, and Professor Naganathan, the Deputy Chief Secretary, Mr. Muruganathan, and our beloved Public Secretary, who is actually the spirit behind all this organization. The Honorable Ministers, members of the Parliament, members of the Legislative Assembly, respected speakers, including Justice Shah, I can see Mr. Thomas Isaac, the former Minister of Finance, Kerala, Professor Dr. Mohan Gopal, Mr. Gide Professor Rao, one of the senior most available professors in the country, who has spoken about decades back. Dear teachers, my dear students and dear friends, Kalai Vanakkam. On December 21, 2021, one young advocate, Mr. Arun P.S., who is also a policy researcher, wrote an article and it was published in Hindu. And that article is titled The Sustained Attack on Federalism. Interestingly, that contains one observation. It reads as follows. Is it time for another state-centric committee like the Rajamannar Committee to study union-state relations? This was in 2021. I'm extremely happy that the Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin thought it fit that it is time, if not high time, for us to deliberate on what actually is the constitutional meaning of Union of States. India, the Constitution says, is a union of states. And that article ends with the beautiful prologues. It says it's critical that the union establishes a system where citizens and states are treated as partners and not subjects. I think this captures this central theme. What are we And who are we in the Constitution? We have often heard people saying, including very responsible people saying, nation first. I would say it's not correct. Respectfully, I disagree. It's the Constitution first. It is the Constitution which has constituted the nation. We, the people of India, having resolved to constitute India by this Constitution. Sans or without this Constitution, India is not India. It is neither union, neither center, nothing. What webs together the states and the people together as a nation is the Constitution. So it is the Constitution first, then comes the nation. If we put it otherwise, it may derail from the essential constitutional principles on the nationhood, concept of nationhood, particularly a pluralistic country like India, on what is actually the meaning of the union of states constituting a country. Second point, I would just deliberate and leave it at that, is that, we are constitutionally federal. The question is, are we federally constitutional? This is going to be the second thing that we'll be deliberating. Mr. Shetty has taken the leadership in the committee. Since I work from Delhi, he works from Chennai. We have identified several subjects. I do not want to take your time because everything is beautifully captured in the website, which will be officially launched by the Honorable Chief Minister today. So let's save our time to listen to the great stalwarts whom we have invited here today and listen to their wise words. I wish and pray that this country is constitutionally federal in its functioning and not simply is structurally federal in theory. All the best. God bless. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. அடுத்து உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் கேரள மற்றும் கவுஹாத்தி உயர்நீதிமன்றங்களில் தலைமை நீதிபதியாக பணியாற்றியவர். 2011 முதல் 2018 வரை உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் நீதிபதியாக பணியாற்றியவர். தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப சட்டத்தின் 66A பிரிவை ரத்து செய்த வரலாற்று தீர்ப்பில் முக்கிய பங்கு வகித்தவர். இந்திய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தின் முன்னாள் மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் ஜஸ்டிஸ் செலமேஸ்வர் அவர்களை கூட்டாட்சியும் துணை மைய கொள்கையும் 1950 முதல் இந்தியாவில் ஊடுருவும் மையமயமாக்கல் என 2 தலைப்புகள் குறித்து உரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Our next distinguished speaker has served as the Chief Justice of both Kerala and Guwahati High Courts, and from 2011 to 2018, he served as the Judge of Supreme Court of India. He played a pivotal role in the historic judgment that struck down Section 66A of the Information Technology Act, a landmark in the protection of free speech in our democracy. We are deeply honored to invite Honorable Justice Justice Chalmeshwar to deliver the keynote address on federalism and the principle of subsidiarity and creeping centralization in India since 1950.
தமிழரசின் முதலமைச்சர் திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, my very dear brother Kurian Joseph, members of Kurian Joseph Committee on Center-State Relations, Justice Shah, former Chief Justice of Tamil Nadu, other members, distinguished members of the gathering. I can't name everybody. There are too many important people around. I can't name everybody. You'll forgive me for that. It's an honor to be called upon to address you today on a topic which is very dear to my heart. The brief background of this problem has been mentioned by at least twice so far. Before the meeting commenced, the lady was mentioning about the background of Rajmanar Commission and so on and so forth. Point is, these are my personal views. People may agree with me, may not agree with me. It's a free country. We are fed on a belief for the last 75 years that India is a federation. I have my own doubts about it, serious doubts about it. I'll give you the reasons also. Of course, Supreme Court has little made up the expression. They repeatedly said it's a cooperative federalism, it's a quasi-federation. All kinds of expressions were used, except saying that it's a federation. Why I believe it's not a federation, I'll first give you the reasons, and then what happened in the last 75 years, I'll deal briefly with it. First of all, I don't know how many, I'm sure advocate friends are here, local lawyer friends are here. There was a legendary professor in the Madras University, Professor Alexandrovich. I don't know how many of the people are acquainted with their name today. He wrote a book on Indian Constitution long back in 1950s. Now, this expression federal structure or federal government or federal nation, most of us have in mind the American Federation. Alexandrovich says Indian Federation and American Federation have nothing in common. American Federation came into existence by a bargain between the 13 independent states. By a compromise, by a bargain between 13 of those states, the American Federation was formed. There was no such bargain. Before the British came to this country, to the best of my knowledge of history, only during the period of Ashoka and later Aurangzeb, unfortunately that name becomes a very dangerous name nowadays to mention about it in this country. The political fact remains, these were the two rulers during whose regime a major portion of this country was existing as one political unit. Culturally, there were always been differences, they will be there. For how long, I don't know. Based on language, religion, region, all kinds of differences. The worst part of it is the caste in this country. Forget about that for the time being. Otherwise, this country was divided into innumerable principalities. After the British came and occupied this country, by 1947, only 2/3 of what we call India today, territory-wise, area-wise, 2/3 of what we call India today was directly under the British control. 1/3 of what we call India today was still under the control of various local Rajas and Maharajas, like your Maharaja of Mysore, Travancore, Nizam of Hyderabad, so on and so forth. So as a political unit, the country as we know, India, that's what we call Bharat, as we know it today, was never a single political entity at any point of time. When the Constitution was drafted, we had provinces. The old Madras province. Incidentally, I was born in Madras province. By the date of my birth, present Andhra Pradesh was still part of old Madras province. A few months thereafter, it became Andhra, 1953, November. The point is, these provinces, Madras, Calcutta, Bombay, so on and so forth, they were provinces created by the British administration from time to time for administrative convenience. No kind of sovereignty ever existed in these provinces those days. A federal nation is a nation where the component units enjoyed a certain degree of sovereignty or maybe a complete sovereignty, which by a bargain they surrender a part of their sovereignty to some central authority in the larger interests of the people of the nation. That's how the American Federation came into existence. There was no such bargain. Either the old Madras province or the Bombay province or Calcutta province did not have any bargain in this thing. It was a different atmosphere. The nation was fighting for freedom. And in the process, it is required that what form of governance should take place in a free India was a question. A Constituent Assembly was created. Members of the Constituent Assembly, experienced people, patriots, people who knew problems of the world, problems of this country particularly, and also people exposed to the developments in the Western Hemisphere. Incidentally, a little off the cuff. For the last few years, we have been hearing a lot of talk about getting rid of the colonial past. Your constitution itself is a colonial legacy. Before the colonial rule, India never had any constitutional governance or elected government. It happened all over the world. It's a question of evolution. It happened much later in India. Now, when the British came, they divided the territory into provinces for administrative convenience. For a long time, in fact, history has its own march. It all started with South India. While rest of the conquerors came from the Khyber Pass, Europeans came from south. The conquest of India, last conquest, took place from south. From here they progressed to north. It all started with my dear brother Kurian Joseph Strait, Kerala. Vasco da Gama landed there and trouble started there. Then they came to Kadalur, then Channapatnam. Then they went proceed further to north and eventually they captured Delhi. Point is, these units were created for the purpose of administrative convenience. They never enjoyed any sovereign authority, these provinces. To start with, till 1833, if I remember right, under the East India Company, these provinces controlled by the governors, Madras, Bombay and Calcutta, were sort of independent. I don't call them sovereign governors, but independent. They were not answerable except to the crown. Slowly the centralization started. Eventually a Governor General's post was created, which the Governor General stayed in Calcutta. In certain aspects, the governors were made answerable or responsible to the Governor General. The Governor General in turn is answerable to the Crown. That's all an administrative convenience. Incidentally, a raging controversy right now, once again from Tamil Nadu. Right now, I think the Supreme Court is hearing. Today is, I think, is a holiday. Maybe the hearing is not there. About the authority of the governor and the governor's constitutional authority to withhold consent to the bills passed by the Legislative Assembly. For the benefit of my non-lawyer friends, I tell you, the origin is in the Government of India Act 1935. It was under the Government of India Act, Section 75 and 76 of the Government of India Act 1935. Even the predecessor acts had similar provisions. By the 35 Government of India Act, legislatures were contemplated. They came into existence. A bill passed by the legislature referred to the governor for his assent could either be assented to by the governor or the Act provided, Government of India Act provided, could be withheld without further defining anything or referred to the assent of the Governor General. With utmost respect to the framers of the Constitution, our framers of the Constitution blindly copied it. Sorry for using the word blindly, but the fact remains that's what happened. They copied that provision, incorporated in the Constitution. That is the root cause of all trouble. Such a provision in 75-76 of the Government of India Act was made on the basis that the states, or the provinces as they were called those days, were to be regulated by some higher authority. It is anything but a federal principle. That the minute you believe, federalism broadly in the American context believed, federalism vis-a-vis the external sovereignty, foreign affairs, defense of the country, and things which are absolutely common for all the participant states. Now, take the Indian federalism, quote unquote. Forests, management of forests was shifted to the third list sometime in 47. Can't we manage our forests? Even forests was shifted. Forget about education, I'll come to it, this is a separate topic. Lot of these things, is it really necessary for the central government? Or, first of all, this word central government itself does not exist in the Constitution of India. It was a legacy from the 1935 Government of India Act or the predecessor enactments. It's become so entrenched in the Indian administrative system that we hardly hesitate to use that expression central government, thereby giving more strength to people in Delhi. I think the sooner we stop using this expression central government, it's better for this country. It's the government of India, yes. It's the government of India. Now, this kind of I told you to start with, it's not a federal country, but I'll give you reasons. There are 4 reasons I'll give you. What is required, apart from the lack of a compromise, formation of a federation on the basis of a negotiated compromise and surrender of the sovereignty of the component units, that's absent. That's the first reason. It is an imposed so-called federalism on us, division of the states. Second, the territorial integrity. States could be constituted or destroyed or reshaped or modified by a simple vote in the parliament. If Tamil Nadu, well, whether it should ever happen, God touch wood, I don't want anything to happen like this. Whether Tamil Nadu should continue as a state or not can be decided by the parliament tomorrow. That's what happened to my home state. It's a different story. There are good, valid, and historic reasons for the division. We got together, we got divided again, and all kinds of. And the point is, these units themselves are not permanent or not stable. We know in this country there are still demands here and there. We want a separate state. So therefore, this kind of a situation, this is the second ground. Third, Mr. Chief Secretary, you and your brethren will forgive me for saying this. Sir, why do you require a centrally controlled service to run the district level administration? Why do we require an All India Service Officer? I don't mean any offense to you. I'm on a principle. Can't the state manage its own affairs, its own officers? Are there not? See, why should we have a centrally administered service? IAS or IPS. Now, I can understand there are matters in the first list, the 7th schedule first list dealing with the powers of the parliament. For the enforcement of those laws, the government of India may require a machinery. Either they can create their own machinery, or the constitution provides when a request is made, or the states are obliged to cooperate with the government of India in the enforcement of the laws made by it. But to run a panchayat, why should a block development officer be an IAS officer? I never understood. And there's nothing wrong with IAS officers, but should it be under the control of the government of India? That's my question. I'm not about the officers, about the system. This creation of All India Service, which was a colonial legacy. In fact, this morning I was discussing with a friend of mine, a young friend. When the civil service system was introduced in Britain sometime in the mid-19th century, which was borrowed or exported to India in the name of ICS and IPS, the move was preceded by a report, some kind of a committee report like what you have, Brother Kurian Joseph Committee, a report called Northcote Trevelyan Report. The report was it was in the context of the introduction of civil service in Great Britain. When the report was being debated in the House, one of the members of the Parliament, British Parliament, he made an interesting comment. This level of accomplishment is not really required for a civil servant. If ever this report comes to be implemented, we'll have politicians masquerading as civil servants in this country. That's what he said. Now, the point, there's nothing wrong with the politicians or civil servants. I'm only making a statement which was made some 150 years back. The point is, should we still, we may continue. It's good for certain reasons. But question is, in principle, do we call it a federal structure? That is the question I'm asking. This is the third reason I give. Fourth, legislative division of powers. This is the ultimate clinching proof of the fact that we are hardly federal. We have 3 lists. Central list, list 1, deals with all the matters with reference to which Parliament can make laws. A lot of matters like defense, currency, so on, necessarily they'll have to be dealt with by some centralized authority, what we call Government of India, or we call it central government, which we have been calling it. Fair enough. Then we have a second list, supposed to be the state list. There are some 60 and odd entries there. Then there is a third list created. This third list business is something peculiar to India. It doesn't exist, to the best of my knowledge, in any other similar constitutional arrangement, either US, Canada, Australia, none of these places. The third list is purely Indian genius. Why it was created is a different story. Point is, after creating 3 lists and saying second list contains exclusive state subjects, there are provisions in the Constitution which make exceptions. When there is an emergency in operation, emergency can be declared only by the Government of India, not by no state government can declare it. When the emergency is in operation, the Parliament can assume any one of the powers under the second list. They can make laws. Now, how long those laws would survive, what would be the lifespan of those laws is different. But first of all, such a thing is possible. Second, by consent of the states, second list matters can be legislated by the Parliament. Like that. Now, this is not the end of it. Second list, for example, I'm sure all those who are associated with the administration of the state, honorable ministers and officers, there are a set of entries in the first list, 52, 53, and 54, and corresponding entries in the state list, 23, for example, and 50. Mines and minerals. Mines and minerals is formally a state subject under entry 23 of the second list. But the authority of the legislature, state legislature, to make law on that entry 23 is subject to the existence of any other law made by the Parliament. A Parliament can make a general declaration. It is in the larger public interest to make a law on this subject, notwithstanding the fact mines subject is with the states. And Parliament made a law in 1955 or 56, the Mines and Mineral Development and Regulation Act. Afterwards, though facially the power to legislate upon mines vests with the state legislature, effectively it is taken away. But this kind of an arrangement, if we are still willing to call it a federal arrangement, of course, it's for us. Let us see what Justice Kurian Joseph's committee is going to say about all these things. And coming to what happened from 1950, the basic document, the structure of the document, broadly I have indicated. Of course, obviously, I'm not talking exhaustively about the Constitution and its arrangements in this matter. As it was mentioned, 42nd Amendment of the Constitution was a kind of a watershed point. Huge changes were brought in the context of federalism. Education, which till then existed in the second list, was shifted to the third list. And effectively today, everything under the education, state's authority to determine as to what should be the educational policy is very minimal. Things were moved. I told you, even a simple thing like forests. Okay, education is something very important, great, that's a different matter. Let us debate about it separately, we'll come to it. Why should forests be shifted to the third list? I never understood. Can't the states manage their forests? Can't the legislature of the state deal with forests and matters connected with the forest? I don't know why it was shifted from the second list to third list. This is the legislative process, what happened in the implementation of the Constitution in the last 75 years. In the name of Mr. Chief Minister and members of the legislative bodies, Parliament and Assembly in the Tamil Nadu state will forgive me. We talk about the supremacy of the Parliament, but then, sir, the supremacy is to be exercised wisely. Have our parliamentarians in the last 75 years exercised that authority and power very wisely is a question. Well, occasionally we gather like this and discuss these things. Afterwards, we forget. The last straw is the judiciary. There is another great third branch of the administration in any modern political society. The legislative wing, the executive wing, and the judiciary. High courts are created. Supreme Court is created before the Constitution for 100 years roughly, 90 years and odd. High courts were the ultimate courts in the country. Very few matters went to the Privy Council. High courts enjoyed a great prestige and their judgments were final and binding. They were respected bodies those days. Now, post-Constitution, what has happened over a period of time? The old provision under the Government of India Act, which enabled High Court judges to be transferred, I don't know for what reason the Constituent Assembly members brought it into the present Constitution. That was there. For a long period, that power was hardly invoked. Very rare occasions till 1975, I think the entire country on 3-4 occasions, in genuine cases of judicial administration necessity, transfers were made. In fact, the introductory remarks somebody said about Rajmanar Committee and Justice Chandra Reddy. Justice Chandra Reddy was a transferred judge from Andhra Pradesh to Tamil Nadu as Chief Justice. A few occasions it happened. First of all, I don't think I'm holding a brief for the judiciary. Well, I'm not a very beloved former judge of Indian judiciary. A lot of people don't like me for various reasons, you know that. And I'm not holding a brief, but then on a principle, I don't understand why judges should be transferred. Nobody gives the reason why a judge is transferred. That's my whole problem with the Collegium and the Supreme Court those days. Somebody is transferred today, 6 months later, that somebody is brought back, and lots of things happen. Why is it happening? Nobody gives. Well, general public believes there's something wrong with the judge. Need not necessarily be always. Sometimes nothing is wrong with the judge, even then maybe somebody is not happy with him, therefore he is transferred. But the point is, what is it? In fact, I'll tell you a personal experience. When I was the Chief Justice of Kerala, the then Chief Justice of India wrote a letter to me. It is a normal administrative process. A particular judge from another high court was sought to be transferred to Kerala those days. In fact, eventually was transferred and retransferred also later. On that context, by virtue of a judgment of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of the Transferor High Court and Transferee High Court are also required to be consulted, whatever that means, consultation. So in implementation of that Supreme Court judgment, a formal letter came to me by the then Chief Justice. Incidentally, the Chief Justice who took me to the Supreme Court, that's a different matter. I have nothing against the man. I'm only talking about the system. The letter I still remember. Dear brother so-and-so, the Collegium decided to transfer Sri Justice so-and-so, X name is not relevant, anyway, the gentleman is no more also, he died. Sri Justice so-and-so, from so-and-so High Court to Kerala High Court. Your views in this regard are solicited. Sorry, one more sentence, I forgot. Sought to be transferred in the interest of the better administration of justice. Your views in this matter are solicited. Sir, it's a gathering of wise people. Parliament members are there, MLAs are there, Chief Minister himself is there, a lot of ministers there, IAS officers, lawyers, all. Can you tell me what is the implication of that expression, better administration of justice? Well, my little mind, I couldn't comprehend what it is. One problem with me was, I am a bad boy, had always been a bad boy from the school days. I wrote back to the Chief Justice, Dear Chief, I neither know the man whom you are going to transfer, nor the reasons for which he is being transferred. Therefore, I can't give any opinion in this matter. This is what I wrote. This is what I wrote. The point is, we, like the traditional Indian Vedantic system, everything is mystified. Nothing is transparent in this country. Now, first of all, I don't know why should judges be transferred. One, if anybody remembers in the gathering, when this transfer policy was introduced sometime in 1983 or 84 in the Lok Sabha, policy was announced by the then law minister, incidentally is no more, he is also from Andhra Pradesh, old Andhra Pradesh, present Telangana. He made a grand speech saying that some of these chief justices are building empires of their own, they're promoting their own community, blah, 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 all those things. If anybody remembers, it's a matter of public record, parliamentary debates, it will be there. I say, Mr. Raja, can you go and check up the parliament tomorrow? That speech, if you can get it, send a copy. I don't have it. Please send it to me. And the point is this. If a chief justice who is there for a year or 2 years is capable of creating an empire and damaging the institution and damaging the public interest in the country, sir, with great respect, Chief Minister should also be transferred. I don't think anybody has better power than a Chief Minister. Chief Justices are there for a year or two. I think that is the only consideration. Instead of handling people who are doing wrong things, if they are doing wrong things, you create a policy to transfer. This is how we are working the Indian Constitution, the so-called federalism. And the outcome of it is this. Finally, what happens at some stage, everything breaks. In fact, there is something called in physics, I was a bad student of physics, I did my physics from Madras Loyola College. There is something called a set theory. Bertrand Russell, the famous mathematician philosopher, said, the limitation on set theory is a barber shaves, in those days safety razors were not there. Barber shaves everybody in the village. That's one statement. Second statement is the barber shaves himself. Everybody in the village, this barber falls in both the classes, in the villagers class and also the professional class. Similarly, these are all, we don't know where it comes from. When these limitations are not realized, there was a point of time, sometime in 2016-17, my dear brother Justice Shah, don't get offended, your parent High Court had 4 Chief Justices simultaneously in this country in 4 different High Courts. Well, obviously, 3 High Courts were deprived of the possibility of having a Chief Justice of, at least if not in their own state, even under the transfer policy, in some other state, somebody is entitled to go. 4 Chief, well, various reasons are there. I'm not going into reasons. I mean, this is not a debate on transfer policy. This how it pans out. The minute this kind of systems are introduced, and that's how we have functioned for the last 75 years. These are all matters for concern. They're all matters which are required to be examined by your brother Kurian Joseph. And the last, as it was mentioned by your Chief Secretary, financial relations. Of late, we have heard a lot of debate going on in this country about the impending delimitation process and how the South India is going to be at a disadvantage in the delimitation process. Sir, please handle it your own way. I have a couple of things to say in this matter. If some big state with huge population, obviously I'm not naming, has 300 members in the parliament, it's not my problem, let them be there. My problem is, I make X amount of financial contribution to the central kitty. Whether I should get back, what should I get back? Should it be at the mercy of somebody else? Or can there be a more stable principle? Look here, every state which is contributing so much, X amount to the kitty, should get X minus. Obviously, there are certain expenditures which are required to be borne by the Union of India. For that, they need money. Because they collect their own taxes, may not be sufficient. It's for economists to go into all these questions. I'm not an economist. But question is, when all these things are made subject to voting in the parliament, the numbers count there. If that is not there, well, let some state have 200 MPs. Tamil Nadu will be happy with 39 or 40. What is the current number? I don't remember it. It was 39 earlier. Still 39? Yes, okay. Well, you have 39, good enough. Want increase it, that's a different story. But point is, what is relevant in this context is the financial distribution. That is more important. That's where it matters. And for that matter, anything. Of late, another debate going on about language policy. How many? Some honorable gentleman said people will be ashamed of speaking English in this country in the near future. At least I will not be ashamed. The point is, whether we liked it or not, by historical process over a period of last 300 years, we had to learn English. It helped us in, though the foreign rule, how good or how bad it is a different story, we have driven them out. But then it also, anything in this universe has two sides to it. Everything has a positive side and a negative side, starting with the electrons, with atoms, electrons, everything. Now we have learned it, we have started living by it. If I'm coming here today, unfortunately, I would love to speak in Tamil, give a speech in Tamil, but unfortunately I can't give, except dining table conversation, that too because I studied here. I can't make a speech like your Chief Minister. Now, if I have to communicate with you people, necessarily I need something else, which we have acquired over a period of some 200 years. You ask us to get it, this is an emotional blackmail. You'll feel ashamed of it. So therefore, naturally, oh, maybe I'm doing something wrong, therefore I should not learn it. So don't fall into the trap is my request. Now, why did we learn English? It was imposed on us, yes, no doubt about it. It was imposition by the foreign ruler. So one more imposition will be subjected to one more subjugation to somebody else who is speaking that language. It's not our language. I'm proud of my mother tongue. I'm proud of Tamil. I studied here. For your information, if you pick up my mobile phone, there will be at least 40, 50 Tamil songs even today there in my mobile phone. I have no animosity. I tell you something. A few years back when I was in the Supreme Court, I was invited by the Banaras Hindu University Law College on some occasion. There are a lot of speakers there, some former judges, sitting judges, senior advocates. Speaker after speaker spoke in Hindi. I can broadly understand, I can't speak. I may not be able to follow high flown Hindi, like I can't follow, very high, you quote Tirukural, I can't understand it. Normal speech, cinema I understand, that much of Tamil I know. The same is the story with Hindi also. Speaker after speaker spoke in Hindi, and all of them made one suggestion, that Hindi should be recognized as an official language in the Supreme Court, and advocates should be permitted to speak in Hindi. And my problem is, all of them said, Mr. Justice Rameshwar should take the lead and get it implemented. That was the request made. Well, I was invited, what can I do? I went, sat, heard. When my turn came, I told them one thing. I come from South India, particularly Andhra Pradesh, where Hindi, Telangana Hindi is understood, a lot of people speak. Andhra Pradesh, no. But I must have seen 100 Hindi movies. If there is anybody in the gathering who has seen at least one South Indian movie, not my Telugu movie, one South Indian movie, please raise the hand, I'll be very happy. Nobody raised the hand, everybody laughed. The point is this. Why all this thing, this existing system is good enough, it's going on. Why bring one more pressure? Impose one more language? What is the need for it? And why this emotional backbone? You'll feel ashamed to speak in English. Why should I feel ashamed about it? I don't mind learning 100 languages. It's my personal pleasure and choice. But don't impose it on me. That's all. I never refuse to see a Hindi movie. I see Tamil movies. Occasionally I see a Malayalam movie because I was there. But that's not the point. It's a cultural aspect. But this is certainly not a federal practice. Now, these are all questions. And lastly, one thing I say about when we're talking about the representation in the parliament, I'll take 2 more minutes. Brother Joseph particularly, and of course all those honorable members in public life, politics, ladies and gentlemen, the existing electoral system, people have been talking about it for the last 70 years. Maybe to get rid of all this problem, delimitation, which state has more population, how many children are being born every year, these are all problems for which no solutions. We can't stop people from producing children. Well, we can plan. Some people planned, some people didn't plan, and the disparity arose. One perhaps way of dealing with the problem is maybe think of a proportional representation system that perhaps will to some extent solve this problem. I am not saying I have the absolute problem, I am not a messiah. But there's one possible way of looking at it, a proportional representation system. People losing with 1% of vote in an election have virtually no, it happens, we have seen. Lose 1%, I remember my home state, old Andhra Pradesh, 1989, after that I didn't maintain the statistics and all properly. Late Mr. N.T. Ramarao lost the power in 1989 with 160,000 votes in all. The difference was his party got about 74 and the Congress party got some 160 and odd. Just 160,000 means not even one full constituency, legislative assembly constituency. And they would have no say in public life, and when you are reduced a minority in the legislative body, hardly you carry any weight there. Maybe there's time for a second look at the system of first past post system. These are all problems which a committee like the present one. And at the end, I congratulate your Chief Minister for once again undertaking this response, because it all started with his father, Rajmanar Commission in Tamil Nadu. He's continuing the legacy. Sir, I only request, in fact, I was just mentioning I couldn't complete because somebody else was talking. But then it must be literally a federal effort. You must carry your counterparts in various states. You must carry, unless all get together and carry out this will not succeed. It will remain only in this hall. So kindly make that effort. And I think I have taken enough of your time. The rest is just Joseph's job. He'll go into the details and submit his report. I'm once again grateful and thankful to every one of you for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. இந்திய அரசமைப்பு சட்டத்தில் வழங்கப்பட்டுள்ள மாநிலங்களின் நியாயமான உரிமைகளை பாதுகாக்கவும் ஒன்றிய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு இடையேயான உறவுகளை மேம்படுத்தவும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த உயர்நிலை குழு அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இக்குழுவின் இணையதளத்தை தொடங்கி வைத்து மற்றும் இந்தியாவில் உள்ள அனைவரும் கருத்துக்களை பகிரும் வகையில் இணைய வழி வினாத்தாள் படிவத்தை வெளியிடுமாறு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
We now humbly request the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to kindly launch the official website of High Level Committee on Center-State Relations and release the online questionnaire, enabling people across India to share their views.
இந்தியாவில் முதல் முறையாக ஒன்றிய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கிடையேயான அதிகார பகிர்வை மேம்படுத்த ஒரு உயர்நிலை குழு உருவாக்கியுள்ளது தமிழ்நாடு அரசு. இந்த உயர்நிலை குழு மாநிலத்திற்கும் ஒன்றியத்திற்கும் இடையேயான அதிகார பகிர்வை ஆராய்ந்து மேம்படுத்தும் பணியை மேற்கொள்கிறது. மாநில சுயாட்சிக்கு வித்திட்டவர் பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள். அதை சிறப்புற செயல்படுத்த பல உயர்நிலை குழுக்களை அமைத்தவர் முத்தமிழறிஞர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். மாநில சுயாட்சியை பாதுகாப்பதற்காக அதிகார பகிர்வை பன்மடங்கு மேம்படுத்தும் வகையில் இந்த உயர்நிலை குழுவை அமைப்பதாக நமது மாநில சுயாட்சி நாயகர் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் திரு மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் நிகழ்வாண்டு ஏப்ரல் மாதம் 15ஆம் நாள் சட்டமன்றத்தில் அறிவித்தார். அதன்படி குழு அமைக்கப்பட்டு ஜூன் 1ஆம் நாள் முதல் செயல்பட்டு வருகிறது.
தொடர்ந்து மாநிலங்களின் உரிமை பறிக்கப்பட்டு வரும் இந்த இக்கட்டான சூழலில் கூட்டாட்சி கருத்தியலை வலியுறுத்தும் வகையிலும் ஒன்றிய மாநில அரசின் உறவுகளை அதற்குரிய கொள்கைகளை மேம்படுத்திடவும் இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தின் விதிக்கூறுகள், நடைமுறையில் உள்ள சட்டங்கள், ஆணைகள் ஆகியவற்றை அனைத்து நிலைகளிலும் ஆராய்ந்து மறு மதிப்பீடு செய்திடவும் மற்றும் அதற்குரிய நடவடிக்கைகளை அரசுக்கு பரிந்துரை செய்திடவும் உயர்மட்ட அளவிலான குழு ஒன்றினை அமைப்பது என்று மிக மிக அவசியமாக வந்திருக்கிறது. இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தில் வழங்கப்பட்டுள்ள பாதுகாக்கவும் ஒன்றிய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு இடையேயான உறவுகளை மேம்படுத்திடவும் உச்சநீதிமன்ற மேனாள் நீதியரசர் திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களை தலைவராக கொண்ட குழு அமைக்கப்படுகிறது. இதன் உறுப்பினர்களாக இந்திய கடல்சார் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் மேனாள் துணைவேந்தரும் ஓய்வு பெற்ற IAS அதிகாரியுமான திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களும், தமிழ்நாடு மாநில திட்டக்குழுவின் மேனாள் துணைத் தலைவர் பேராசிரியர் மு. நாகநாதன் அவர்களும் இருப்பார்கள்.
ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த உயர்நிலை குழுவின் இணையதளத்தை இன்று மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தொடங்கி வைத்து மற்றும் இணைய வழி வினாத்தாள் படிவத்தை வெளியிட்டு சிறப்பித்து இருக்கிறார்கள். ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த உயர்நிலை குழுவின் இணையதளத்தை தொடங்கி வைத்து மற்றும் இணைய வழி வினாத்தாள் படிவத்தை வெளியிட்டு சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம்.
உயர்நிலை குழுவின் இணையதளத்தை தொடங்கி வைத்து அனைவரும் கருத்துக்களை பதிவு செய்ய இணைய வழி வினாத்தாள் படிவத்தை வெளியிட்டு சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம்.
We extend our gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for graciously inaugurating the high-level committee's official website and releasing the online questionnaire.
தந்தை பெரியாரின் சுயமரியாதை தத்துவத்தை அறிந்து பேரறிஞர் அண்ணாவின் மாநில சுயாட்சி முழக்கத்தில் வளர்ந்து முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் அவர்களின் மாநில சுயாட்சி கொள்கையில் செழித்து மாநில சுயாட்சிக்காக சட்டமன்றத்தில் தீர்மானம் இயற்றிய திராவிட மாடல் அரசின் வெற்றி நாயகர் நம் மாநில சுயாட்சி சுடர் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தலைமை உரையாற்ற பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
With profound respect and great honor, we invite the leader of Dravidian model of governance and the torchbearer of state autonomy, our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, to address the gathering.
அன்புள்ள ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த இந்த வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க கருத்தரங்கில் பங்கேற்று சிறப்பித்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களே, நாடாளுமன்ற சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே,
இந்த குழுவினுடைய தலைவர் முன்னாள் உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய நீதியரசர் மாண்புமிகு திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களே, சிறப்பாக உரையாற்றியிருக்கக்கூடிய முன்னாள் உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய நீதியரசர் மாண்புமிகு ஜஸ்டி செல்லமேஸ்வர் அவர்களே, இந்த குழுவினுடைய முக்கிய தூண்களாக விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மரியாதைக்குரிய உறுப்பினர் திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களே, அன்புக்குரிய உறுப்பினர் டாக்டர் நாகநாதன் அவர்களே, துவக்கத்தை அனைவரையும் வரவேற்று மகிழ்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய தலைமைச் செயலாளர் திரு முருகானந்தம் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் உள்ளிட்ட அரசு துறையினுடைய செயலாளர்களே, அரசு வழக்கறிஞர்களே, என் பாசத்திற்குரிய மாணவ மாணவியர்களே, பல்வேறு துறைகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய சிறப்பு அழைப்பாளர்களே, ஊடக நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம். மாநில சுயாட்சி குறித்த முதல் தேசிய கருத்தரங்கை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு சார்பில் தொடங்கி வைக்கிறதுல மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியும் பெருமையும் நான் அடைகிறேன். பல ஆயிரம் ஆண்டுகளாக தமிழ் மண்ணுக்குன்னு பல சிறப்புகள் இருக்கு. பிறப்புக்கும் எல்லா உயிருக்கும்னு வள்ளுவர் நீதியை சொல்லும் மண் இது. யாதும் ஊரே யாவரும் கேளிர்னு உலகளாவிய சகோதரத்துவத்தை வலியுறுத்தின கணியன் பூங்குடனார் வாழ்ந்த மண் இந்த மண். எல்லோரும் சமம் என்ற சமத்துவ எண்ணத்தின் அடிப்படையில் எல்லோருக்கும் கல்வி கிடைக்கணும், அனைவரும் அனைத்து உரிமைகளும் பெறணும், எல்லாரும் அரசு பணிகளில் இணையா பணியாற்றணும்னு என்பதுதான் சமூக நீதிக்கு கோட்பாடாக அமைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அடிப்படை. தமிழ்நாட்டில் சுமார் 100 ஆண்டுகளா இடஒதுக்கீட்டு கொள்கையை பின்பற்றி பல முற்போக்கான சட்டங்களையும் திட்டங்களையும் நிறைவேற்றியிருக்கிறோம். இதுக்கு அடித்தளம் அமைச்சது திராவிட இயக்கம். பிட்டி தியாகராயர், டாக்டர் நடேசனார், டாக்டர் TM நாயர் உள்ளிட்ட தலைவர்கள், இவர்களோட தொடர்ச்சியா தந்தை பெரியார், பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா, முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் ஆகிய தலைவர்கள் சமத்துவம், சமூக நீதி, பெண்ணுரிமை உள்ளிட்ட உயர்ந்த கொள்கைகளுக்காக பாடுபட்டாங்க. பேரறிஞர் அண்ணாவும் தலைவர் கலைஞரும் தங்களுடைய ஆட்சி காலங்களில் ஏழை எளிய மக்கள் எல்லா துறைகளையும் ஏற்றம் பெறுவதற்கு எடுத்துக்காட்டான பல முற்போக்கான சமூக பொருளாதார நலத்திட்டங்களை நிறைவேற்றினாங்க. இப்படி தமிழ்நாட்டோட அரசியல் என்பதே சமூக நீதி அரசியலாகத்தான் இருக்கு. தமிழ்நாட்டில் பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியோட பயன்கள் சமூகத்தோட அனைத்து பிரிவினருக்கும் சென்றடைஞ்சிருக்கு. ஐநா மன்றத்தின் மானுட மேம்பாட்டு குறியீடுகளான தனிநபர் வருமானம், கல்வி, பொது சுகாதாரம், பெண் உரிமை, சுற்றுச்சூழல் பாதுகாப்பு போன்ற குறியீடுகளில் இந்திய மாநிலங்களோட ஒப்பிட்டா தமிழ்நாடு பல துறைகளில் முதன்மை மாநிலமாக தொடர்ந்து திகழ்ந்து வருது. ஒன்றிய அரசு விதிக்கிற நேர்முக வரிகள்லையும் GST வரிகள்லையும் ஒன்றிய அரசுக்கு அதிக வருமானத்தை ஈட்டித்தர்ற மாநிலமா தமிழ்நாடு இருக்கு. ஆனா தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு தர்ற நிதி பகிர்வு தொகையில மாநிலம் அளிக்கிற வரி வருமானத்துக்கு ஏற்ப ஒன்றிய அரசு தமிழ்நாட்டு அரசுக்கு உரிய நிதி பங்கை வழங்காம குறுகிய அரசியல் நோக்கத்தோடு செயல்பட்டு வருது. பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா, முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் காட்டின வழியில சிறந்த பல சமூக பொருளாதார திட்டங்களை வெற்றிகரமாக நிறைவேற்றி கடந்த 4.5 வருஷமா திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியை தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு நாம கொடுத்து வரோம். பல்வேறு நெருக்கடிகளை மீறி போராடி தமிழ்நாட்டை உயர்த்தி வரோம். 1967 பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்றதும் தன்னுடைய சட்டமன்ற உரையில் மாநிலங்கள் உரிமை பெற அரசியல் சட்டமைப்பு சட்டத்தில் மறு ஆய்வு தேவையானதுன்னு குறிப்பிட்டார். 1969 முதலமைச்சர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் நீதியரசர் ராஜமன்னார் தலைமையில் ஒரு குழுவை அமைச்சார். ஒன்றிய மாநில உரிமைகளை சீராய்வு செஞ்சு 1971 மே 27 ராஜமன்னார் குழு தனது வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க அறிக்கையை தமிழ்நாடு அரசிடம் அளித்தது. அந்த அறிக்கையை அடிப்படையாக வச்சு 1974 ஏப்ரல் 14 மாநில சுயாட்சி தீர்மானத்தை தமிழ்நாடு சட்டமன்றத்தில் நிறைவேற்றினார் முதலமைச்சராக இருந்த கலைஞர் அவர்கள். அப்போதைய பிரதமர் திருமிகு இந்திரா காந்தி அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு மடல் எழுதி மாநில சுயாட்சியுடைய தீர்மானத்தையும் இணைச்சு ஒன்றிய அரசு உரிய நடவடிக்கைகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று குறிப்பிட்டார். இன்றைக்கும் ராஜமன்னார் குழு அறிக்கையில குறிப்பிட்டுள்ள பல்வேறு பரிந்துரைகள் மிகவும் போற்றத்தக்கதாகவும் நடைமுறைப்படுத்த வேண்டிய நிலையிலும் இருக்கு. தமிழ்நாடு, மேற்கு வங்கம், கர்நாடகம், கேரளம், ஆந்திரா, தெலுங்கானா, பஞ்சாப், ஜார்க்கண்ட் ஆகிய மாநிலங்களில் பாஜக அல்லாத கட்சிகளோட தலைமையில் ஆட்சி நடக்குது. இந்த பட்டியலில் காஷ்மீரும் ஒரு மாநிலமாக இருந்திருக்கணும். ஆனால் ஒன்றிய அரசமைப்பு சட்ட விதிகளை மீறி தன்னிச்சையா காஷ்மீரில் மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட ஆட்சி கலைக்கப்பட்ட பிறகு ஆளுநருடைய ஆட்சி காலத்தில் காஷ்மீர் மாநிலத்தை ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய நேரடியான ஆட்சிக்கு உட்பட்ட ஒரு பகுதியா மாற்றி அறிவிச்சாங்க. இத்தகைய ஜனநாயக விரோத கூட்டாட்சிகளுக்கு எதிரான நடவடிக்கையை திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் எங்களோடு இணைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய காங்கிரஸ், விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள், இந்திய கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி, மார்க்சிய கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி, இந்திய யூனியன் முஸ்லீம் லீக் இப்படி எல்லா கட்சிகளும் சேர்ந்து கண்டிச்சோம். இது போன்ற நிலை தொடரக்கூடாது, மாநிலங்களுடைய உரிமைகள் தொடர்ந்து பறிக்கப்படக்கூடாது என்ற உணர்வுல தான் மீண்டும் 50 ஆண்டுகள்ல கூட்டாட்சிக்கு எதிராக நடைபெற்ற நிகழ்வுகளை ஆய்ந்து உரிய அரசமைப்பு சட்டத்தை அந்த திருத்தத்தை மேற்கொள்வதற்கு உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய முன்னாள் நீதியரசர் மாண்புமிகு குரியன் ஜோசப் தலைமையில் ஒரு உயர்நிலை குழுவை நியமிச்சிருக்கிறோம். 1983 கர்நாடகா மாநிலத்தில் நடந்த தென்னிந்திய மாநிலங்களுடைய முதல்வர்கள் மாநாட்டை தொடர்ந்து அன்றைய ஒன்றிய அரசு உச்சநீதிமன்ற மேலாள் நீதியரசர் திரு சர்க்காரியா தலைமையில் 1983 ஒரு குழு அமைச்சது. நீதியரசர் சர்க்காரியா குழு 1988 தன்னுடைய அறிக்கையை வெளியிட்டது. இந்த ஆணையத்தினுடைய அறிக்கையில ஒரே ஒரு இடத்துல மாநிலங்களுக்கு ஆதரவா என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்க என்றால், இந்தியாவில் பொதுவாக பெருமளவில் அதிகார குவிப்பு நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. இதை தடுப்பதற்கு பயனுள்ள வகையிலும் மனசாட்சியுடனும் எல்லா நேரங்களிலும் முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அளவுக்கு மீறிய அதிகார குவியல்களால் ஒன்றிய அரசுக்கு இரத்த கொதிப்பும் மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு இரத்த சோகையும் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. இதன் விளைவு என்னவெனில் நோயற்ற தன்மையும் திறமையும் தான் இதனுடைய வெளிப்பாடாக உள்ளது. உண்மையில் அதிகார குவியல் மக்களின் பிரச்சனைகளை தீர்ப்பதற்கு பதிலாக அதிகப்படுத்துகிறதுன்னு அந்த அறிக்கையில் இருக்கு. சர்க்காரியா ஆணையம் குறிப்பிட்ட இந்த கருத்துக்களுக்கு ஏற்ப மாநிலங்களுக்கு அதிக அதிகாரங்களை வழங்கும் வகையில் இந்த ஆணையம் அரசமைப்பு சட்ட திருத்தங்களை மேற்கொள்வதற்கு உரிய பரிந்துரைகளை செய்யல என்பதையும் நான் இங்கே குறிப்பிட்டாகணும். சர்க்காரியா ஆணையத்தின் அறிக்கை வெளிவந்த பிறகும் நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் பல சட்டங்களின் வழியாகவும் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்ட திருத்தங்கள் வழியாகவும் ஒன்றிய அரசு கிட்ட பல அதிகாரங்கள் தொடர்ந்து குவிக்கப்பட்டு வருது. ஐக்கிய முற்போக்கு கூட்டணி ஆட்சியில் மாநிலங்களின் உரிமைகளை நிலைநிறுத்த ஆய்வுக்குழு அமைக்கணும்னு திமுக வலியுறுத்தியதை தொடர்ந்து 2007ஆம் ஆண்டு உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய முன்னாள் தலைமை நீதியரசர் புஞ்சி அவர்களுடைய தலைமையில் ஒரு ஆணையம் அமைக்கப்பட்டது. இந்த ஆணையத்தினுடைய பரிந்துரைகளால் பல முக்கியமான என்னவென்று கேட்டால் ஆளுநரை எப்படி நியமனம் செய்யணும் என்பதுதான். கட்சி சார்பற்ற முறையில் நடுநிலையாக செயல்படக்கூடிய சிறந்தவர்களாக தேர்ந்தெடுத்த அந்த மாநில முதலமைச்சரோடு கலந்து ஆலோசித்து ஒன்றிய அரசு நியமனம் செய்யணும்னு புஞ்சி ஆணையம் தனது பரிந்துரையை வழங்கியது. இந்த ஆலோசனையை கூட ஒன்றிய அரசு இன்று வர ஏத்துக்கலன்னு பார்க்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாடு தற்போதைய ஆளுநர் செயல்பாடுகளை வச்சே நாம தெரிஞ்சுக்க முடியும். இது போன்ற எண்ணற்ற சட்ட குறுக்கீடுகள், நிர்வாக குறுக்கீடுகள் வழியாகவும் பாஜக அல்லாத எதிர்க்கட்சி ஆளக்கூடிய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு தொடர்ந்து தொல்லை தரக்கூடிய வகையில் பல தடைகளை ஒன்றிய அரசு ஏற்படுத்தி வருகிறது. நிதி ஆணையங்கள் சுதந்திரமாக செயல்படுவதையும் ஒன்றிய அரசு தடுக்குது. மாநிலங்களுக்கு அளிக்க வேண்டிய உரிய நியாயமான நிதி பங்கீட்டை மறுக்குது. இதையெல்லாம் மீறி கடந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளா திராவிட மாடல் அரசு பல சிறந்த திட்டங்களை வகுத்து நிறைவேற்றி வருகிறது. நிதி பற்றாக்குறை காலத்தில் கூட சிறந்த முறையில் நிதி மேலாண்மை செஞ்சு 2024-25ஆம் ஆண்டுல 11.19 விழுக்காடு எனும் இரட்டை இலக்க வளர்ச்சியை 14 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு பிறகு நாம் அடைந்திருக்கிறோம். நடுநிலை தவறாத நல்லெண்ணம் கொண்ட பல அறிஞர்களும் பொதுநல நோக்கர்களும் திராவிட மாடல் அரசோட சமூக நீதி திட்டங்களை பாராட்டி வரவேற்கிறாங்க. இந்தி மொழியை திணிக்கிறதுல ஒன்றிய அரசு தீவிரம் காட்டி வருது. பல்வேறு மொழி போராட்ட களங்களை எதிர்கொண்டு இந்தி திணிப்பை தமிழ்நாடு முறியடிச்சிருக்கு. ஏராளமான அரசியல் தலைவர்கள், தமிழ் உணர்வாளர்கள், மாணவர்கள் போராடி கட்டாய இந்தியை தடுத்தாங்க. அதனாலதான் 1968 இருமொழி கொள்கையை முதலமைச்சராக இருந்த பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் சட்டமன்றத்தில் தீர்மானமாகவே நிறைவேற்றினார். தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து எழுப்பப்படக்கூடிய இந்திய ஆதிக்க எதிர்ப்பு மாநில உரிமை முழக்கத்தை இப்போ இந்தியாவோட பல மாநிலங்களில் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளக்கூடிய நிலைக்கு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. கர்நாடகா, மேற்கு வங்க மாநிலங்களில் இருமொழி கொள்கையை ஆதரித்து குரல் எழுப்புறாங்க. 2025 மகாராஷ்டிரா மாநிலத்தில் உத்தவ் தாக்கரே, ராய் தாக்கரே இணைஞ்சு இந்திய எதிர்ப்பு பேரணியை நடத்தினதும் பாஜக ஏக்நாத் ஷிண்டே கூட்டணி ஆட்சியோட பாஜக முதலமைச்சர் பட்னாவிஸ் அவர்கள் மராட்டிய மாநிலத்தில் இந்தி கட்டாயம் கிடையாதுன்னு அறிவித்தார். இது இந்தியாவிலே இன்றைக்கு பார்க்கிறோம். இந்திய அளவிலே நடந்துட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய மாபெரும் மாற்றம் இது. மாநில உரிமைகளுக்காக தொடர்ந்து தமிழ்நாடு போராடி வருகிறது. இதுக்காக திராவிட இயக்கத்தினுடைய சிந்தனையாளர்களான திரு முரசொலி மாறன், திரு கூசா அனந்தன், ஆலடி அருணா ஆகியோர் சிறந்த ஆய்வு நூல்கள் எல்லாம் எழுதியிருக்கிறாங்க. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் மக்கள் மன்றத்திலும் சட்டமன்றத்திலும் மாநில உரிமைகளை வென்றெடுக்க எல்லா விதமான ஆக்கப்பூர்வமான ஜனநாயக நடவடிக்கைகளை தொடர்ந்து எடுத்து வருது. எனவே மாநிலங்கள் சுயாட்சி பெற தமிழ்நாடு அரசு ஏற்று நடத்தக்கூடிய முதல் தேசிய அளவிலான கருத்தரங்கில உரையாற்ற இருக்கக்கூடிய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய முன்னாள் நீதியரசர்களும் சட்ட வல்லுநர்களும் பேராசிரியர்களும் ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் மேம்பட தங்களுடைய சீரிய கருத்துக்களை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். இங்கே எனக்கு முன்னால் நம்முடைய முன்னாள் நீதியரசர் மாண்புமிகு சிலமேஸ்வரர் அவர்கள் சிறப்பாக உரையாற்றி இருக்கிறார்கள். தற்போதுள்ள நீதித்துறை நடைமுறைகள், அரசு துறையினுடைய நடைமுறைகளில் தன்னுடைய அனுபவத்திலிருந்து கருத்துக்களை எல்லாம் அவர் பகிர்ந்திருக்கிறார். அவருடைய உரை அனைவருக்கும் புதிய கோணத்திலான ஒரு சிந்தனையை நிச்சயமாக தூண்டியிருக்கும். அதுபோல இன்று எல்லோருடைய உரையும் அமையும் என்று நான் நம்புகிறேன். மாநிலத்தில் சுயாட்சி, மத்தியிலே கூட்டாட்சி என்ற கொள்கை திட்டம்தான் இந்தியாவினுடைய பன்முகத்தன்மையும் இந்தியாவுடைய ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் மேலும் வலிமைப்படுத்தக்கூடும். அதுக்கு நம்முடைய உயர்நிலை குழு சிறந்த முறையில் பணியாற்றி வருது. அதற்கு உதாரணம் இந்த குழுவினுடைய தலைவர் நீதியரசர் மாண்புமிகு குரியன் அவர்கள் பேசும்போது ஒரே வரையில சிறப்பாக சொன்னார். பலரும் சொல்லும் தேசம் முதன்மை என்பதை விட தேசத்தை உருவாக்கிய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டமே முதன்மை என்பதை தெளிவாக சொல்லிவிட்டார். இந்த வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க குழுவில அவருடன் இணைந்து பணியாற்றும் திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களுக்கும் டாக்டர் நாகநாதன் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய பாராட்டுக்களை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த குழு அளிக்கக்கூடிய பரிந்துரைகள் மாநிலங்கள் தன்னுரிமை பெற்று ஒரு புதிய வலிமையான இந்தியா உருவாக வழிவகுக்கும் என நான் உறுதியாக நம்புகிறேன். தன்னிறைவு பெற்ற மாநிலங்களின் முயற்சியால் தான் ஒன்றுபட்ட இந்தியா வலிமை பெறும். பலவீனமான மாநிலங்களால் இந்தியாவை உயர்த்த முடியாது. எனவே இந்திய ஒருமைப்பாட்டில் உண்மையான அக்கறை கொண்ட எல்லாரும் மாநில சுயாட்சி கொள்கைக்கு குரல் கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் கேட்டுக்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாடு அரசு அமைச்சிருக்கக்கூடிய குழு போல இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லா மாநிலங்களும் இது போல குழு அமைச்சு மாநில உரிமை முழக்கத்தை முன்னெடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் வலியுறுத்துகிறேன். மாநில சுயாட்சி, ஒன்றியத்தில் கூட்டாட்சி எனும் விழுமியங்கள் கொண்டதான் இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டம் திருத்தம் பெற நாம எல்லா வகையிலும் முயற்சி செய்வோம் என்று சொல்லி நான் இந்த அளவோடு என் உரையை நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாடு போராடும், தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும். தமிழ்நாடு போராடும், தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
இன்றைய கருத்தரங்கில் தலைமை உரையாற்றி சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம்.
We thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for gracing us on this momentous occasion and launching the inaugural website of High-Level Committee of the Union-State Relations and releasing the online questionnaire.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தற்போது நிகழ்விடத்திலிருந்து புறப்பட்டுச் செல்கிறார்கள்.
them, but a united we the people. We request you all to kindly take your respective seats so that we could start the first session of the day.
பேராசிரியர் முனைவர் ஜி மோகன் கோபால் அவர்களையும், முன்னாள் IAS அதிகாரி திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களையும், பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் நாகநாதன் அவர்களையும் வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, we once again extend a very warm welcome to all of you attending the National Seminar on Union-State Relations. We are extremely honored to welcome the following dignitaries on the stage. Please join me in welcoming former Supreme Court Judge Honorable Justice Kurian Joseph. A warm welcome to Honorable Justice A.P. Shah. We are honored to have with us Professor Dr. G. Mohan Gopal. We welcome retired IAS officer Thiru Ashok Vardhan Shetty. Please welcome Professor Dr. Naganathan. And finally, we invite our Public Secretary, Srimati Rita Harish Thakkar, IAS.
தற்போது விருந்தினர்களுக்கு மரியாதை செய்யப்படுகிறது. மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் திரு A.P. ஷா அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்வார்கள்.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request the Public Secretary to felicitate the Honorable Justice Thiru Ajit Prakash Shah.
அடுத்ததாக பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் ஜி மோகன் கோபால் அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்வார்கள்.
May I request the Public Secretary to felicitate Professor Dr. G. Mohan Gopal.
விருந்தினர்களுக்கு மரியாதை செய்த பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம்.
We thank the Public Secretary for felicitating our esteemed guests.
முதலாவதாக நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் விருந்தினர் சென்னை மற்றும் டெல்லி உயர்நீதிமன்றங்களின் முன்னாள் தலைமை நீதிபதியாக பணியாற்றியவர், இந்திய சட்ட ஆணையத்தின் முன்னாள் தலைவர், ஓர் பாலின உறவு குற்றமாக கருதப்படாமல் செக்ஷன் 377 நீக்கிய தீர்ப்புக்காக புகழ் பெற்றவர், ஊடக பொறுப்புணர்வு மற்றும் குடிமக்கள் சுதந்திரத்தின் தீவிர ஆதரவாளராக இருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் திரு A.P. ஷா அவர்களை தொகுதி சீரமைப்பு மற்றும் தேர்தல்கள் ஆகியவை குறித்து உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Our first speaker is a distinguished jurist and one of the most respected voices of liberal constitutionalism in India. He has served as the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court and as chairperson of the 20th Law Commission in India. His landmark judgments have left a lasting mark on human rights jurisprudence, most notably the bold 2009 verdict that read down Section 377, a historic moment of LGBTQ+ rights in our nation. He guides the cause of free expression and responsible media as the founding chairperson of the Broadcasting Content Compliance Council. It is our honor to welcome Honorable Justice Thiru A.P. Shah, who will now address us on two vital dimensions of electoral democracy, the delimitations of constituencies and elections. May I respectfully invite Honorable Justice to the podium to deliver the address, please.
A good afternoon to all of you. Thank you especially to Justice Kurian Joseph and the other members of the committee for inviting me. The theme before us is that of federalism. It is one of the most significant themes of our times. Federalism in India today is under stress from many directions. But I will restrict myself only to the challenges from delimitation and simultaneous elections. To set the context of my discussion, it is useful to keep in mind that India, like most democracies, operates with a predefined rules and pre-agreed set of rules. As a democratic polity, India has chosen a limited governance. Here, the people, as part of a social contract, surrender power to the states in the interest of progress, harmony, and lasting prosperity. This compact is formalized in the Constitution, which defines the state's purpose. The Constitution's main function is to limit state power, guarantee fundamental rights, and ensure accountability. Key to all this is the fragmentation of power. The Constitution ensures that power is split across three different axes: fundamental rights for the people, separation of powers between the legislature, executive, and judiciary, and a vertical division of powers between the union, state, and the local governments. This prevents the concentration of power. Here, the longevity of a polity is determined not by growth rates or efficiency, but by its ability to effectively channel powers. The concentration of power is a familiar demon. I need not remind you of the emergency. When the project of keeping power in check falters, the entire system is imperiled. Here I also recall Dr. Ambedkar's words on India's entry into life of contradictions. This lecture he delivered at the Constituent Assembly. He said, while we would have political equality through the one man, one vote principle, we would still have social and economic inequality. It was political equality which was supposed to bring about social and economic equality, and that too in quick time. But if for some reason political equality, which is a formal equality effectively guaranteed by the Constitution through the right to vote, is in dysfunction, then the entire enterprise of social democracy is in jeopardy. If there is a failure to regulate power, it is an invitation for oppression and repression to take root. Indeed, power tends to corrode freedoms, leading to the collapse of accountability institutions and the stifling of dissent. While the Constitution provides the institutional design, the representative character of the state is determined by politics, and elections ensure that power keeps circulating. In this context, federalism is sometimes understood only as a shared power, but also in fact involves the value of a citizen's vote. The issues of delimitation and one nation, one election directly impact the apportionment of political power between union and states. The central theme of federalism is the role of the people as a barricade against the concentration of power. The integrity of the electoral process is crucial for the nation stability. In India, federalism embodies a commitment to diversity, decentralization, and protecting distinct regional identities in one country. There's a very interesting observation of late Meghnad Desai, who captured this very well, and I paraphrase. He said that India is a multinational shared civilization where every linguistic state considers itself as a nation, and yet each nation has a right to be part of Indian Union. This has enabled states to innovate and tailor governance to local needs and goals, and also resist authoritarianism taking root. Most importantly, distinct voices and interests are heard and represented. Lately, this balance is being tested. As power gets consolidated, the velocity and intensity with which the constitutional equilibrium is being unsettled has also increased. Federalism faces assaults from many fronts in plain sight. Language is weaponized. partisan governors forget that they are primarily constitutional heads. Central investigating agencies are misused against state governments. Electoral roll revisions raise concerns about the integrity of elections. Indeed, the Election Commission can no longer be considered an independent body at all. The recent amendment bills to remove ministers detained on corruption charges is another brazen assault on federalism. In my view, it is only a pretense to tackle corruption. But with investigating agencies like the ED and CBI running amok, it is obvious that this bill is targeted at the opposition and regional parties. It can be abused to topple any government, and particularly weaker government. Instead of fundamentally reforming the anti-corruption mechanisms in India today, this appears to be a quick fix approach. In light of all this, our federal structure clearly appears to have been pushed to a breaking point. And to this, add to this bleak mix, the looming threat of delimitation, where the 2027 census might alter our political map, redraw our electoral boundaries, and undo the compact that binds our union. The goal of delimitation under Articles 81 and 170 of the Constitution is one person, one vote, one value. Uneven population growth can lead to situations of unfair voter numbers per representative, which distort the logic of one person, one vote, one value. To address this, Article 82 mandates delimitation after each census to adjust the seats to the changing population. After 3 rounds of delimitation, in 1971, political expediency and pragmatism instituted a freeze on delimitation. And this is due to be lifted after 50 years after 2027 census. Our population explosion has brought many concerns in its wake, including the size of electoral constituencies. Many MPs today serve electorates much larger than peers abroad. But domestically too, huge population disparities persist. South India is inarguably a success story in population control, unlike North India, the result of long-term investments in health, education, and awareness, leading to lower fertility rates, higher literacy, and general overall higher wealth and prosperity. The reality is that we have 2 distinct, practically divergent population growth trajectories in the same country. In the circumstances, a fresh round of delimitation after 2026, based strictly on the population, is going to impact South India the most, which may end up being penalized politically despite having succeeded in its policy playbook. Consider some numbers. If total Lok Sabha seats remain 543 and are redistributed as per population, South India would lose the most, up to 1/5, whereas UP, MP, Bihar, Rajasthan would gain hugely. If seats are increased to 848, that's a prediction as per the growth of population. So if seats are increased to 848, with proportional state representation maintained, states like UP will gain nearly 80% more, whereas Tamil Nadu will gain only 25% more, and Kerala will remain unchanged. There would also be an effective decrease in representation. Consequently, the South risk diminished political influence impacting their impact on policy or obtaining resource allocations. The debates around this are well known and oft repeated. The South says this is a punishment for success. They curbed population growth and became economic powerhouses. But Tamil Nadu and Kerala, which contribute significantly to central revenue, receive less in return, unlike UP and Bihar, which receive far more than they contribute. One could say to Kerala and Tamil Nadu that this is the price to pay to be part of a federal union of states. But it is equally true that this form of delimitation effectively incentivizes underperforming states and penalizes performing states. It is just not about economics, though. A potential power shift in favor of North portends that what many regard as a form of colonization by the Hindi heartland. With language already weaponized, this fear is not unwarranted, striking at nationally binding forces of unity and trust. There is another, sometimes overlooked dimension, that of potential harm to minority groups, both religious and socio-economic. Many delimitation exercises in Jammu and Kashmir and Assam, there were delimitation exercises in these two states recently. That already led to some gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is you delimit in such a way that a particular section, say minorities or Muslims, their votes would be divided and will have no effective value to their vote. So this has led to some gerrymandering with boundaries redrawn to dilute minority votes. Nationwide delimitation would worsen this, making this not as an issue of North versus South, but about equitable representation for all vulnerable groups. Other options, there are some options proposed by the experts, how to address this situation of imbalance of power between the North and South, or imbalance of power between those who are well-placed and those who are vulnerable. What is suggested is that to offer equal Rajya Sabha representation to compensate for changes to the Lok Sabha. So if there are changes in Lok Sabha, South loses seats in Lok Sabha, they may be given some compensatory seats in the Rajya Sabha. But this would still require constitutional amendments and strong political consensus, neither being easy. It is also not likely to assuage South India's fears of shrinking national influence. Yet another proposal is to redistribute seats as per population eligible to vote. That is, those aged 18 years or above instead of the population. Today, the delimitation is on the basis of population of state. So another suggestion is that take only the voters, number of voters who are eligible to vote, but see the position. So in general, South India is aging faster than the rest of India. In Bihar, half the population is 22 or above, whereas Kerala has half aged 35 or above. So if seats were readjusted by overall population, then Bihar votes would be more valuable than Kerala votes, defeating one vote, one value principle. For those who say that delimitation is just idle speculation and that seats will not increase, consider the sitting capacity of new Lok Sabha building, which is built in 2023. It is now 888. So it might seem a nice number that rolls off the tongue easily, but real politics suggest that the BJP government is highly inclined to increase seats, and soon. The timing is important because of the first past the post system, and this, you heard something about this system, which is not really, which doesn't stand with the one vote, one value system. So as we saw, the why I'm saying this, that this first past the post system is not consistent with one vote, one value principle. In 2014 election, the BJP received less than 1/3 votes, but won more than half the Lok Sabha seats. So, voters supporting smaller parties that do not win have little influence overall. This effectively defeats the one person, one vote principle, which means each voter has equal influences, which is really not happening in this country. But first past the post means each vote is not equal. So this is the position today that, in effect, each vote is not have equal value. At this juncture, I also believe that the argument that delimitation for states that have succumbed in policy, be it healthcare, education, literacy, or wealth distribution, is a poor argument, because it cannot be the only argument that the South, which has controlled population, which has brought economic prosperity, should be punished for doing that. But according to me, a more robust case is that of delimitation is treated as a threat to federalism and by extension to the idea of India itself. Constitutionally, after Keshwananda Bharati, federalism is deemed to be a part of the basic structure and cannot be tampered with or amended. In any case, the reality in India is that federalism is not a choice, but an essential necessity. It is meshed into the fabric of our identity. The idea of one vote, one value, though vital to our democracy, cannot be read in isolation and certainly cannot overcome the principle of federalism, federal equity, and non-domination of constituent units. As a subsidiary argument, it may be said that after having positioned population control as a national goal, punishing states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and others for having met that goal successfully would be ironical. The chilling message is that this would convey is that responsible governance invites political loss. The implication of this run deep and would shatter the trust between the center and states. Allowing demographic shifts to become a weapon for political dominance also goes against the principles of cooperative federalism. India has thrived thus far on the federal impact of sharing power, which must be protected at all costs. Minority representations are also at stake, and gerrymandering, as per past exercises have shown, risk silencing already vulnerable communities. In this scenario, therefore, the best solution seems to be to maintain the status quo. We maintained it for 50 years, maintain it for another 20 or 25 years, and give the states a chance to improve their healthcare, their population control policies. And then, what we have done for 50 years should be continued at least for specific period. So this act is not as if North, South, or better still North or North Hindi Compact was written. So what is suggested by one of the leading writers, Mr. Yogendra Yadav, read this as embodied in Constitution. This divide of North, South, Hindi, non-Hindi, read this as a part of the Constitution. And the Constitution wanted to protect federalism, and this could be a base for extension of the free speech continued for more than 50 years. So meanwhile, recognizing that imbalance exists, instead of rushing into census-based reallocation, perhaps we could commence a national dialogue involving all stakeholders to understand how delimitation will impact them. The idea of all stakeholders is significant because the fate of reservation of seats for women is also at stake. So what would happen to women's reservation after delimitation is also a question to be answered. So this issue will have to be addressed at the discussion, which should take place between all stakeholders. Given all this complexity, this time not for the haste, but for political wisdom and seeking and obtaining broad consensus. While the threat of delimitation is real, it is not the only challenge to our federal spirit. The proposed 129 constitutional amendment bill for simultaneous elections, that is one nation, one election, cloaked as if it's for efficiency, poses an equally grave danger. It links directly to delimitation, for both seek to redefine political power. Both threaten the core of our constitution. Both risk weakening the voice of the voter and states. To briefly summarize, I will tell you what this one nation, one election scheme is under the 129th Amendment. The proposal runs something like this. India will hold simultaneous or synchronized elections across all levels of government, either on a single day or within a specific time frame, with a stated key objective of cutting election cost. So we have too many elections, so we must cut election cost. The time frame of an elected government remains 5 years. To address situations where Lok Sabha or state UT assembly is dissolved sooner than its full term of 5 years, the bill introduces a new category of elections called midterm election for unexpired term. In other words, a fresh midterm election will be held for a term equal to the remainder of the 5-year term. For example, if a state government is elected in 2025, its term would ordinarily be till 2030. But if it loses confidence after 3 years in 2028, a new election will be held and a new government will be appointed, but it will have a term only for 2 years, as the next election must necessarily be conducted in 2030 in order to maintain that synchronicity in the elections for Lok Sabha and state assemblies. This kind of midterm election is very novel, and it doesn't have any counterpart in anywhere in the world. On the face of it, and it is the very least, this proposal is fundamentally anti-people, for it takes away the prerogative of citizens of a democracy to vote in a fresh government for full term. The bill has many other problems, including granting unfettered discretion to the Election Commission to recommend deferring state assembly elections. So it gives a power to the Election Commission to not to hold election in particular state assembly or assemblies, even in the simultaneous elections of Lok Sabha and assembly elections. And there are some serious concerns about that. I will shortly discuss this with you. So regular elections and fixed government terms are bedrock principles with the voter at the center of the government. Please bear this in mind, that the voter is the center at democracy. Voter is at the center of this whole scheme of the constitutional governance. The Supreme Court has said that the voter is political sovereign, and that as long as elections occur, the voter decides who governs. So it is your power. It is your power to choose your government. So therefore, in that sense, the voter is sovereign. In term that demands that election system be fair and produce true representation. Rules governing elections must include building trust in elections and leaders, ensuring equal footing for all parties, getting people to vote and holding representatives accountable. The proposed bill, however, tinkers with everything. It cuts the voters' bargaining power. Just consider that you are unhappy with a particular government which loses confidence after 3 years. But you get a chance, the voter gets a chance to boot out that party only for 2 years, not for the whole term. So this party is punished only for 2 years, which again can contest the next general elections, which is the idea of one nation, one election. Again, midterm election makes term variable. A midterm government length is unknown until dissolution. So nobody knows what would be the midterm election, what would be the term of such midterm election, government elected by midterm election, because this is uncertain. As and when this house is dissolved, there will be new election. It can be after 1 year, it can be after 2 years or 3 years. It all is all speculation. An uncertain term prompts insecure government, which further harms election credibility, the house standing, and the quality of representation. Just consider, there is a government elected, all governments are elected for 5 years. And by reason of this idea of midterm election for unexpired term, a government comes in power only for 2 years. Would the standing of that government would be equal to the standing of a government which is elected for 5 years? So this uncertain term creates a serious issue for the voters. So the bill's proposed midterm election creates a house only, as you see, for the unexpired term. I believe that constitutional crisis is waiting to explode. Here, voter would effectively vote twice, for the unexpired period first, and for a full-term house, house, and that one house is dissolved for the remainder of the term. The bill's midterm election forcibly continues. What happens is, whenever a house is dissolved because of no confidence motion or any other reason, then though it was elected for 5 years, that 5 years has no meaning, because you are going to vote again. A new government will be chosen for 5 years. So that 5 years term has no meaning. But by reason of this proposed amendment, this period is forcibly going to be continued. So as I said, that these two types of government lack equal standing. And just consider what would be the position of a government which is elected only for 1 year or 2 years. So either they will adopt some reckless policies, or there will be policy paralysis, because they will not do anything with the fear that they might offend the voters. So this idea of a 2-year or 3-year midterm government elected by this midterm election is really very problematic. Then they face shortened tenure, and therefore the legitimacy, I believe that a legitimacy of 2-year or 3-year government would be much less than a government which is chosen for 5 years. And this creates distortions in governance during the residual period. And as I said, that there will be many unfortunate consequences like a policy paralysis or reckless governance. So and they said, why they are doing it? They are doing it to cut the cost. But if you see this scheme, that whenever there is a early dissolution, there is going to be a midterm election. So you are actually spending more than what you spend for this present system. So there is no cost cutting. And imagine for a country like India, for what is more important, this cost of few thousand crores, or what is more important is the voters' right to vote and to elect a government of their choice. So and this is another existing concept is introduced by this particular bill, is that it proposes to bring all the legislative assemblies to the starting line so as to join the calendar of simultaneous elections. So whenever this simultaneous election is introduced, and that would be after the dissolution of a Lok Sabha, then all those assemblies, though they have not completed 5-year term, they will be automatically terminated. Maybe only once, but not because they lost confidence, but because the amendment says that their term must come to an end. And according to me, this en masse derogation of legislative assemblies, even though one time, is a direct assault on principle of federalism, and is unworkable for precisely this reason. The bill, as I said, also empowers the Election Commission to defer election of any legislative assembly to a date of its own choosing, if it believes, and I'm quoting the words from the amendment, that the elections to any legislative assembly cannot be conducted along with the general election to the House of People. No guidance is offered for this endeavor. What are the guidelines for the election commission as to whether, in what circumstances he can defer the election of a particular assembly? There is no such guidance. And therefore, this power which is conferred on the election commission, or proposed to be conferred on the election commission, is completely arbitrary, and it confers unfettered discretion, which is anathema to constitutional democracy. In a separate but equally concerning matter, and I want to end this with, because this is a recent controversy, as the law presently stands, the government of the day has an effective veto in making appointments to the election commission. The Supreme Court ruled that it should be done by a committee, and government should not have a exclusive choice to appoint a chief election commissioner or the other election commissions. Now that the Supreme Court judgment of a constitutional bench was nullified by passing a law which stands today, which gives power to, or majority to, the government to appoint people of their choice. Thus, granting such a power to defer the election of any state assembly would be well ill-advised. And we must not lose sight of the fact that election commission performs the role of a referee or an umpire. I want to tell this election, I saw that press conference of the election commission, and I was stunned by the tone and tenor of those officials. So they are supposed to be referee and an umpire. The office of the election commission ought to inspire confidence in the government of the day and the opposition alike. Both should have belief in this election commission because it acts as a referee. So unfortunately, the office is devalued and is brought in disrepute because of the actions by those who occupy it. But that is an aside. To return to the issue of simultaneous elections, the framers of the Constitution were perfectly aware that election would not continue concurrently. The first elections held after the independence, I think it's in 1950, so after the Constitution. So they were perfectly aware that is not going to continue. At some stage there will be a break. It will be, and it happened in 1967. But framers were never thought of introducing any machinery as proposed in 129th Amendment to have this kind of artificial idea of one nation, one election. Even if we assume that simultaneous elections are a good idea, the mechanism proposed in the current bill is hugely problematic. It is, in my opinion, it is completely unconstitutional and snowballs into distortions that would plague the voter, the elected representatives, as well as the quality of governance and the relationship between these actors. To me, it is clear that we must protect our federal compact at all costs. Both delimitation and one nation, one election are grave threats that are designed to centralize power and silence state voices. Federalism must endure. To abandon it would be to pay an unbearable price, including, among other things, a fractured union, weakened democratic accountability, and a betrayal of our constitutional spirits. By choosing federalism over everything else, we recognize that that is where India's true strength lies. Thank you.
We thank the former Chief Justice of Madras High Court and Delhi High Court, Honorable Justice Thiru A.P. Shah avargal, for sharing his profound insights.
சிறப்புரையாற்றிய மாண்புமிகு நிதியரசர் திரு A.P. ஷா அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். அடுத்து நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் ஹார்வர்ட் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் முனைவர் பட்டம் பெற்ற சட்ட அறிஞர் மற்றும் அரசமைப்பு நிபுணர், போபாலில் உள்ள தேசிய நீதித்துறை அகாடமியின் முன்னாள் இயக்குனர் மற்றும் பெங்களூரில் உள்ள தேசிய சட்ட பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் முன்னாள் இயக்குநராக பணியாற்றியவர். உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் தேசிய நீதிமன்ற மேலாண்மை அமைப்புகள் குழுவின் தலைவர் இருந்தவர். இந்திய அரசமைப்பு குறித்து சீரிய அளவில் பேசியும் எழுதியும் வரும் பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் ஜி மோகன் கோபால் அவர்களை இந்திய அரசமைப்பில் கூறப்பட்டுள்ள கூட்டாட்சி அமைப்பின் கீழ் குடியரசுத் தலைவர் மற்றும் ஆளுநர்களின் பங்கு குறித்து உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Now, to address us, we have our next distinguished guest, a legal scholar and a constitutional expert with a doctorate from Harvard University. He has served as the former director of the National Judicial Academy in Bhopal and National Law School of India University in Bangalore. Founder chair of National Court Management System Committee at the Supreme Court. A prolific writer and speaker on the Indian Constitution, we now warmly invite Professor Dr. G. Mohan Gopal to speak on the role of the President and governors under the federal structure conceived in the Constitution of India.
Respected Justice Kurian Joseph, the chair for this session, respected Justice Shah, Mr. Shetty, Professor Sir, and all the distinguished friends and colleagues who have gathered here. More importantly, all the young people. Usually we feel quite disappointed that most of the meetings we go to consist of older people like me and very few young people. That's a big comment we get. Now we have a very good representation of young people, and I think we're happy to see that. And more importantly, it is the extraordinary rapt interest and attention with these young people are listening to these proceedings from the morning. I think you need a round of applause for yourself, all the young people, because this gives me a lot of hope for this country. And I'm finding this everywhere, that everyone better watch out, because the young people of India are awake and are alert, and they are going to protect the future of this country. So I'm very happy to be here today. We heard a very erudite presentation from Justice Shah on basically an issue of how power is shared in the country. And the very important and consequential decisions that are about to be made after the first census is 2026 census is completed, that will change the number of seats that each state has in the Lok Sabha. And that will shift the power inside the country about over what law is made in the country, how our constitution can be altered. These are very consequential decisions. And the young people who are here should be particularly interested as they are, because it will have huge consequences for them for the rest of their lives. It will shape the kind of country that we will live in. So that's one dimension of the struggle for power, not just getting power through winning elections, but the struggle over shaping structures of power that is going on in this country. And the structure for power is shaped, for example, by how many seats every state has in the Lok Sabha. That's a structure within which we then are able to elect MPs and send our representatives to Parliament. We now look in this session at another very important structural issue on how power is allocated in our country. And that is the power involved in the relationship between states and center as far as the role of the president and the governor is concerned. How does that affect? What is the central issue here for the young people? The central issue here is we have a very strange provision in our constitution. And I'll explain why it is there. The strange provision is that one individual who is not elected but is appointed has the power to nullify and stop a law passed by an elected state assembly. At his discretion, he claims. So you have a state assembly that represents the entire people. The state assembly passes a law, and one individual who is not elected, not accountable to the people, serves by appointed by the President of India and which is the union government, serves at the pleasure of the union government, can be removed at any point of time by the union government, that one person can simply nullify, veto the law passed by the state assembly. In a democracy, I mean, this is quite unheard of in a democracy where an unelected official can stop or veto the action of a legislative assembly. So if you and I, we campaign, we create public opinion, and we get our assembly to pass a law, this one person is sitting there as an obstacle to make sure that the law doesn't get passed. Now, how did we come to have such a provision in our Constitution? That's very important for us to understand. This provision actually originates from the 1935 Act. The 1935 Government of India Act, which was the last sort of governance framework put in place by the British before independence, before we got independence from them. The Government of India Act 1935 said that the king will appoint a governor general, and the king will appoint a governor for every state. And these provisions and each of them will have a council of ministers, which will be elected partially. Ministers will be selected by the governor or governor general, but there will be assemblies, legislative assemblies that would have been elected from a very limited electorate, not one person, one vote. Basically, the powerful people in the country would elect them. And when even that legislature passes something, then the governor general or the governor has the right. The British governor general or the British governor have the right to veto that and say, no, we will not accept that. That's not something unexpected in a colonial constitution. But how did this get put into our constitution without any change? And we are still living with it. Here we must recognize a couple of things. One is that there was a disagreement at the time of independence, very important disagreement between two groups of people. One group of people who wanted to see Indian society democratized, led by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, who 11 years before independence called for the annihilation of caste, because he saw that this caste structure is the greatest threat facing this country, and it must be annihilated. So they felt that this is the priority for the country. There was another group of people who felt what India needed is top-down governance. Clever people, educated people, wise people, they will decide what is good for the country. They'll lay down policies, and they will get some legitimacy from some type of expectation, from some type of electoral process. But they must run the country. And they felt that this democracy of one person, one vote will result in anarchy. These illiterate, uneducated masses are not capable of making law and making decisions, so they have to be restrained. There will be anarchy. They are centrifugal. They will flee this country. They will break away from this country, so they have to be kept together. And for that, we need a strong center. And they, therefore, kept the British provisions where the Governor General, who was succeeded by the President as the head of government, and the governor in the state would have these draconian powers of controlling the voice of the people, even though in British times it was limited, but here now we have one person, one vote. There are some members, I don't want to name them, in the Constituent Assembly who actually argued against one person, one vote. Very liberal people who said, look, we are not ready for it. And fortunately, that view did not prevail. So there was one group of people who wanted to ensure that they had the capacity to control the masses. But there was another set of people, including Dr. Ambedkar, who felt that, and they were right, that the great strength of the feudal forces, the casteist forces, the feudal economic forces are strongest at the state and local levels. And if you decentralize to them, then the chances of bringing about a secular, democratic, socialist republic are actually less than if you centralize them and have a progressive union that will act against these dominant forces and create a more equitable and more egalitarian society. And this is what had happened actually in the United States, where after a period of time, the union became the main driver of progressive change. They used even the Commerce Clause in order to force civil rights litigation onto states, because states were autonomous and the union could not make laws for them. But they said if you engage in interstate commerce, we have jurisdiction over that commerce, and therefore we will, through that, bring in progressive legislation on human rights and civil rights. So they actually had a model, particularly Dr. Ambedkar, who is without any doubt the greatest constitutional and legal scholar that we've ever had in this country, one of the greatest constitutional scholars in the world. And he had very close understanding of and experience with the United States system. He studied in Columbia University, and he worked with very distinguished professors like John Dewey and others. He understood the American constitutional system, the British constitutional system very deeply. And so he felt that the better way is to have a progressive representative government at the Union. So in 1930, in the Roundtable Conference, he said, we want electoral democracy, but we want representative democracy where every community in the country has due and adequate representation in the legislature, the executive, and in the judiciary. So through this representative democracy, we can use the power of the union to dismantle and annihilate caste and other gender and patriarchy and feudalism at the local level. So in a sense, there was an unlikely consensus between those who wanted to suppress the people and those who wanted to liberate the people to ensure that there was a strong center. But people like Dr. Ambedkar never had a fear that anyone would secede from the country, and that has proved to be right, because these progressive changes that were brought about by the Union at the beginning, at the early stages of our republic, did have a positive effect in creating space at the local level, including through, for example, provisions on reservation and other kinds of social justice provisions that have created space for positive change at the local level. So Dr. Ambedkar was right, and it proved to be right. But then what happened later is that this whole understanding of the Constitution and our understanding of federalism, I think, lost its way. It became disconnected from the people's movements. We've heard with great respect Mr. Justice Chalmeshwar tell us that, look, we are not a federation because there were not units under the British or the Mughals, and these units did not come together and agree to form a union. But I'd like to argue, I was born in the United State of Travancore and Cochin. Justice Chalmeshwar said he was born in Madras province. I was born in a state, in a princely state. We had never had, other than some people from the Tamil areas, and we consider that we are all the same culture. So we never had anyone from outside this broader Tamil Kerala culture rule that part of the country ever. The first time that someone from outside that area ruled us, ironically, was on August 15th, 1947, when we became part of India. But we celebrated on the streets. We celebrated that we were brought under the rule of a union, that we were becoming part of a union. The British transferred sovereignty back to Travancore. And the Travancore Maharaja and government were given the option to become an independent country, and they wanted to do that. And they wanted actually to bring in an American style, constitution that will have a very strong executive and very weak democratic institutions, and including Mr. Thomas Isaac, a very distinguished leader from our state is here, and he knows better than me. He comes from that area, from that district. But one of the reasons behind the famous Punapravila revolt was actually to ensure that this idea of the Travancore government to become an independent republic and impose an American model of governance on Kerala was stopped, and people died. So if we are part of Travancore, it's not because of VP Menon, it's because of poor people who died in a revolution saying we want to be part of this union. We don't want to, so they were not centrifugal forces, they were centripetal forces coming together to hold this union together. Right. So the theory that we have to hold India together is really just an excuse for those who want to deny democracy to common people. Now, this provision in the Constitution, which basically has a very important difference, two provisions, one for the president and one for the governor. The president's provision makes it very clear that the president shall be bound by the aid and advice given by the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers presents a proposal or a proposed law to the government, to the governor, or the president, sorry, and the president can read it and return it and say, please reconsider. After reconsideration, if it is given back to the president, then the president is bound to assent to it. But that's not the case with the governor. The governor has a chance to simply, if the bill is passed and is presented to the governor, the president can agree, governor can agree, or the governor can simply refuse to agree, refuse to give assent. Or if it is repugnant to, in conflict with any central law, the governor is obliged to refer it to the president to make sure that that repugnancy is addressed. So the governor has the provision that the governor is bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers is not there like it is for the president. So that gives a loophole for the governor to argue that I have discretion and to expand that discretion very widely. And what we have seen now in today's context is governors, including in Kerala and in many other states, wherever there is a party that is ruling which is not part of the ruling coalition at the union level, then the governors are becoming very aggressive to assert their discretion, to filter the laws that are passed, to interfere in various institutions in the country. So we've had in Kerala the example where the governor is insisting on putting a picture of Bharat Mata in the Raj Bhavan and in all official functions. And Dr. Isaac's colleagues have strongly protested. They walked out of these functions where the governor is involved and saying, look, this has no place in a secular democracy. But the governor is using his discretion to impose all this on us. He's asking for, religious education in schools. He's every day sort of bringing out ideas from his own personal agenda with whatever movements he's involved with. So this discretion is being misused. Now, what is important for us to recognize? This has happened in the past under the Congress government. Also, governors have been appointed, dismissed, manipulated. All kinds of things have happened. Unsavory things have happened. But what is new now is that for the first time in the history of our country, a group of people who are sworn to, in the organization that they belong to, they're pledged to establish another kind of polity, another kind of state, a theocratic rashtra in our country, for which they have to overthrow our constitution, because it cannot coexist with our constitution. Either directly or indirectly, they'll have to overthrow the constitution. And my argument is that in these 10 years, gradually, the constitution has been pushed out effectively from the union and all the states that are ruled by the ruling party of the union. And the constitution is not available in full force, in effective force in any of these states. And so there is the constitution is dying in our country. It's dying in our country. And it's alive in Tamil Nadu, it is alive in Kerala, but the places where it's alive is still very, 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 very rare. And I do want to pay on behalf of all the people in this country. I'm no one to speak on their behalf, I'm only one of them. But I feel I'm speaking on behalf of a big section of the country when I want to pay tribute to Tamil Nadu for being on the forefront of the defense of secularism and democracy in this country. And that is not surprising, because what I would like to suggest is that we respond to this crisis by understanding our federalism in a different way and in a new way. We must understand the unit. I said, I'm from Travancore. Now, this Tamil culture, the Malayali culture, these are the units that constitute India. not the units created by a Mughal or a British or someone else. They are not the units. We are ancient people, ancient populations, with our culture and our language, and Article 29 says distinct language, script or culture. Those are groups with distinct language, script or culture, distinct religions, distinct beliefs, distinct traditions. They are the units that constitute this union of India. And we cannot say this is not a federation, because a federation means, the Latin word federare means actually to ally, come together. These groups, these social groups have come together to create this union. And a union means a relationship between units. The movement that is now in control of this country believes that India should be a unitary state. Unitary state means all of India should be one unit. There is no place for union when there is a unit, because a union or a federation is a relationship between different units. Unless you have multiple units, there is no union. There is no federation. So they want to destroy all of us and create India into one unit. That's what's called unitary government, which to do this, they have to destroy our distinct language, script, culture, religion, everything that is important to us, our freedom, our Swaraj, which is what we fought for, our independence, which is what we fought for in the independence struggle. All this will have to be destroyed, and we'll have to be homogenized so that we can be ruled as one unit. Now, what we saw actually in the freedom movement was actually, we tend to forget that the freedom movement did not come in a vacuum. It did not come simply from the collapse of the 1857 First War of Independence. The freedom movement came from an extraordinary 19th century. The hallmark of that century was an anti-caste movement that was across this country, and this state of Tamil Nadu has played a very important role in the anti-caste movement, the self-respect movement, and Periyar and Annadurai and Kalaignar, all of these great Dravidian leaders have played a great role. And frankly, India's secularism, India's constitution is now strongly protected by this Dravidian movement. So this anti-caste movement of Sri Narayana Guru in Kerala was the main foundation of this anti-caste movement in Kerala. Mr. V.S. Achyutanandan, the most popular communist leader we have ever seen, who died recently after many years of being unwell. And when he died, I think everyone was stunned by tens of thousands of people turning out on the streets to pay respects to him. And for hours and hours, weeping and crying. 12 years ago, in an interview, Mr. Achyutanandan said, in his own words, he said, here in Kerala, what the Communist Party is doing, what the labor movement is doing, what the agricultural workers is doing, is to strengthen the Sri Narayana movement. This was his view. And he said, this is why, or this is how we have a 1957 government, a communist government. So the way he saw it, he was a laborer, lost his mother at age 3, lost his father at age 11, studied up to 3rd or 4th standard, and emerged as one of the most powerful leaders of the state. Because he realized that he was part of that broader anti-caste movement, a movement for an egalitarian society in which Tamil Nadu has been at the forefront through all your great leaders. So we must understand that our federation is not a traditional federation based on America. If you look at the Supreme Court judgments, you'll find they're all analyzed in terms of, is this an American model? Is this a British model? Is it a Australian model? And Justice Krishna Iyer evocatively once wrote, saying that is Rashtrapati Bhavan Buckingham Palace, or is it the White House, or somewhere in between? But I think that's not the right imagination. I think the imagination is to understand that this is a federation of social movements and social groups, bottom-up social groups and social movements that have come together to form a union amongst themselves, independent of all these superstructure powers that come and go, rise and fall. There is a permanent unity between all the people of this country, as Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar strongly asserted, that we are one people. What binds us as one people is this yearning for independence, yearning for dignity, yearning for individual freedom and individual self-respect, and to destroy structures that deny that to us. So I think we understand federalism in a new way, more like a warp and a woof in textiles, the warp and the woof. The vertical is the community and the horizontal is the union. And together we form a fabric, the fabric of India. The warp and the woof of communities, social groups coming together, interdependent, and deliberately interdependent. I've read about how in Banaras the silk industry for centuries has been structured in such a way that something is done by the Hindu, something is done by the Muslim, something is done by someone else, so that you cannot produce that tapestry, that fabric of silk, without everyone coming together and cooperating, because there is an interdependence that is being built. And so we have this, what I would call a warp and weft federalism. That is different from the American federalism. That is different from the British federalism, different from the Australian federalism, which is a federalism that has emerged to keep together our diversity, our freedom, our individuality. And if there is any federation to which we can compare this, our federation, it is a federation, a union that emerged much after our Constituent Assembly and our Constitution, and that is the European Union. European Union has 27 countries with around 50 crores of people, 45 crores of people, and it has tremendous diversity in language, script, and culture, which they very strongly protect and maintain. That is the kind of federalism that we are trying to build. So for this purpose, what I would suggest, I'd conclude by suggesting two or three sort of practical, three practical suggestions move forward. One is that we must start to reconceive the nature of federalism. And I think Justice Kurian Joseph is an ideal person who has a very broad social vision and a much broader vision of what goes on in this country, connected to the grassroots of this country, to think of how we can start to think of our federalism in a different way, not just as American, British, or Australian federalism, but as I said, as this woof and warp federalism, where we are coming together in interdependence. The people, the common people, a bottom-up federalism that we want. So rethink that concept and put forward a new, more democratic concept of federalism, and assert strongly, as the Supreme Court has asserted many times, that we are, without any doubts or qualifications, we are a federation, we are a federal nation, and we must protect and preserve this federal structure of the Constitution. There should be no doubt about it, number one. Number two, I would suggest that you may want to, Tamil Nadu and other states, Mr. Isaac is here, may want to consider unilaterally, on a non-binding way, for the government and the assembly to come together and issue a code of conduct for the governor. What the governor should do within the Constitution. So for that, I'll just read out to you, Justice Krishna here has drawn what I won't call the Lakshman Rekha, I'll call the Krishna Rekha on what the government should do. I'll just read it out. He says, in the very famous 50-year-old Supreme Court decision, 7-judge bench, still the controlling law on the subject, called Samsher Singh versus State of Punjab, 1974. I'll just read a short paragraph with your permission from that. Justice Krishna says, we declare the law of this branch of our Constitution. We declare, Supreme Court declares, it's a concurring judgment, the law of this branch of our Constitution to be this. What is it? That the President and Governor, custodians of all executive and other powers under various articles, shall, by virtue of these provisions, exercise their formal constitutional powers only upon and in accordance with the advice of the ministers. Only upon and in accordance with the advice of their ministers, save in a few well-known exceptional situations. Categorical statement. Categorical statement. Without being dogmatic or exhaustive, these exceptional situations are the following. Number one, the choice of Prime Minister or Chief Minister. Restricted through this choice restricted though this choice is by the paramount consideration that he should command a majority in the House, he or she. 2, the dismissal of a government which has lost its majority in the House but refuses to quit office. 3, the dissolution of the House where an appeal to the country is necessitous, although in this area the head of state should avoid getting involved in politics and must be advised by his prime minister or chief minister, who will eventually take the responsibility for that step. We do not examine in detail the constitutional proprieties in these predicaments except to utter the caution that even here the action, even in these exceptional cases, the action must be compelled by the peril to democracy, and the appeal to the House or to the country must become blatantly obligatory. We have no doubt that D. Smith's statement in Constitutional Administrative Law by S.A. D. Smith regarding royal assent holds good for the president and governor in India. Then he quotes this and he concludes with that quote. Refusal of the royal assent on the ground that the monarch strongly disapproved of a bill or that it was intensely controversial would nevertheless be unconstitutional. The only circumstances in which the withholding of the royal assent might be justifiable would be if the government itself were to advise such a course, a highly improbable contingency, or possibly if it was notorious that a bill had been passed in disregard to mandatory procedural requirements. But since the government in the latter situation would be of the opinion that the deviation would not affect the validity of the measure once it had been assented to, prudence would suggest the giving of the assent. So it's very, very categorical. We must be clear what is going on now in the country is there is a misuse of constitutional power to destroy the Constitution. Deliberate misuse of constitutional power to destroy the Constitution. We've never encountered this before. And it's happening at different levels. So we need a very strong framework, and I would suggest maybe the committee can develop and suggest a set of guidelines on how the governor should behave according to the law. That this is what the law says, this is what there are many more, as you know, there are many more dicta on this, but the dicta is very clear that your discretion is very, very bounded, and ultimately can be only to save democracy and for nothing else. If not, if you continue to do what you're doing now, using that discretion to attack the Constitution, let us be very clear, and I'm using this term as a legal term, not as a colloquial term, because it has a particular meaning which I'll tell you. What is going on is a fraud on the Constitution. Fraud on the Constitution. And technically, legally, the fraud on the Constitution means doing something knowing that it is unconstitutional. Right? Colorable legislation is where you do something which may not be constitutional, but you don't really fully realize it. But fraud on the Constitution has been defined by the Supreme Court in a number of judgments to say it is a species of action where you know something is unconstitutional and you still deliberately do it, and that is fraud on the Constitution. That's what we are seeing now. So a set of guidelines that will make it clear, that will provide a benchmark for every governor. Every time a governor is sworn in, you can present this to him for his information, non-binding, but this is the view of the Council of Ministers and the Assembly. And lastly, I wanted to make a long-term suggestion. Retain the position of president is very important, but abolish the post of governor. It is an appendix. It is an appendix. It has no longer a need. Today, there is no concern that anyone will secede from this country except the elite. They are seceding by sending all their children abroad, educating them abroad, migrating abroad. They are seceding all the time. The poor of this country will never secede. It's our country, which is born from our anti-caste movement, and we are going to protect it. We are going to, at any cost, we will ensure that it is secure and safe. So I think in the long term, we must start to work for the abolition of the post of governor, so that ultimately, we can work without this nuisance of elected governments having to report everything, to do what they're elected to do. So I think with these 2 or 3 suggestions, I want to thank you again. I'm just exactly at half an hour, which I was given. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. அடுத்து நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் தமிழ்நாட்டில் வளர்ச்சி தொடர்பான பணிகளுக்காக பல பாராட்டுகளை பெற்ற முன்னாள் IAS அதிகாரி சென்னையில் உள்ள இந்திய கடல்சார் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் முன்னாள் துணைவேந்தர், சட்டம், ஆட்சி மொழி கொள்கைகள் மற்றும் பொது நிர்வாகம் தொடர்பான பல்வேறு கட்டுரைகளை எழுதியவர். தற்போது ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த உயர்நிலை குழுவின் உறுப்பினராக உள்ள திரு கே. அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களை மொழி, கல்வி மற்றும் சுகாதாரம் பற்றி உரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Our next distinguished speaker is a former IAS officer who has received numerous appreciations for his developmental work in Tamil Nadu. He is the former Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University in Chennai and has authored several articles on law, governance and public administration. Currently, he serves as a member of the High-Level Committee on Union-State Relations. We are delighted to invite Thiru K. Ashok Vardhan Shetty to speak on the topics of language, education and health.
I've been given the daunting prospect of speaking on three vast subjects, language, education, and health, in the space of 30 minutes, just before lunch. I know the lunch is long overdue, kindly bear with me. Let me begin by asking a seemingly irrelevant question. What is common to potatoes, tomatoes, rajma, chili pepper, corn, cauliflower, pumpkin, capsicum, guava, papaya, pineapple, sapota, sitapalam, coffee, and tea? Believe it or not, none of them is native to India. All of them were introduced within the last 200 to 400 years by the Portuguese, the British, or the Dutch. Can you imagine Indian cuisine, culture, or agriculture without these things today? In the same way, English is no longer a foreign language. After 250 years in India, it is very much an Indian language. Yet there are voices which say that English must go. But foreignness is not to be determined by present political boundaries. Linguists use the concept of linguistic distance, the distance between any two languages, in terms of vocabulary, grammar, and speech sounds. By this measure, Hindi is almost as foreign to a Tamil speaker as English is, since Hindi belongs to the Indo-Aryan language family and Tamil belongs to the Dravidian language family. Similarly, to tribal students whose mother tongue belong to the Austro-Asiatic or Tibeto-Burman language families, both Hindi and English are equally foreign. So the issue is not foreignness, but usefulness. This is where Hindi fails and English succeeds. English is the de facto global lingua franca. It is indispensable for higher education, science, technology, law, business, and diplomacy. Our freedom struggle would not have been possible but for English, serving as a link language. Our Constitution itself was written in English. Article 343 declared Hindi the official language, but also retained English as an associate official language. Article 346 allows English for union state and interstate communications. Article 348 provides that the language of the Supreme Court and the High Courts shall be English. It further declares that the authoritative texts of all bills, acts, ordinances, and rules framed by the Parliament and state legislatures shall be in English. But all this only as long as the Parliament decides otherwise, and therein lies the danger. Articles 344 and 351 privilege one regional language, namely Hindi, over all others. As linguist G.N. Devi tells us, 53 independent languages with rich traditions, Bhojpuri, Rajasthani, Magadhi, Marwadi, Chhattisgarhi, and many more, have been misclassified as dialects of Hindi to artificially inflate Hindi census numbers from 25% to 44%. Actually, Hindi is spoken only by 25% of Indians, but the census tells you that it is 44%, which is not true. This distortion is political, not linguistic. The notion that a single language is essential for national unity is deeply flawed. The exact contrary is the truth. History is our teacher. Switzerland thrives because French, German, Italian, and Romance live as equals. Canada holds together because English and French share the crown. The European Union works with 24 official languages. Singapore didn't yield to pressure of its Chinese majority, 74%, to make Mandarin the national language because that would be unfair to the Malays, 14%, Tamils, 9%, and other linguistic minorities. Here in India, with Hindi spoken by just 25% of the people, we are trying to impose it on the rest of the country. Singapore rose to greatness by uniting on English as a neutral bridge while giving each community its mother tongue. In contrast, Soviet Union, which forced Russian language into unwilling throats, collapsed not from without, but from within. This was one of the reasons for the collapse of the Soviet Union. Many people are not aware of it. And Pakistan, which tried imposing Urdu as the sole national language, alienated Bengalis, leading to the creation of Bangladesh. Ireland tried its native Gaelic and English as joint official languages, the way we are trying Hindi and English. But Ireland soon found that Gaelic could not cope with the needs of modern life. It has now switched almost entirely to English. The lesson is clear. Accommodation builds cohesion. Compulsion breeds division. India will not be united because every man speaks the same language. India will be united because every man is free to speak his own language. Today, once again, there are attempts to impose Hindi or Sanskrit as a third language by stealth. The so-called three-language formula has existed since 1968, except in Tamil Nadu. Yet, the 2011 census reveals that only 7% of Indians are trilingual. What's the point of having a three-language formula for 43 years if at the end of it only 7% of Indians can speak three languages? Surveys reveal that half of our 8th graders cannot read fluently even in their first language, that is mother tongue. And many cannot manage simple English sentences. The government has never dared test proficiency in the third language because the results would have been very embarrassing. In this backdrop, the National Education Policy 2020's push for a compulsory third language is unrealistic, if not foolish. When most schools cannot teach even 2 languages properly, why try to teach a third? It not only imposes greater cognitive burden on the students, but also imposes avoidable financial burden on the state. And there is one more aspect which many people miss out. Unless a language is in the 8th schedule of the Constitution, which currently has 22 languages, it is officially invisible. It won't get recognition in schools or the right to instruction or state support. So for tribal children and minority language speakers in a state, for example, Tulu or Kurgi in Karnataka, in any state there are minority languages and tribal languages, the 3-language formula actually becomes a 4-language burden. Their mother tongue, no classroom support, the state's regional language, often the medium of instruction, Hindi or Sanskrit, and English. Isn't this a recipe for academic failure rather than empowerment? In this digital age, a third language no longer requires classroom instruction. With apps and AI tutors, languages can be picked up voluntarily, driven by interest and life needs. What schools must ensure is strong literacy in mother tongue and English. These two alone can provide both identity and opportunity. Census 2011 further exposes the futility of Hindi imposition. These are very interesting statistics. 63% of Indians, according to Census 2011, have never left their birthplace. 85% remain within their district. 95% never migrate out of their state. And as you know, jobs are concentrated in the south and west and Delhi. So mostly the migration is from the Hindi belt towards these areas, not the reverse. So when only 25% of Indians speak Hindi and 95% of the people don't move out of their states, what is the need for a lingua franca when English is already doing the job? So what's the way forward? 1, stop misclassifying the 53 independent languages and dialects as dialects of Hindi and show the correct figure for Hindi. 2, expand the 8th schedule to automatically include all languages with more than 10 lakh speakers, 1 million speakers. You will then, the number of languages in the 8th schedule will then go up from 22 to 55. You may think 55 is too much. No, but in a country with 780 languages, 55 is nothing. Then 33 more languages, including English, will be added to the 8th schedule. Amend Article 343 to make all the 8th schedule languages official languages of the Union, not just English and Hindi and English as now, all the 55 languages, because that's what the EU is doing, European Union is doing. All the 24 languages have been made the official languages. Amend Article 348 to entrench English in higher judiciary and legislation. Amend Article 346 to entrench English as permanent interstate and union state linked language. Delete Article 344 and amend Article 351 to promote all 8th schedule languages equally, not just Hindi. Adopt bilingual education policy, mother tongue plus English, scrap the 3-language formula. Our constitution is a wonderful document, but there's one part in it which is bad, or rather shoddy, and that is part 17 dealing with official language. And this part of the constitution, part 17 of the constitution, requires complete overhaul, in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, before turning to the issues of education and health, let me recall the wisdom of 2 great leaders from Tamil Nadu. In 1967, Dr. C.N. Annadurai, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, said, "I want the Union to be strong enough to maintain the sovereignty and integrity of India. All the powers needed to make the Union responsible for the safety of this country ought to be with the Union. But that does not mean that the Union, in order to safeguard India from Pakistanis or the Chinese, should think of having a health department here. In what way does that strengthen the sovereignty of India? Should they have an education department here? In what way does that improve the fighting capacity of the military personnel there?" A generation earlier, Thiru K. Santanam, member of the Constituent Assembly, had observed, "A strong center is indispensable if India is not to disintegrate. But I do not agree with those who equate strength with the range of formal constitutional powers. By taking upon itself too many obligations in relation to the vast population spread over the length and breadth of India, the center will become incurably weak. It's only by concentrating on essential all-India matters while giving complete autonomy to the states in the rest that the parliament and the central government can be really strong." Those who have been in management and government know there's a funda called span of control. There's only a certain number of things that you can effectively do. Or if you put too many things on your plate and eat all of them, you will suffer from indigestion. The strongest case for decentralization rests on the principle of subsidiarity. Decisions should be taken at the lowest level of governance capable of handling them. What panchayats or municipalities can manage should not be escalated to states. And what states can handle should not be usurped by the union. Yet, India reverses this logic. What is a port? Nothing but a glorified goods yard, lorry goods yard. Shanghai Port, which is much bigger than Chennai Port, is run by the Shanghai Municipal Corporation. But Chennai Port is run by the union government. Chennai Corporation can easily run it. Massive union ministries exist even for state-list subjects. They duplicate state functions, tie funds to rigid conditions, impose one-size-fits-all centrally sponsored schemes, and micromanage the implementation of schemes. For example, to implement a scheme called PMGSY, Rural Road Scheme, we have to send road-by-road proposals to Government of India. And for implementing the Smart City Mission, we have to send work-by-work proposal to Government of India. This is extremely foolish in my opinion. Remember that Indian states are comparable to European countries. Tamil Nadu and Karnataka can be compared to Germany and France. If the union government refuses to trust states with responsibilities, especially education and health, which by their very nature are local subjects, it is effectively declaring that Indians are less capable of self-governance than Europeans. It's actually an insult when you say states are not capable of doing things well. You are saying in so many words that Indians are unfit and Europeans and others are better. The cost of this mistrust is a democracy deficit. Distant centralized control breeds delay, insensitivity, and weak accountability. True strength lies not in hoarding power at the center, but in empowering states and local bodies. Applied to education, the principle of subsidiarity means schools, colleges, and universities are best governed by states, while the union focuses on institutions of national importance, advanced research, and setting broad standards. But India has inverted this logic. Can you believe the central government is running schools, colleges, and universities, duplicating state functions and diverting scarce resources from critical areas like research and development? India spends only 0.65% of its GDP on R&D, compared to 3.5% in the US or 2.4% in China. Perhaps if the center stopped running schools, it can divert more fund to R&D. Over-centralization, rigid regulation by bodies like the UGC and AICTE have reduced our universities to glorified affiliated colleges. The UGC and AICTE have stopped giving funds long back, but they're giving us plenty of regulations. What began as coordination has degenerated into command and control. And after all this regulation and micromanagement, I can understand if the outcomes are excellent, but they are far from it. According to the India Skills Report 2023, only 43% of Indian students are considered employable. In the Times Higher Education 2025 rankings, no Indian university reached the global top 200. Not even a single Indian university or institution is in the top 200 rankings. Our venerable Indian Institute of Science figures between 200 and 250. JNU is somewhere between 800 and 1000. BITS Pilani is somewhere between 800 and 1000. So that's where our great institutions stand in terms of global rankings. In QS 2025 rankings, only 3 IITs, Delhi, Bombay, and Madras, figure. At the school level, there is a competition called Program for International Student Assessment, which is conducted once in 3 years to compare the standards of international schools across countries. India came 73rd out of 74 countries in the PISA 2009, just above Kyrgyzstan. Luckily, Kyrgyzstan saved us over this one, and has since boycotted all further rounds. Meanwhile, countries like Singapore, Finland, South Korea, and China top the charts. These dismal results show that centralization has not resulted into quality. What is the situation in other federations? In all other federations, United States, Canada, Germany, Australia, the center, the federal government, doesn't run universities, doesn't run schools, doesn't run colleges. They run institutions of advanced research, R&D, but they don't run schools, colleges, and universities. When the Constitution came into force in 1950, entry 11 of the state list placed education firmly under state control, recognizing its deep ties to language, culture, and local realities. The union's role was narrow. Entries 63 to 68 of the Constitution of the Union list allowed it to manage institutions of national importance and coordinate minimum standards. The balance was clear. States would govern, the Union would coordinate. When the Constitution first was enacted, they followed the international model. Education was with the states. The Union was supposed to only coordinate. The equilibrium collapsed in 1976 when the 42nd Amendment shifted education to the concurrent list. Parliament gained overriding authority, justified in the name of national integration, but in truth, weakening states. The Supreme Court has also compounded this problem by stretching entry 68. A clause meant only for the coordination and determination of standards was reinterpreted as a license for the Union to dictate admissions, curricula, and governance. There are 2 issues I'd like to talk about in education. One, Article 254(1) says, only plenary laws of Parliament can prevail over plenary laws enacted by state legislatures. Yet, unelected bureaucrats framing subordinate legislation, rules, regulations, and circulars now claim supremacy over state legislation. The UGC, for instance, asserts that its regulations override state university laws passed by state assemblies and assented to by governors or presidents. This dispute has paralyzed university governance in several states. In Tamil Nadu, 12 out of 20 vice-chancellor posts remain vacant because of this dispute. The Supreme Court has given confusing judgments. Some benches have ruled in favor of UGC. Others have ruled in favor of the state governments. I think the matter has to be resolved by a constitutional bench, and the Supreme Court has been sitting over it for several months now. Another instrument of control is the governor's role as chancellor of state universities. A practice dating back to 1857, when governors of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras were made chancellors to ensure colonial oversight. This was, once India became independent, governors should have been removed from this role, but in the first 20 years, because Congress ruled both in the center and the states, and the chief ministers were powerful and governors were merely ceremonial figures, nobody bothered. But after 1967, when several opposition parties came to power in different states, there has been continuous friction between the governor and the state governments. The Supreme Court has ruled that as far as his constitutional duties are concerned, the governor is bound by the recommendations of the Council of Ministers in most cases. But as far as his statutory functions are concerned, like his role as a chancellor of a university, he is not bound by the cabinet's recommendations. So this has led to head-on conflict, and as you know, the result is 12 out of 20 universities being headless in Tamil Nadu, and similarly in many other states, opposition-ruled states. So what's the way forward? Restore education to the state list by reversing the 42nd Amendment, judicial reinterpretation of Entry 66 to restrict it to broad minimum standards, not state regulation of state universities, replace tight grants with flexible block funding, restructure regulators like UGC and AICTI into federal councils, abolish governor as chancellor of state universities. Ladies and gentlemen, when our constitution was framed, public health was placed in the state list. The framers understood that health is local, epidemics vary, cultural practices differ, and patients' needs change across regions. Tamil Nadu's hospitals cannot be governed on the same principles as Assam's. But this federal balance was badly eroded. The 42nd Amendment of 1976 moved education, including medical education, into the concurrent list. A domain once reserved for states became shared with the union. From admissions to curricula center, the control has shifted to Delhi. Like the camel in the Arab's tent, the center has increasingly monopolized health administration. Earlier, states shaped how doctors were trained and admitted. Today, with the NEET examination and the National Medical Commission, everything is centralized. A student in Mizoram is judged by the same criteria as one in Delhi, though their communities face very different disease burdens and health priorities. Some people say, what is wrong with NEET? After all, it is testing merit. Don't we need entrance test to test merit? There are many things wrong with NEET. I'll just tell one of them. NEET doesn't mean merit. The average cutoff for NEET UG, that is NEET MBBS, in the last 5 years has hovered around 20%. For NEET PG, the cutoff in 2023 was 0%. Please believe me, it was 0%. And in 2024, it was a mere 5%. For NEET super specialties, the cutoff in both 2023 and 2024 was 0%. Now, these absurdly low thresholds are the product of pressure from private medical colleges that cannot otherwise fill their seats. What is the point of forcing students through a brutal high-stakes exam if the bar is then set so low? The damage is real. Higher secondary students neglect their school curriculum for NEET coaching. MBBS students neglect clinical skills to cram for NEET PG, which tests theory but ignores bedside ability. And in NEET super specialties, Supreme Court said reservation should not be there because it is super specialty, but the cutoff mark is 0 even for NEET PG. Even more striking, and I think not enough people are talking about this, The Supreme Court has actually helped in this, aided and abetted in this creeping centralization. And one classic example is regarding the All India quota in medical seats. In 1984, Pradeep Jain case, the Supreme Court said 15% of MBBS seats in state medical colleges should be set apart for All India quota to promote national integration and interstate mobility. Okay, we can accept 15%. In 2017, Dinesh Singh Chauhan case, Supreme Court extended the All India quota in postgraduate seats in state medical colleges to 50%. That's asking for too much. And in 2020, Tamil Nadu Medical Officers Association case, the Supreme Court mandated that 100% of the super specialty states should be earmarked for All India quota. Now a state sets up PG seats, PG departments, super specialty departments with considerable expense, and then the Supreme Court comes in and says 50% of these seats or 100% of the seats should be earmarked for All India quota. This is unacceptable. The consequences are troubling. States that invest heavily in medical education, medical institutions lose control over large chunks of seats, while underinvesting states reap disproportionate benefits. Local language doctors decline, undermining rural and primary health care. If 100% of your seats are taken by outsiders, who is going to work in your primary health center and who is going to work in your rural areas? If states cannot retain the fruits of their own investment, why would they be motivated to build new medical colleges? Why should government of Tamil Nadu start new super specialties or new PG courses if Tamil Nadu students can get admission? And BREs, and I'm nothing against BREs or ODIs, but I'm just saying if BREs and ODIs are going to come and study, and we are going to spend our taxpayers' money to set up these facilities. A fairer model is needed. All India quota should be capped at 15% across all levels. This would balance national mobility with respect for state investment and local health priorities. So these are some of the centralizing aspects, and lessons from abroad are similar as in the case of education. In Canada, the union sets only broad principles. The provinces run all the health programs. In Australia, the union and states negotiate funding through health reform agreements. In Germany, health institutions are co-governed by the center and the states. In the United States, health delivery is largely through states. So everywhere, in all other federations, there is only national oversight, but the states are free to implement health programs. So what are the pathways to reform? Medical education, along with the rest of the education, should be brought back to state list. Supreme Court should stop interpreting Entry 66 broadly. It should be restricted only to enforcement of minimum standards. Government of India should replace tied schemes with block grants. And the National Medical Commission, which has been set up, states barely have any representation in it, though hospitals and dispensaries are state subjects. At least I would recommend that at least 75% of the members of the National Medical Commission should be drawn from states. Thank you. And
thank you, sir. Your vast experience and sharp insights have added immense value to today's discussions.
சிறப்புரையாற்றிய ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த உயர்நிலை குழுவின் உறுப்பினர் திரு கே அசோக் வர்தன் செட்டி அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். இப்போது உணவு இடைவேளை 2:30 மணிக்கு மீண்டும் அனைவரும் இந்த அரங்கிற்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
Thank you to all our speakers for their illuminating insights. Let's now break for lunch. Please join us back at 2:30 p.m. for the next set of deliberations. We would like to inform our esteemed dignitaries and special guests that VIP lunch arrangements have been made just outside.
of union-state relations.
தற்போது மேடையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் உச்சநீதிமன்ற முன்னாள் நீதிபதி திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களையும், கேரள மாநிலத்தின் முன்னாள் நிதி அமைச்சர் டாக்டர் TM தாமஸ் ஐசக் அவர்களையும், டாக்டர் M கோவிந்தராவ் அவர்களையும், ஓய்வு பெற்ற IAS அதிகாரி திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களையும், பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் நாகநாதன் அவர்களையும் வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored to invite the following dignitaries onto the stage. Please join me in welcoming former Supreme Court Judge Honorable Justice Kurian Joseph, former Finance Minister of Kerala Dr. TM Thomas Isaac. We are honored to have with us here Professor Dr. M Govindrao. We welcome former IAS officer Thiru Ashok Vardhan Shetty. We welcome Professor Dr. Naganathan. We welcome our Public Secretary Rita Harish Thakar IAS.
தற்போது விருந்தினர்களுக்கு மரியாதை செய்யப்படுகிறது. டாக்டர் தாமஸ் ஐசக் அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்வார்கள்.
Felicitation by Public Secretary to Dr. TM Thomas Isaac.
அடுத்து பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் M கோவிந்தராவ் அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்வார்கள்.
We now request our Public Secretary to kindly felicitate Dr. M Govindrao.
சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களுக்கு மரியாதை செய்த பொதுத்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் இந்தியாவின் சிறந்த பொது பொருளாதார நிபுணர், தேசிய பொது பொருளாதார மற்றும் கொள்கை ஆய்வு நிறுவனம் முன்னாள் இயக்குனர், 14வது நிதிக்குழுவின் உறுப்பினர், பிரதமரின் பொருளாதார ஆலோசனை குழுவின் ஒரு அங்கமாக இருந்தவர், வரி மற்றும் நிதி கூட்டாட்சியை பற்றி பல நூல்கள் மற்றும் ஆய்வு கட்டுரைகளை எழுதிய டாக்டர் M கோவிந்தராவ் அவர்களை நிதி கூட்டாட்சி குறித்து உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Our next speaker is a towering figure in the domain of public finance. He has served as the director of National Institute of Public Finance and Policy and was a member of the 14th Finance Commission and was also part of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. He has authored many books and more than 100 research papers on taxation and fiscal federalism. With great honor, we invite Dr. M. Govindrao to deliver his address on fiscal federalism.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Justice Kurian Joseph, Dr. Thomas Isaac, Dr. Shetty, Dr. Naganathan, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset thank Justice Kurian Joseph for inviting me to speak on the issue of union-state relations, particularly on fiscal federalism. You know, I don't want to compartmentalize as fiscal federalism because, you know, it's not pure economics that we are talking about. After all, economics is a footnote to politics. So, obviously, when we are talking about federalism, however much we try to pretend that, you know, sort of it's a purely economic subject, it is not exactly purely economics. There is a lot of political issues that come in. And I'm not really sure why am I here, first of all, because, I mean, very eminent jurists, legal experts, political personalities, and among all these, I think I'm a lone economist around. I know Dr. Joseph is an economist, but he is more into politics than economics. You know, my good friend Albert Breton, who was possibly the first person to speak about competitive federalism. In one of his articles, he says that political scientists and legal experts look upon economies as some strange animals with a model at hand and looking for application. So, So in that sense, I don't know what, so I'm not going to be compartmentalizing only economics, I'm also going to bring about some political issues. What I intend to do in the next few minutes is to, in fact, quite a bit of repetition there will be, ask a question, what is federalism? The basic question I want to ask, what is federalism? Is India a federal country? And what is fiscal federalism? What are the conceptual issues? In fact, all the time, it's like in our economics discourse, we always think that government is a benevolent social guardian and in looking after the welfare of the people. You ask really a question, are the governments benevolent? Are they really looking after the welfare of the people? There is a branch of economics, public finance, which basically says that government is a necessary evil. It is an evil, nevertheless. It's a necessary evil because there are certain things which the market cannot provide. And therefore government has to come in. Safety and security of the people, protection of property rights, enforcement of contracts. I mean, these are some of the things which the markets won't do. But apart from that, if you say that government is maximizing the welfare of the people, one doesn't really know whether politicians are maximizing their own welfare or maximizing the welfare of the people. But anyway, that apart. So in the same way, it has become a cliche to say that cooperative federalism, where is it? Do you see on an everyday case cooperation vertically between a union and the states and horizontal between one state and another? I mean, it is in this context that it's the same Albert Breton I was talking about. He was a member of the MacDonald Commission in Canada on federal-provincial relations. So at the end of the day, he wrote a minority report and it titled it as Towards a Competitive Federalism, which was published in the European Journal of Political Economy next year. And the entire branch called Competitive Federalism came up. Cooperation is possible. I will come to that. Under what circumstances cooperation can happen and but the general attitude, I mean, if you see every day, is one of competition. And competition can enhance efficiency. But then there are preconditions. You can't have a predatory competition the way we have in the system. But anyway, let me start by saying that asking a question, what is federalism? As Alexei Tocqueville said 150 years ago, the federal system was created with the intention of combining different advantages which result from the magnitude and littleness of nations. That means that you need to have a scale economy in the provision of public services. At the same time, you need to respect the preferences and the special characteristics of individual units. So magnitude and littleness, because respecting the preferences of the people is as important as trying to work out on the magnitude, whether it is for the defense of the country or whether it is for foreign policy or certain other things. And of course, the economist's view, particularly the fiscal federalism economist's view, that every country is a federal country. And because every country has a bit of a decentralization. Now, even though a constitutional sense a country is unitary, even a unitary country has federal characteristics, and therefore, you see, it's a question of degree of federalism rather than federalism. That's what my good teacher Wallace Oates said. But then, I mean, in contrast to that, political scientists called, like Kenneth Peary, came up and said that, look, every unit has to be coordinate and independent. If you have to have a coordinate and independent, then obviously, you don't have such classical federalism except 4, which is the United States, Switzerland, UK, Australia and Canada. So you have this contrasting. Again, my friend Breton comes up with the thing. There is a beautiful article which he wrote in a journal called Publius, the Journal of Federalism, where he says the basic difference between decentralization and federalism is, is basically the ownership rights. Ownership rights guaranteed in the Constitution. That means Constitution does not allow the extinguishment of a unit under a federal system. In a unitary system, you can extinguish a unit, whereas in a federal system, there are safeguards, constitutional safeguards against extinguishment. Then the question is India federal? I mean, if you ask that question, I mean, if you bring in Article 3, basically you say that the government can virtually sort of balkanize the state and remove, sort of change the boundaries of a state, add 2 more states into one and do virtually anything. And as it happened in the case of Andhra Pradesh, I mean, the only thing it is required to do is to ask inform the legislature of the state that it's going to dismember it. But anyway, now there is a lot of work that has been done. I am, as I said, as an economist, I have had tendency to talk about theories which I will not go into, particularly because there is not much of this thing. But then, when we talk about cooperative federalism, under what conditions cooperation can happen? Cooperation can happen only when, if there are 2 parties, only when both the parties gain. If one party gains more than the other party, then even then the competition is difficult. Now, the party which gains more has to bribe the party which gains less in order to cooperate. So, in other words, there are, for example, in the case of when we introduced GST, everybody thought that GST will gain. But then the union government had to promise that it will give the compensation to the states, increased at the rate of 16% every year. It had to bribe the states in order to agree for this thing. So union government's interest was, you will have a harmonized tax system. The states thought this is the way to go. Anyway, our revenues will be safeguarded. So, but then cooperation is necessary. It is not that, in a large country, whether you have, you may not say it, you may see most of the times competition taking place, whether it is for investment or whether it is for river water dispute or whether it is for any of the things. But then you have a lot of competition that goes on, but then cooperation is necessary. But one of the important things that is necessary when you say cooperation is necessary, you don't have systems and institutions which promote competition in the country. This is here that I want to flag Rajamannar Committee's report, which basically said that you need an institution, there is an institutional vacuum for intergovernmental coordination, bargaining, and conflict resolution. We don't have one. Now, he recommended the Interstate Council. Administrative Reforms Commission recommended the Interstate Council. I mean, this is necessary not merely because of this thing. Even in competition, you need to prevent a predatory competition. You need an institution for resolving. For everything, you cannot go to the Supreme Court. You do not have an institution for intergovernmental coordination, conflict resolution. Now, they had the Planning Commission. The states used to listen to the Planning Commission only because it used to give some money. I know, there was a Gadgil formula, but within that Gadgil formula, 20% of money was special problems of the states, and that was where the discretion came in. And the chief minister would go with an entourage of people to the Planning Commission, and then bargaining would be done. But then, other than that, you had the National Development Council, which never met, and if it met, it was only a speech-making body. And you created an interstate council. I mean, this was recommended by the Rajamandana Committee, Administrative Reforms Commission, so on and so forth. Finally, when Vishwanath Pratap Singh became the Prime Minister, he said, I am going to institute it. So he amended the constitution and created an interstate council. Then what did he do? He simply put it under the Union Home Ministry. So created a birth defect. Because Union Home Ministry, you can't be an umpire if you are a player. If you are putting the interstate council within the Union Home Ministry, completely, took away its, and then of course they removed the Planning Commission, brought in Niti Aayog. Now Niti Aayog, nobody listens. Why would anybody listen? So obviously you have a major vacuum in the system for intergovernmental coordination. We do need, if at all, one thing that needs to be done is to take out the interstate council from the Union Home Ministry, and maybe Niti Aayog can be converted into a part of it, maybe this thing, and make it completely independent of the union government. You can't, otherwise, I mean, this is one of the biggest vacuums in the intergovernmental fiscal relations, at least, not having an interstate council. And of course, if you are talking about the intergovernmental competition, obviously you need an institution for monitoring, and for everything you can't go to the courts and then decide. And you need a measure of competitive equality, a measure of cost-benefit appropriability in order to do that. Now, in fact, honorable, earlier speakers have already spoken about the various centralizing features in the Indian Union. There are several. There is an inherent centripetal bias. But then over a period of time, the extent of, there was initially a centripetal bias, but then over a period of time, the centralization increased enormously. And it's not just yesterday or today, but then using that particular item called economic and social planning, the entire resource allocation in the country was controlled through the planning process. The union government would prepare the plans, and the state governments had to align their plans to what the union government prepared. Now, my good mentor, Raja Chalaya, used to say, centralized planning is a negation of federalism. Now, but then, when you say in 91, when we said that things will go, the planning process will stop, what really happened was, we said that both the markets will get a better role and the state governments will get a better role. That did not happen because the vestiges of the plan process have continued. So if you really see the type of centralization that you have, now you have a series of them. One is, this has also been talked about, heavy leaning of the Government of India Act, heavy leaning of the Constitution and the Government of India Act of 1935. The interesting part is that, there were something like 235 sections of the Government of India Act which was simply cannibalized into the Constitution. 235 sections of the Government of India Act of 1935 were taken into this thing. And Jawaharlal Nehru the then Prime Minister initially said, before the Constitution, said this is a framework of slavery, Government of India Act. But later, he has said it's an organic link between the old and new. The only same person who said this is a mark of slavery moved over to and said that it's an organic link. And, let me also draw attention to an interesting book by Madhav Godbole. It's in 2021, India, the Federal Union of States, where he discusses, among many other things, even the role of the governors, where he says that the governors have no role in this particular system. Madhav Godbole was a very respected Union Home Secretary when Babri Masjid was brought down, and he resigned because he wanted Kalyan Singh government to, his advice to the government was Kalyan Singh government should go, and then Narasimha Rao did not do it, and he resigned from the Home Ministry. But anyway, he was one of my good friends of mine. He passed away a couple of years ago. But this was the last book. He had written a number of books, including Governance in Judiciary, which was released by Justice Sri Krishna. But anyway, that's an aside. So you have, considering the fact that you have virtually borrowed most of the things from the Government of India of 1935, it's not very surprising that there is a huge centripetal bias in the Constitution. You have Article 3, which basically, everybody knows, I don't want to repeat that. You have Article 249, which says that Rajya Sabha can transfer any item in list 2 or, list 1, list 2 to either to the list 3 or list 1 with the simple majority. You have Article 352, where the President can proclaim emergency. You have 356, where breakdown of constitutional machinery of a state, and dismissal of state until the SR Bombay issue came up in the Supreme Court. It was not even judiciable. It is only in the SR Bombay case it said it is judiciable. And you have Article 301, which guarantees freedom of trade and commerce throughout the country. But then Article 302 and 3 say that, look, you can the union government can put restrictions on public interest. And of course, concurrent list contains economic and social planning, as I said. And in the economic and social planning, virtually everything can be done. And even in the case where you are talking about institutions of national importance, you can encroach on the state subjects by creating institutions of national importance. In the health sector, for example, you can create All India Institute of Medical Sciences wherever you want. So institutions of special importance can be on any subject. In fact, in the 14th Finance Commission, we did some work to see what proportion, over a period of time, how the union government has been encroaching. From 2002 to 2012, union government spending on the state subject increased from 15% to 20%, and union government spending on the concurrent subjects increased from 13 to 17%. And the entire thing is done through the instrumentality of what is called the centrally sponsored schemes. In fact, there is a report which I prepared for the Niti Aayog on the centrally sponsored schemes, which was submitted in 2017. Now, somebody, you were mentioning about the type of the problems that we have. In Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, an elementary school thing, there are somewhere about 26 different interventions, and the states are required to prepare the budget for 26 different interventions. This has to be approved by the Government of India, and if any change has to be made, allocation is made to the 26 interventions. If any change has to be made, you have to get the approval of the Government of India. In the case of health sector, there are 2,000 budget heads, minor heads. And this was reported in the Niti Ayog's report itself. Now, if you don't trust them, and you want to say there is a cooperation, what type of a cooperation are you talking about if you can't trust the states, and if you put all sorts of conditions? No, that's, and even to say this thing, even the Finance Commission, which are supposed to be independent, come in and start putting conditions. Now, the funny part of it is conditions to the local bodies, condition to the state governments for the local bodies functioning. That means that if the state government doesn't do the thing, local bodies don't get the money. Now, it's unimaginable. The state government doesn't hold the elections, and then local bodies don't get the money. These are some of the things that have gone on. But there have been, as I said, there has been a creeping centralization. First of all, you had a centralizing this thing, and over the years, centralization has happened through creation of all India institutions, through the creation of, through the expansion of centrally sponsored schemes. And there is an interesting case. Even when you have Finance Commission making recommendations on the transfers, you can negate them. You can dilute them. You see, there is a tradition in this country that the Finance Commission recommendations, basic recommendations, are accepted on tax devolution and grants. Now, the grant portion has gone up. In fact, the union government no longer respects that. But in the tax devolution, what they do is, they go on increasing the cesses and surcharges. They go, they create lots of things. In fact, the 14th Finance Commission, for example, after looking at since the plan, even since we had the objective, our scope was not only to look at the non-plan revenue expenditure, but also the plan revenue expenditure. We increased the tax devolution from 32% to 42%. Even today, that is talked about. Now, when we increased it from 32 to 42%, the union government did two things. One, they went on increasing any changes in the discretionary changes in the tax policy at the center. They went on doing it through cesses and surcharges. And the share of cesses and surcharges increased from about 10 to 12% to almost 20%. Because cess and surcharge goes only to the union government. And the second, they said they appointed a committee to look at the centrally sponsored schemes. And then centrally sponsored that, earlier, most of the programs used to have the ratio of sharing between 75 and 25. They changed, most of them have been changed into 60-40. Because they classified, they consolidated the number into 29. There were 66 earlier. They consolidated into 29. They classified it core of the core and optional. And most of them are under the core, the optional, the core systems. And core system was created. The sharing ratio was made 60-40 from 75-25, which existed earlier. Now, the other thing is, it is not that what they do will help everyone. In fact, it was 3 years ago, union government said that, we want to reform, and then started, talking about the agricultural policies. Agriculture is a state subject. You can't just go about saying that I will reform the thing. You need to have consultations. You have to have discussions. You have to meet the farmers. However good the reform proposal is, any botched reform is a retrograde step, and it is going to hurt us more than anything else. So obviously, so we will stand up and say that, you see, we will stand for the farmers. But that is the job of the state. That is not the job of the union government. So there have, as I said, although your Schedule 7th schedule tells you what the union has to do, what the states have to do, the distinction gets blurred with the central, union executive. Now let me come to some brief thing about transfers. Again in theory, why do you give transfers? If you assign the tax policy, right to levy the tax according to the comparative advantage, obviously union government has an advantage because I may get my income from here, I may get my income from the United States, I may get income from anywhere. So the income tax, the information gathered, there is a comparative advantage by the union government in levying the taxes on consumption, sort of income. Similarly, there are certain incomes. So if you assign, principle of subsidiarity requires as much of the expenditure function will have to go to the states or the local bodies. Now, but then if you see that, obviously there is an imbalance between the revenue raising powers and expenditure powers. And again, there is a lot of imbalance between one state and another in terms of their ability to raise revenues. Now this ability, again, the principle of horizontal equity requires that equals should be treated equally. So that would mean that people, you need to enable every state to provide comparable levels of services. It is not equalizing incomes. Comparable levels of services at comparable tax support. Even that is not possible in the type of system that we are living in, where the revenue raising power of Bihar is something like 1/6 of the revenue raising power of Telangana. In fact, in 2023-24, Telangana had the highest per capita income. Next was Karnataka, next was Haryana. That's the way it was. But the point is, now you can't, and then again, there is also another thing that we also need to understand. Oh, we have been giving so much of money to these fellows, but they are laggards. You are only trying to provide public services. Much of the loan they are not able to take because their per capita income is low. You have a FRBM Act, they can borrow only 3%. Their level of borrowing is less, so their infrastructure levels are bad. There are issues of that nature. Again, for want of time, I will not go into. But the point is, general purpose transfers are supposed to enable the state to provide, a measurable quality of service. Specific purpose transfers are given to ensure a minimum standard of service in respect of those services which are considered meritorious. Now, you can't have 29 groups of this thing under the centrally sponsored scheme. That's a specific purpose transfer. They are not meritorious. You need to have 3-4, elementary education, basic health care, poverty alleviation, and then you try to go whole hog and then ensure that they have a minimum standard so that, they can come up. No, there is not one centrally sponsored scheme where the target is specified. You don't have a target. You just go on, Namami Gange. Go on spending water and money on cleaning water, nothing happens. So there is a thin spread of resources. There is no proper design of the things. And obviously, even the targeting has not been very good. Again, that doesn't fall less. In the process, what happens is that you only create more and more disparities in the system. And the finance commissions, there is a complaint that, these 5 wise men come in and take a decision. The fellows who are not unelected body called the finance commission. No, but then the Article 281 says the president, sort of causes this report of the Finance Commission to be placed in the Parliament with the explanatory memorandum of the Union government, which basically means at the end of the day, I mean, it is not for approval, but then the Union government decides, the executive decides what has to be accepted and what should not be accepted. And I still consider that there are a lot of things that the Finance Commission does which is wrong. A lot of things needs to be done. It is still a work in progress. But by and large, one has seen that there is no specific bias exhibited in this thing. And there is one other thing that I want to bring to the fore, which may be of relevance here. This 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Constitution. There is a basic birth defect in the amendment. The birth defect comes as follows. Now you have created Schedule 11 and 12, which is, and the constitutional provision says that the states may, at their discretion, assign these subjects given in Schedule 11 and this thing. They can also give other subjects. They may and they may not. And entry 5 in the state list says that local self-government is the state subject. If the Gram Panchayats or the Panchayats and the urban local bodies are local self-governments, and if they have to have an independent, why is it that it becomes the state, the responsibility of the state, local self-government has to go to the state government? No, there is a saying, everybody wants decentralization, but only up to his level. We do need to go beyond. If you really want decentralization, then we'll have to really review how we have to do this, how we can strengthen the local bodies. See, now what has happened is that, except in Kerala where there is a lot of work that Thomas Isaac and Professor Gulati did, where there is a demand for decentralization. Elsewhere, there is no demand for decentralization. Now, demand for decentralization has to come in if it has to succeed. That's the point that I want to make. And then your constitutional mechanism basically tells you that I'll impose decentralization on you. And that may or may not work. I mean, that's something which there are, there are very few champions elsewhere. That's the point that I was trying to make. Well, I can go on because as I said, there are several problems with the centrally sponsored schemes, and it's a convenient way to interfere with the state subject, and there's a way in which you can dilute the reform, dilute the recommendation made by the Finance Commission, and then you have too many schemes, too thin spread of resources, and nothing gets done. None of the schemes, targets are specified, and when you don't specify the targets, obviously don't expect anything to happen. So we don't monitor and then say that this much of money we have spent on this, what is the outcome? It is not something which we see. And then there is a tremendous amount of trust deficit. In fact, the states are forced to go into it because people will say that, look, I mean, they will come up and say that your state has not opted for this particular thing. We were giving the money, but your state is not taking the money. Now, that may not be the priority of a state. And you are forcing the state to do this. And in the process, what has happened is there is a proliferation of bureaucracy. So many bureaucrats to look after this thing. And there is a lot of uncertainty to the states because they get committed to the centrally sponsored scheme. Suddenly they say that no, this year there is no money, we will not give it. But the states have to continue. So these problems continue. So Indian federalism, Indian Union of States, let me put it this way, is still a work in progress. I think we need champions to do that. And I'm sure, like, I still consider Rajmannar report and consult it often because many of the things, in fact, the idea of predominantly the idea of, sort of say, the interstate council, which is, to me, is the most important idea because We do need a monitor. You do need an institution for bargaining and conflict resolution. For everything, you can't go to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is saddled with many things, including its trade offs. At the end of the day, you need to deal with the real issues. And I think it's still a work in progress, and I think this committee can do a lot to sort of further this. See, in spite of the fact that this was Rajamanar committee report was from here, the whole country has seen it through. So let me point out that one other trend, there has been an increasing disharmony between the union and the states in recent times, and I hope some good sense will prevail, and the existing institutions that monitor, which is the courts, the free press, and the bureaucracy, will do their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. அடுத்து உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் பிரபல பொருளாதார நிபுணர் மற்றும் கேரளாவின் முன்னாள் நிதி அமைச்சராக இருந்தவர். மக்களாட்சி திட்டமிடல் மற்றும் பங்கேற்பு பட்ஜெட் முறைக்காக பாராட்டப்பட்டவர். அரசியல் அமைப்பு, கூட்டாட்சி, வளர்ச்சி குறித்த பல நூல்களை எழுதியுள்ள டாக்டர் TM தாமஸ் ஐசக் அவர்களை சரக்கு மற்றும் சேவை வரி திருத்தங்கள் குறித்து உரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Our next honored guest is a renowned economist and former finance minister of Kerala. He is celebrated as the chief architect of People's Plan campaign and decentralized planning. With great privilege and respect, we invite Dr. TM Thomas Isaac to speak on reforms of goods and services tax.
Good evening, everyone. Justice Joseph Kurian, fellow panelists, respected delegates, teachers and students. Now, by the way, the students, will you raise the hands? How many of you are lawyers? And how many economists? Oh, so we are going to have some difficulty in this session. We have passed from law to economics. I will try to be as simple as possible and won't take more than 20 minutes. Not that 20 minutes is going to exhaust my knowledge on the topic of GST, but I think one good way of fighting drowsiness would be to allow you to ask questions. So 10 minutes is reserved for questions. Anybody can walk up, ask question, or send me a written note. That's the deal. I have no objection if anybody interrupt me also. No problem. And let me start with a simple statement. Introduction of GST has been the most important event in center-state relations since the adoption of the Constitution. Constitution had assigned certain taxation powers to the center, others to the states. Around 60% of the taxation powers went to the center, 40% to the states. And then at one point of history, the center and the state sat together, deliberated, without much acrimonious name-calling and so on, and decided that central government's excise and service tax, state governments most of the indirect taxes other than, say, tax on petrol and alcohol, would be subsumed in a new tax, GST, to be administered jointly by center and state. Okay. Something I think which couldn't have been thought about much earlier. It's a very, very important event. Now, what led to that is very difficult to come to a clear answer. How did it happen? I think one, everybody was convinced the maze of taxes that existed in India, indirect taxes, each being different from state to state, was just too difficult, too complicated, stifling growth. It prevented integration of the markets, transportation of goods, and very importantly, there was cascading of taxes. Okay, central government puts excise duty 20%, and then it comes to my state, I will impose another 20%. So tax on tax, cascading. So this had to be corrected. I think there was a growing awareness of this. Though there was very serious reservations among many states, including Tamil Nadu, about the implications for this change over to GST to states' revenues. But nevertheless, we reached a consensus. Now, in fact, it required something like 20 years of discussion here, 10, 15 years of discussion. I think it started in 2007. The empowered committee of VAT ministers, finance ministers. I was been a participant observer of GST since then. We almost reached an agreement at that time. But unfortunately, BJP pulled the sheet. Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh objected so vehemently in the final stage, nothing could be taken forward. So the process restarted in 2016 and came to a conclusion in 2017. And with a lot of expectations. Now 8 years have passed. What is the balance sheet? It has not lived up to the expectations that GST had raised. In fact, most of the participants in the deliberations are disappointed at the outcome. Most importantly, the institution of GST Council, the kind of deliberative manner in which states and center cooperated to produce GST, that just disappeared. Once that tax became a reality, you see. I think we forgot. That's the self-criticism, big self-criticism, that this union government was being governed by some group of people who just didn't believe in federalism. I think that was a basic mistake, you see. In fact, I demanded and did the first and only vote in GST councils. And that itself was an eye-opener. GST was created through compromises between states and center. I had a very serious problem in Kerala with lotteries. It was a serious political problem. I don't want to go into details. We don't have the time. So, a compromise was reached. We will distinguish between lotteries run directly by state government and lotteries which are run through agents. I mean, lottery, say, companies. And differential rate was accepted. That's the kind of compromises that were worked out. But then, suddenly they wanted to have a uniform rate and much lower rate. So finally, I asked for a vote. That's the only vote that took place. Of course, defeated. But the bitterness that was left never was removed. Then came the COVID. See, there was something sacrosanct in GST. All the states were promised that their revenue is going to increase every year by 14%. And if it did not increase, any state's revenue increased by 14%, the shortfall would be made good by a compensation cess. Now that was written to the law, not an understanding. Then I distinctly remember the GST Council, somebody said, what if the shortfall is so sharp that the compensation cess is not able to meet the gap? Then the minister replied, and it's in the minutes, in which case central government would, for temporary, take care of the shortfall, borrow, or make arrangements for payment, and recoup it later. COVID came, then the finance minister one day says, COVID is an act of God, not of man, and therefore it is not possible to pay the compensation. The revenues had collapsed. So there was such bitter fight and everything. I mean, since then, GST Council has been working on partisan lines. Okay. Every party takes its position line. So first disappointment is in this functioning of this federal institution itself. Is degenerated so fast. Something nobody, say in 2016, thought would happen. That's one. Now, second disappointment. Revenues were not buoyant. We had been promised 14%. If you take the last 8 years, average growth rate of revenues have been, say, something little more than 11%. Now there is no compensation also. State revenues have been hit. Why did this happen? Why didn't the revenues grow by 14%? Now, a whole year was spent trying to devise the rate structure to ensure the average, weighted average tax of GST, GST has many rates now, average rate, weighted average, would be revenue neutral. That is, say, average GST rates would be such that the amount of money, revenue collected before GST would be maintained. That is revenue neutrality. So Aravind Subramaniam, the advisor to Government of India, said 15.5 is the revenue neutral rate. Govinda Rao's former institute had calculated 18%. But finally we settled for 15.3 average rate. All of a sudden, on the eve of election, 2019 election, the central government takes the initiative to concede to any request for reduction in the rate. The states were egged on to competitive reduction in the rate. The 28% category was almost demolished. So much so, the GST effective rate declined to something like 11%. Therefore, what's the outcome? The revenue grows by only by something like 11% per annum. Now, this is a serious matter here. It depends upon your ideological outlook. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and generally southern state believe in an interventionist state government. What do we mean, interventionist state government? The state government intervenes in providing public education, public health care, social security, so that people have a better life. This is what is called redistributionism. Kerala, the tradition of redistribution is a very long history of social struggle starting in the 19th century and so on. In the morning, Professor Mohan Gopal was saying about Sri Narayana Guru, Ayyangali, and so on. The first agriculture workers' strike in Kerala in the beginning of 20th century was not for higher wages. 3 months. Do you know for what? Right to enter the school, not temple. So you have interventionist states which redistributes. To redistribute, you must get the revenue. Then it's given to the public provisioning of necessities, facilities for the ordinary people. Suppose a state doesn't believe in that, doesn't need revenue. You know, states borrow at the rate of 7.5%, 8%, 9%. Every year they are entitled to borrow 3% of the GDP. Now, what most people don't know is, this borrowed money, 2 lakh crores of rupees, not 1 or 2, 2 lakh crores of rupees borrowed by the state governments in India, they don't spend. The unspent money, what the Reserve Bank does is, they take it and put it in the Government of India securities at 3%, 3.5% interest rate. So there are governments that don't believe in spending. Even if they have money, they don't consider important enough that you spend on education, healthcare, and so on. But there are states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, also Karnataka also, generally southern states, which intervenes in the lives of people. For them, this is disastrous. So now, the states are going to face a big challenge. You see. Here comes Prime Minister of India, a political speech on independence, declares a decision. What GST Council will do? How can the center make this statement? It abrogates the right of the GST Council. Says GST 2 is coming. Rates are going to be reduced. And now the rates are going to be reduced from 11 to 9.3. That's the assessment of SBI. This is going to be a disaster here. Now there is a very interesting report. Otherwise, I hope some of you do follow State Bank of India Research Unit. Swamikanta Ghosh writes very interesting reports, echo rap. But the latest one has preposterous, and that is the thinking of Government of India. They are saying, well, when tax is reduced, prices go down, then the purchasing power of people go up, therefore they will spend more, the state will get more revenue. He estimates that the purchasing power of the people because of tax reduction will go by 75,000 crores of rupees. Therefore, they will spend something like 65,000 crores of rupees extra. In economics, we use something like multiplier. Okay, you spend some money, it becomes somebody else's income, he spends again, that becomes somebody else's income, and therefore one expenditure leads to many rounds of expenditure. So he calculates expenditure will rise by 1.15 lakh crores. And Government of India has also given tax concession in the budget. Therefore, overall, purchasing power will increase by 3.3 lakh crores. And additional GST from that will be more than the loss. It's silly. This is what economists call the partial equilibrium analysis. You assume nothing else changes, only your tax rate changes. A lot of other things change. Look at the world today. Trump has imposed tariff on us. What is going to happen? Prices are going to rise. Even Reserve Bank thinks so. That's why Reserve Bank is going to decrease the interest rate. They post it. So if the rupee depreciate, prices rise, then what happens to demand? Or the tariff rise results in a decline in GDP, then what happens to purchasing price? The level of, how do they play with government's existence here, survival? The central government just doesn't consider there are commitments made to the people and the state which have to be fulfilled, you see. Therefore, I am reaching my 20 minutes. I'm not, I'm only warming up, but I will stop and wait for the questions. My request to the organizers, Justice Joseph Kurian or Tamil Nadu government would be, somebody has to speak up here. There's something terrible that is happening. Now it is very difficult in public to go against a reduction in the tax. You take a position, you become anti-people here. Elections are coming. Therefore, the slogan of the states have got to be compensators for the reduction. You have promised 14% rate of growth. If it doesn't grow by 14% growth of then, states have to be compensated. That should be the slogan. You want to reduce, sender? Fine. Compensate, protect our revenues. We have to rethink how GST 2 to be. Okay, it's getting tough because GST has SGST, what state collects, and IGST. What I'm saying is states should be allowed to have some freedom, flexibility. It's not going to destroy GST. I don't want to go to the mechanics of it, but Kerala had great flood. Then we imposed a cess on SGST, the tax we collect. It ended up, we collected some 4,000 crores of rupees. It didn't affect interstate trade because IGST, industrial trade, is kept away. Only SGST. States can be even more, some federal flexibility to GST. Now it is 50% division between center and state. But 60% of states' revenues were subsumed, while centers it was only 40%, so appropriate ratio would be 60:40. That's my simple argument is, there are ways of ensuring that the GST is federal friendly, state friendly. It's high time that states put their head together and work out a plan, work out a slogan, and take it to the people. So thank you very much. So I pause for the question. I don't want to go into technical things. 3/4 of the crowd are lawyers, so there is no point in going. You can send me by a piece of paper, or you can come up the stage and ask. 10 minutes is still from my 30 minutes.
Sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, here.
You have to come up, please. Don't bother. Come up. Mic is there. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very, very impressive presentation on the GST reforms. This is the second seminar when I attended along with you, once in Trivandrum, organized by the CE Institute. That time even Jaggi Vasudev also attended for that seminar. Sir, my question is on the GST Council voting system. So the present voting system in the GST Council, do we think that it is against the cooperative federalism?
Yes, it has to be changed. The present voting system means you have to have 75% of the votes to carry any motion. And central government has 30% of the votes. Therefore, no decision against the center can be taken from there. At best, what you can hope for is, you, in that lottery voting I said, I thought I had a way. I could block the motion by canvassing every other state which was non-BJP and so on. But I don't know if it's deliberate or whatever, few people failed to turn up. And so lost, motion was lost. So this is highly, pro-center, weighted in favor of the center, gives the center arbitrary powers. So therefore, this has to be changed. If we want a democratic functioning of the GST Council, this voting structure has got to be changed. Really, come to think of it, it should have been corrected at that time in 2017 here. But such are the bonhomie, generally speaking, go take, give in take. I told you about lottery. Something unimaginable for a single commodity, same commodity, two rates. That was a compromise reached. And Jaitley is such a good lawyer. He saw that it is made in such a manner, he stood the challenge in the court, and it did. So that was the atmosphere. Therefore, there was some protest and objection, but then it was given up. That is a big limitation.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Here I am, sir.
Where?
Sir.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, it's my immense pleasure and honor to interact with you. I'm Surya. I'm currently pursuing BCA LLB Honours in School of Excellence in Law, the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University. Sir, my question was, you previously spoke about the revenues of the state. So do you think that GST has helped us in reducing the inequality among the states, or has it increased the fiscal gap between the richer and poorer states?
Excellent, excellent. That's the way questions must be raised, you see. Now, how did GST affect interstate inequality? That's the question. See, in the backward states, economically backward states, the tax administration, everything is so poor. Even the possible tax was not being collected. So what I would say, there would be great slack, SLACK. Money is there, tax is there, but not collected. GST enabled to mop up this. And therefore, I would say, these states, the tax collection improved. But it cannot be said that this will be maintained into the future. In the future, what is going to happen is states with a higher consumption or production structure, their tax collection would grow faster. See, GST is a destination tax. Therefore, states with higher consumption would gain more. Their taxes would grow more. States with higher taxation are states which advanced states. Therefore, GST would, everything remaining the same, nothing else changes. Then GST would increase the inequality between the states. That's my assessment. And therefore, you have to do some other things to ensure. And if I may add, since you asked, it is not enough to give more and more money to backward states. The policies will have to be changed. Your former finance minister brought this point very clear in the debate in GST Council. He said, the transfers to backward states in India have been rising over time, and the transfers to advanced states are declining. All right? But despite the increasing transfers to backward states, their mean distance, the distance of average income from national average has been widening over time. So, underdevelopment is not something that you tackle by transferring more resources. Policies are required. I think they will have to invest in social sectors like Kerala and Tamil Nadu has done. They don't do that. They have to change the policies. So thank you. I think it's good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. அடுத்து நம்மிடையே உரையாற்றும் விருந்தினர் சென்னை பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் பொருளாதார துறையின் முன்னாள் தலைவராக இருந்தவர். 2006 முதல் 2011 வரை தமிழ்நாடு மாநில திட்டக்குழுவின் துணைத் தலைவராக இருந்தவர். கூட்டாட்சி மற்றும் பொதுக்கொள்கை குறித்த நூல்களை எழுதிய டாக்டர் எம் நாகநாதன் அவர்களை மாநில கடன்கள் பற்றி உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
We are honored to invite Professor Dr. M. Naganathan to deliver his address on state borrowings.
Our beloved Chairman, Justice Joseph Kurian, my beloved friend, Mr. Ashok Shetty, former Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, Dr. Thomas Isaac, former Finance Minister of Kerala, the distinguished members present here, students, teachers, scholars, and media friends. I deem it a honor to present this paper. தமிழில் ஒரு பழமொழி இருக்குது, அதை சொல்லிட்டு சொல்கிறேன். தமிழில் சொல்லுவாங்க, ஆனால் கடன்பட்டார் நெஞ்சின் போல் கலங்கினான் இலங்கை வேந்தன். அந்த கடனை பற்றி பயப்படுறது. ஆனால் இலங்கை வேந்தன் அப்படி கம்பராமாயணத்தில் அது மாதிரி சொல்லலை. அதெல்லாம் ஒரு கவிதையில் இது மாதிரி ஒருத்தர் சொல்லியிருக்கார். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கி அமெரிக்கா உலகத்திலேயே கடன் பெற்ற நாடுகளில் அமெரிக்கா தான் அதிகமாக இருக்குது. தேசிய வருமானத்தை விட அமெரிக்காவுடைய கடன் பெருசாக இருக்குது. அந்த நேரத்தில் நாம் வளர்ந்துகின்ற நாடுகளாக இருக்கிற தமிழ்நாடு வளர்ந்த நாடாக வளர்ந்த மாநிலமாக இருக்கிற தமிழ்நாட்டில் கடனால் ஏற்பட்ட விளைவுகள், கடனால் தமிழ்நாடு அதிகமாக கடன் வாங்கிச்சு அப்படின்னு அரசியல் மேடைகளில் பேசுகிறாங்க. அது நியாயமா சரியா என்பதையும் என்னுடைய உரையில் நான் குறிப்பிட விரும்புகிறேன். Constitution assigns, as pointed out by many speakers today, the most expenditure-intensive responsibilities: health, education, agriculture, law and order, and social welfare to the states, while vesting the union government with most potent, elastic, and buoyant sources of revenue, including corporate taxes, income tax, custom duties. This vertical imbalance was intended to be corrected through constitutional mechanisms, primarily the Finance Commission, but the introduction of planned economic development and introduced a parallel non-constitutional channel for resource transfer that often operates at cross purposes with the constitutional provisions. As far as the state borrowing is concerned, Article 293(2), Article 293 constitutions deal with the provisions of the union powers to levy, collect or raise public debt. They both actually now are operating, but both articles 292 and 293 virtually borrowed from the Government of India Act 1935. I can say all the financial relations that are dealing with the financial articles are exactly borrowed from the Government of India Act. Only provision was included in the Indian Constitution was the appointment of Finance Commission. Even the Finance Commission role is diluted by the terms of reference by the Union government, because the terms of reference is dictated by the Union Finance Ministry without the consultation of the states. Thus, the Article 2 and what Article Constitutional Framework says, framework of government of borrowing in India, as I told, was actually shaped by the Indian Government of India Act of 1935. Article 293(1) empowers states to borrow within India upon the security of the consolidated fund of the state. Article 293(3) section, the critical clause stating that the states which are indebted to the Union government cannot, without the consent of the Government of India, raise any loan. That's why the state cannot raise loans independently. Article 93(4), that is a very important article, allows the Union government to impose conditions on such consent. Suppose Tamil Nadu government wanted to borrow for urgent purposes, it has to get the approval of the Union government. In contrast, the 293(1), 293(3), 293(4), all dealing with the state borrowing powers under the Constitution. Article 293, in contrast, grants the Union government unlimited borrowing power with without similar constraints creating a fundamental asymmetry in fiscal autonomy. I would like to point out about the framework of Government of India Act also. The Government of India Act 1919 came to implemented in Tamil Nadu. Justice Party came power using this provision in 1921. But that system was called a diarchy system. That diarchy, even in the diarchy system, the Justice Party was able to deliver very good results in terms of social and social welfare developments. Pointing out this achievement, Aringer Anna, 1937 he spoke supporting Raja Publi. Actually, I have recently seen this evidence. What Anna argued, after having worked diarchy in the most successful manner, we have right to approach the electorate for fresh support. We can point out our various legislative measures, some of which are the most far-reaching character, all of them for public good. Anna used the word public good in the early 1937. And you know, Justice Party made a reservation policy, introduced a reservation policy, which is a very inclusive reservation policy. It gave education employment opportunities for all communities in the then Madras Presidency. That is Anna said. Why this has changed? After implementation of 5-year plans in India, the states have to depend more on union government and planning commission. Planning commission gave financial assistance. The financial assistance is more in the form of loan assistance. But the states become indebted to union government. That is why there are some economists call the union-state relations in India is creditor-debtor relationship, they mentioned. Now, the finance commissions came into the rescue of the states and recommended some concessions, debt relief measures in the initial period. However, these things have worked not efficiently, but the state government debt also increased. I am giving some points. In 2001, total states borrowed 5.5 lakhs crores. Now, what is the position? 23-24, 84 lakhs crores now states borrowed. That represents more than a 15% increase in nominal terms since 2000. 2000 to 2023-4, actually 5.5 crores to 84 lakhs crores. Actually, what is the composition of debt? How debt raises, the states raises debt? Market borrowings now constitute 60 to 70% of the state total borrowings, rising from 40,000 crores in 2005 to 7.1 lakhs crores in 23-24. This is another thing. Similarly, the government is making lot of efforts to contain the debt payment. Tamil Nadu is able to sustain because Tamil Nadu is borrowing the total state GDP 3% only followed. That's though we are borrowing heavily, but we are able to repay it. We are also following the norms set by the Finance Commission. Therefore, we have to reduce the borrowing, but the government of India is now allowing private sector borrowing is encouraged through the banks. Banks, what they are doing, banks is giving lot of concessions for private sector, but they are not extending to state. அம்பானி அதானி இந்த முதலாளிகள்லாம் சேர்ந்து இந்த 10 வருஷத்தில் 10 லட்சம் ரூபாய் லட்சம் கோடிக்கு பேங்க்ஸ் ரைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. The states were not given that kind of facility. Therefore, the debt position is a very critical position, but I am not able to go into detail because Deputy Chief Minister has arrived. I am going to finish my lecture, but there must be a rearrangement of union-state relations, but to oversee this debt problem faced by the states. அதில் ஒன்றே ஒன்று நான் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்க விரும்புகிறேன். மார்னிங் ஆல்சோ many speakers mentioned about அண்ணா. கவர்னர் அவளை பற்றி கூட சொன்னாங்க. மோகன் கோபால் அவர்கள் கவர்னரே வேணான்னு. அண்ணா அவர்கள் தான் இந்தியாவிலே முதல்ல கவர்னரை பற்றி என்ன சொன்னார்? ஆட்டுக்கு தாடி நாட்டுக்கு கவர்னர் சொன்னார். ஆட்டுக்கு தாடி நாட்டுக்கு கவர்னர் சொன்னார். கவர்னர் வேணான்னு இந்தியாவிலே சொன்ன ஒரே தலைவர் அறிஞர் அண்ணா. அதுக்கப்புறம் அண்ணா கடைசியாக சொல்கிறார், என்ன சொல்கிறாரு? இப்போ இந்திய அரசு கடைபிடிக்கின்ற பொருளாதார கொள்கை எப்படி இருக்குன்னா, கார்ப்பரேட் செக்டருக்கு ஆதரவாக இருக்குது, ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு ஆதரவாக இல்லை. கார்ப்பரேட் செக்டருக்கு ஆதரவாக இருக்குங்கிறத நீங்கள் இந்த தள்ளுபடி, அப்புறம் அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குற கன்செஷன்ஸ், டேக்ஸ் கன்செஷன், இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கம்ப்ளைண்ட் பண்ணால் இது ஒரு பிளான்டு எக்கானமிட்டு நான் பிளான்டு எக்கானமி மார்க்கெட் ட்ரிவன் எக்கானமிக்கு வந்து, இந்த மார்க்கெட் ட்ரிவன் எக்கானமியில் யார் பலன் பெறுறாங்கன்னா பெரும் முதலாளிகள் தான் பலன் பெறுகிறார்கள். அதே நேரத்தில் மாநிலங்கள் கடனாக இருக்கட்டும், நிதி பகிர்வாக இருக்கட்டும், எல்லாத்திலையும் மாநிலங்கள் புறக்கணிக்கப்படுகின்றன. இதை தான் அண்ணா வந்து ஒரு கடைசியாக தன்னுடைய உரையில் ஒரு ஸ்பீச்சில் சொல்லியிருக்கார். என்ன சொல்கிறாருன்னா, அண்ணா இந்த இந்தியாவில் மொரோவிய நாட்டில் ஒரு பழமொழி இருக்கு, அந்த பழமொழியை நான் சொல்கிறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு என்ன சொல்கிறாரு அண்ணா, வேடிக்கையாக சொல்கிறார். மொரோவிய நாட்டில் ஒரு பழமொழி என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, கடவுள் வந்து சொர்க்கத்தில் தூங்குறான், பணக்காரன் பஞ்சிமத்தில் தூங்குறான், ஏழை தெருவில் நிற்கிறான், அந்த அளவுக்கு ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு இருக்கு. இந்த ஏற்றத்தாழ்வை நீக்கணும்னா என்ன செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு அண்ணா கேட்டுட்டு என்ன சொல்றாரு, மாநில உறவுகளை மாற்றி அமைக்க வேண்டும், மாநிலங்களுக்கு சுயாட்சி வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று அண்ணா சொல்லிட்டார் 69. அதனால்தான் 69க்கு பிறகு கலைஞர் முதலமைச்சரான பிறகு இந்த பிரச்சனையை தீர்ப்பதற்காக ராஜமன்னார் குழுவை அமைச்சார். இன்னைக்கும் ராஜமன்னாருடைய குழுவில் இருக்கிற பல அறிக்கைகளை ஒன்றிய அரசு அன்றே ஏற்றுக்கொண்டிருந்தால் இன்றைக்கு நாம் சந்திக்கிற பல இடையூறுகளை, மாநிலக்கும் ஒன்றிய அரசுக்கு இருக்கிற உறவுகளில் இருக்கிற சிக்கல்கள்லாம் தீர்க்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் என்று கூறி, நாம் இந்த பல பிரச்சனைகளை பேசினாங்க காலையில் இருந்து. அரசியல் அமைப்பு சட்டத்தை எப்படிலாம் மாற்றி அமைக்கணும், கல்வியில் எப்படி இடைஞ்சல் இருக்கு, எல்லாத்தையும் இந்த குழு நிச்சயமாக பரிசீலிக்கும் என்று கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். வணக்கம், நன்றி.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. இத்துடன் இந்த அமர்வு நிறைவு பெறுகிறது. ஆனாலும் தொடர்ந்து நிறைவு விழா நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. நிறைவு விழாக்கு பிறகு தேநீர் இடைவேளை விடப்படும். நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் விழா மேடைக்கு வருகை தர இருக்கின்றார்கள். ஆகையால் அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளிலேயே அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal, has just arrived. The valedictory session is about to begin. We kindly request all guests to kindly remain seated inside the hall and not step outside during this important session. Tea will be served right after the conclusion of the valedictory function just outside the hall. Thank you for your cooperation.
அரங்கில் உள்ள அனைவரும் அப்படியே தங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளில் அமருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்கத்தின் நிறைவு விழா இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றது. நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பங்கேற்று சிறப்பிக்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மேடைக்கு வர இருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். நிறைவு விழாவிற்கு பிறகு அனைவருக்கும் தேநீர் ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்பதையும் மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, we will have the privilege of welcoming the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal, to this valedictory ceremony, who will deliver the keynote address of this session. We kindly request all the guests to remain seated inside the hall and not step outside during this important session. Tea will be served right after the conclusion of this valedictory function just outside the hall.
இந்த அமர்வில் தலைமை உரையாற்றி சிறப்பிக்க வருகை தந்திருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களை உங்களுடைய பலத்த கரவொலிக்கு மத்தியில் வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம். மேலும் இன்று நிறைவுரையை வழங்க வருகை தந்திருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்களையும், முடிவுரை வழங்க இருக்கும் மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களையும், முக்கிய உரையை வழங்க உள்ள இந்திய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தின் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் திரு சஞ்சய் ஹெக்டே அவர்களையும் அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம்.
We are deeply honored to welcome the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal, who is here to deliver the keynote address of this session. We also warmly welcome the Honorable Minister for Finance, Environment and Climate Change, Thiru Thangam Thennarasu avargal, who will deliver today's valedictory address. Additionally, we extend a sincere welcome to the Honorable Justice Kurian Joseph, who will provide the concluding remarks. Finally, we welcome Thiru Sanjay Hegde, a senior advocate of the Supreme Court of India.
விருந்தினர்களுக்கு மரியாதை செய்யும் நிகழ்வு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை அரசு செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்வார்கள்.
May I now request the Public Secretary to felicitate the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal.
மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை அரசு செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்கிறார்கள்.
May I now request the Public Secretary to felicitate the Honorable Minister of Finance, Environment and Climate Change.
இந்திய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தின் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் திரு சஞ்சய் ஹெக்டே அவர்களுக்கு பொதுத்துறை அரசு செயலாளர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செய்கிறார்கள்.
We now witness the Public Secretary felicitating the Honorable Senior Advocate of Supreme Court of India, Thiru Sanjay Hegde.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
இப்போது உரையாற்ற இருக்கும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர், அரசியல் அமைப்பு சட்டம், குடிமக்கள் சுதந்திரம், மனித உரிமைகள் ஆகிய துறைகளில் புகழ் பெற்றவர். அடிப்படை உரிமைகளை பாதுகாக்கும் வழக்குகளில் முக்கிய பங்காற்றிய இந்திய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தின் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் திரு சஞ்சய் ஹெக்டே அவர்களை அரசமைப்பு திருத்துவதற்கான நடைமுறை, மாநிலங்களின் பிராந்திய ஒருமைப்பாடு, பிராந்திய நீர்நிலைகளின் கீழ் மாநிலங்களுக்கான கடற்பரப்பு கனிம உரிமைகள் குறித்து உரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
We commence the valedictory session with a towering legal luminary, a distinguished senior advocate of the Supreme Court of India, widely respected for his mastery of constitutional law, civil liberties, and human rights. His voice has resonated in some of the nation's most significant battles to uphold fundamental rights. We warmly invite Thiru Sanjay Hegde, senior advocate of the Supreme Court of India, to speak on the procedure for amending the Constitution, territorial integrity of states, including the seabed mineral rights for states under territorial waters.
Mr. Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Finance Minister, Justice Joseph, Mr. Shetty, Ms. Tucker, ladies and gentlemen, and most especially all of you, my young friends, the lawyers, the guardians of the Constitution hereafter. I thank Justice Joseph for this opportunity to come here on the day after Madras's birthday, which was yesterday, to come back to my Guru Bhumi. I was a junior of Mr. G. Ramaswamy of the Madras High Court, who then later on went on to become Attorney General of India. And Mr. Ramaswamy was also a government pleader here. And in that capacity, in the early DMK government, and including the troubled days of 1976 and all that, he's told me many stories of how the Deputy Chief Minister's family also at that point of time suffered, and how the lawyers of those days fought to preserve whatever little liberty that they could in those troubled days. Now, you have heard so much about all the problems in the Constitution, all the various ways in which there are little problems. And part of this problem is the fact that we have possibly the longest constitution in the world. Napoleon said that a constitution has to be short and ambiguous, so that the same thing can mean several things, and you work your way around. However, when we wrote our constitution, we took the framework of the 1935 Government of India Act, and on that imposed the founding fathers' vision of what kind of a new republic that we would build. We, the people of India, gave ourselves a constitution which promised to each of us liberty, equality, and fraternity, and assured the dignity of the individual. That was the goal. Now, we have had 75 years of working the Constitution, and before me, I see people who will work it over the next half century at least. And with all the problems that we have been speaking about all day, the only way that we can solve some of them, work some of them, is where necessary to amend the Constitution. It's only where necessary. It is not that you create a problem and then suddenly decide that a constitutional amendment is the solution. Unfortunately, over the last 10 years or so, in an era of majority-heavy governments at the center, what has happened is that the Constitution has become a plaything of the majority. One fine day, one great man can get up and say, "Kuch tufani kiya jaye," or something, "Let's do something marvelous, let's bring a constitutional amendment." We just saw it. We saw it at the end of this session of Parliament, where the Constitution's 130th amendment said that, okay, if you don't get bail within 30 days, you go out of office. The problem is that our Constitution being so large, the Constitution makers realized that you could not have a static document. You cannot say that these are the 10 commandments, that thou shalt do this, 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 and that it will be graven in stone and nobody can change it. No. You also saw that if you made amendment too easy, okay, just let's change it, then it would not remain a constitution. So we decided that if you wanted to change the constitution, you would have to have a majority of the total house. 543, you need 272. But when it came to voting, you needed 2/3 of the people who were present and voting. So if it was a situation where 272 on one side is opposed by 271 on the other side, then the constitutional amendment does not go through. But if there are 272 on one side and there are only 100 people on the other side and another 100-odd people have decided to not even come to Parliament, then the measure passes. You see, not every provision of the Constitution requires this procedure. There are some provisions of the Constitution which have a built-in elasticity. There are provisions on citizenship. There are provisions on the making and unmaking of state boundaries. Parliament can just pass a law. In the morning, Justice Chelameshwar spoke of how his home state of Andhra Pradesh, they decided that, look, we'll split it into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and that was it. There was not much consultation. So there are several provisions of the Constitution which have elasticity. And one of the elastic stories comes from Tamil Nadu. And it is a great story. The great story is one which has actually enabled me to speak to you today in English. In 1965, the year that I was born, it was the time that 15 years had passed after the Constitution came into effect. And in the Constitution, the provision read that the official language of the Union shall be Hindi in the Devanagari script, and that English would continue. But after 15 years, Parliament could take a call if it so desired. There were all these questions which came up in the debates on the Official Languages Act, where Mr. C. N. Annaduraya, Anna to all of you, Anna to many more in India, and unfortunately not known so far much beyond this state. It is to C. N. Annadurai's vision where he opposed the demolition of English, saying that we will not continue with English, and where he insisted that English had to continue, and where English's continuation was supposedly won by one single vote in the drafting. And as a consequence, the Lal Bahadur Shastri government and then later the Indira Gandhi government continued with the usage of English. And look at what happened in the future. By the time that the Narasimha Rao government came in and we had our BPO revolution, the very fact that English had become an Indian language, the very fact that we have now more English speakers than both the USA as well and UK combined, allowed us that great advantage with the English, with the business process outsourcing, legal process outsourcing, the entire framework of our of the dividend that accompanied our liberalization process. And today, what not many people have realized, and Mr. Ashok Vardhan Shetty also spoke about English and how it was, how it continued. What we do not realize is that we are entering into the era of artificial intelligence, large language models, and LLMs which are more and more trained on English and English data. The very fact that we have people, we have as vast a portion of humanity as the rest of humanity combined, that can program these LLMs, that can utilize these LLMs, gives me hope that Anna's revolution or Anna's stand at that point of time will yield us a further dividend. So my point simply is this, that constitutional amendments should not necessarily be at the mercy of one man or of one set of people or of one ideology alone. After all, what is a constitution? A constitution for a country is a contract between citizen and citizen, and between citizen and government, and between governments and government. We, as citizens, have compacted with each other that the rights that the Constitution confers, that we all agree that we will give ourselves these rights, and so long as you enjoy those rights, it is only then that I too get to enjoy those rights. The Constitution is also how governments interact with each other. What is the language? What is the Finance Commission? What is the Election Commission? Everything. It's an operating system for a country. Now, when we come to problems where there is a constitutional provision that may stand in the way. Now, for instance, there are provisions of equality, of opportunity. Yet, what is equality of opportunity? Is it to be a sterile 50% rule where, no, 50% has to be earmarked for one category, and up till 49, you can make your provisions. Is that always to stand in the way? Or are there ways of changing it, or even providing an alternative way of looking at things? If instead of looking at reservations, if we were to look at it as allotments, that each category of people, depending on the social need, were allotted a certain amount of their call on public employment or on public resources. Would that not constitute a separate way of looking at things, or a separate or a different explanation to the nation? Possibly. For each and every of those visions or these changes, the procedure for amendment is reasonably well set out. The question is, do we need safeguards there? Do we need safeguards against majorities which may be transient or which may be more long-lasting, saying that now we are here in a majority and we can rewrite the Constitution. We can make it what it seems. The Supreme Court has put in its own barriers. The Supreme Court has said that, yes, you can amend the Constitution by all means, but you will not destroy the basic structure. Now, what does that mean? It only means that if you think of the Constitution like an ancestral house that has been given to you, that you have inherited, you can better it. You may change a wall. You may open out a few windows. But you cannot necessarily load it with so much that the whole structure falls down. Nor can you just bring down the whole edifice and recreate something else. You are bound by the past. You are necessitated to take into account some features which are so basic, including federalism, including secularism, including free and fair elections, that in respect of those things, you cannot make any changes. Excuse me. Now the procedure is one thing. A constitutional morality is another thing. We've heard that phrase being used even to justify the 130th Amendment. But morality is often what we lawyers and some politicians prefer to dispense with. Therefore, it is better that we start working and looking at safeguards. One of the most important safeguards is the safeguard of time. You saw how the 130th constitutional amendment had to be sent to a select committee. And maybe by the time it comes back, the majorities in parliament will change. Maybe it can be passed or maybe it can't be passed. But if parliament in both houses had that same majority which was capable of steamrolling a constitutional amendment, there would be no safeguard of time also. So one proposal that I thought was that no constitutional amendment can be passed except in a different session of parliament. There would be an adequate safeguard in as much as people would have to have time to think about it. If there was to be public backlash, that too could be negotiated. After all, any legislation travels, as somebody said in Hindi, from sadak, that's from the road, to samaj, to society, to ultimately to Parliament and the Supreme Court. So sadak, samaj and Supreme Court is now the troika of lawmaking. It is here that when time is given, when time to think is given, and when time to organize is given, that there can be a break, a time for pause, and that which will distinguish a constitutional amendment from ordinary legislation. Also, it may be better that all constitutional amendments, and not merely the amendments which affect the federal structure, should also be ratified by at least 50% of the states. We already have that provision that some constitutional amendments would require state ratification. That should be made a uniform norm. And as far as constitutional amendments are concerned, the justification for those constitutional amendments would necessarily have to be debated with at least a fixed amount of time in Parliament. Otherwise, we have had constitutional amendments also being passed with barely 10 minutes of debate right at the end of it. This is as far as, these are my thoughts for the moment as far as amendment of the Constitution is concerned. There is a smaller subject that I've been asked to speak on, and that is with regard to the territorial integrity of states and especially with regard to the seabed. Territorial integrity of the states, as I've already told you, is totally at the mercy of Parliament. Parliament can change your boundaries. Parliament can create new states. One of the things that the Constitution has left a bit fuzzy is the territorial waters next to the states. For a distance of 12 nautical miles, they are territorial waters. Do they belong to the Union? Do they belong to the state concerned? And beyond the territorial waters are the economic zone which India claims. Now, do they belong to the attendant state? Or what is the extent of state rights over it? 297 of the Constitution says that things of value within territorial waters or continental shelf and resources of the exclusive economic zone west in the Union, that is, the center owns it. But if you read that very carefully, it is things of value within the territorial waters or continental shelf. Do they necessarily have to be under the water or on the seabed? What about rights of fishing? What about rights of maximizing utilization on the territorial waters? In Goa, there is, for instance, casinos are not allowed on land. But in the territorial waters, in the rivers out there or on the sea out there, you have these huge ships on which casinos operate. What are those areas and how are they to be handled? We for the state of Tamil Nadu have had some problems with regard to fishing rights when we have banned the use of trawlers during certain seasons. So far, the courts have upheld them. The courts have had occasion to deal with these questions, but more or less they have skirted the issue. There was a case called Great Eastern, which was with regard to levying of taxes on any action within the territorial waters. Great Eastern Shipping Company ran a chartered vessel which provided services outside the city of Mangalore, and could the state of Karnataka tax it? The Supreme Court got over it by saying, yes, since the agreement was signed in Karnataka, you can tax it. But can you exercise jurisdiction over the territorial waters is an issue which is still at large. So while we take up constitutional amendments and specifically looking at the future, rights within territorial waters, even if they vest in the Union, would have to be fairly shared with the states which are appurtenant. After all, the entire purpose of this exercise is not only to bring about a spirit of cooperative federalism, but essentially to tell the people of India that every one of us is an equal partner in constituting India. Each state is an equal stakeholder and a shareholder. While we may not have come together as confederating states, or to use Professor Mohan Gopal's expression, whether we may have come together as various people under various political entities in a warp and kind of federalism. What we definitely are not is we are not mere subjects, mere supplicants of the center. It is only when the component parts work as they have worked in Tamil Nadu, and specifically I was reading about how Tamil Nadu's economic growth is now among the highest in the country and is the engine for India's future dreams, especially with regard to industrialization. It cannot be that while we are a component, we are treated only as a subject for taxation, only as a subject to churn money towards Delhi and get very little in return. If India as a federation and as a union of component parts is to continue in the era that you all at the back work the constitution of the future, we would have to think hard and look at amendments which would safeguard states' rights. Thank you very much. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir. அடுத்ததாக இந்திய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தின் முன்னாள் நீதிபதி, தற்போது ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநில உறவுகள் தொடர்பான உயர்நிலை குழுவின் தலைவராக செயல்பட்டு வரும் மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களை இன்றைய கருத்தரங்கு குறித்து முடிவுரை வழங்க அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
And now, to offer the reflections on the rich tapestry of today's deliberations, we would now like to invite the former judge of the Supreme Court of India, who is currently serving as the chairman of the High-Level Committee on Union-State Relations, the Honorable Justice Kurian Joseph Avargal.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin, Honorable Finance Minister Thiru Thangam, our esteemed Speaker, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Sanjay Hegde, my co-committee members, Mr. Ashok Vardhan Shetty, Professor Naganathan, and the spirit behind this whole organizing, our Public Secretary, Ms. Rita Harish Thakkar, Honorable Ministers, Members of the Parliament, Members of the Legislative Assembly, the cream of the bureaucracy of the Tamil Nadu present here, respected teachers, dear students, and my dear friends. What a great privilege we have today. A function starting with the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and concluding with the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. That shows how serious the government is, the state is on this topic. Very seldom we see the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister devoting the time, and the Finance Minister also agreeing to come and offer his remarks, because many of the topics that we discussed today have a very serious impact on the fiscal aspects of the federal units. As we all know, Article 1 of the Constitution of India says India, that is Bharat, shall be a union. It's meant to be forever. As Mr. Hegde said, this is one of the basic structures. You can't pull down a basic structure. You can have your own cosmetic amendments, but not the basic structure. It is meant to be forever, apart from the 5 pillars of sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. This is another thing. Independence judiciary, yet another thing. So it is meant to be, because it is the diversity of culture, diversity of language, diversity of religion, diversity of civilization. It's a miracle. India, that way, it's a miracle in the whole world. You will not find a country webbed like this, irrespective of all differences in language, caste, creed, color, culture. Irrespective of that, India is India, because we have a constitution wherein it states that India shall be a union of states. Just to quote a small sentence from the decision from the Honorable Supreme Court, it is an indestructible union of destructible units. I don't think it could have been put in a better way what actually a union means. It's an indestructible union of destructible units. That's why 29 became 28 as of now. 28 became 29, and now 29 became 28. I don't know, maybe in the near future it could be 29. I don't want to take you long on this because we have an additional bonus of having the benefit of good fortune of listening to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and the Finance Minister also after this session before we part. Just to give you a quick update. See, we have 20 questions that is posted in the website. The success of the committee depends on how you people cooperate in bringing out the best possible report. So I would request all of you to kindly go through those questions, reflect over the same, and offer your own responses or remarks or whatever you think it would add to the report of the committee. We will be sending you 4 more questions, if not 5, because one small aspect of judiciary we have led, but having listened to the general feeling of the House today, we were thinking that there could be one chapter on judiciary as well, which would cover the appointment aspect as well. So we have maybe 24, 25 chapters, and we plan to bring out the first volume, though we call it an interim report. It will be a final report on the first volume covering 12 topics. Those 12 topics, more or less, we are covering today through the eminent speakers we have been listening from the morning onwards. And on those also, we have a lot of questions available on the website. Please reflect over them, have your own contributions, because if you contribute, if you think about that, let's think about our nation. Let's not shirk away from our fundamental duty to think about our nation. We are here today because many of our forefathers thought of the nation, thought of a beautiful nation. Let us also think about it. It's our fundamental duty to think about our nation and make it a nation as conceived in the Constitution of India. It must be a constitutionally structured federal union of states. All the best to you. God bless. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. தொடர்ந்து நம்மிடையே உரையாற்றக்கூடிய விருந்தினர் தொழில், மின்சாரம், பள்ளிக்கல்வி போன்ற பல்வேறு துறைகளில் அமைச்சராக இருந்தவர். 5 முறை சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டவர். மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்களை நிறைவு உரையாற்ற அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
We now humbly request the Honorable Minister of Finance, Environment and Climate Change, Thiru Thangam Thennarasu avargal to deliver his valedictory address.
மத்திய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு இடையே இருக்கக்கூடிய உறவுகள் குறித்தான இந்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்க நிகழ்விற்கு இறுதி அமர்வான இந்த நிகழ்வில் நிறைவுரை வழங்கி தலைமையேற்று சிறப்பிப்பதற்காக வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நம் அனைவருடைய மதிப்பிற்குரிய தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர் என்னுடைய ஆருயிர் தம்பி உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, எனக்கு முன்னாலே இங்கே உரையாற்றி இருக்கக்கூடிய தொகுத்து தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய மேனாள் நீதியரசர் மதிப்பிற்குரிய திரு குரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களே, அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தினுடைய திருத்தங்கள், டெரிட்டோரியல் இன்டெகிரிட்டி, அதே போல ஆங்கில மொழியினுடைய அவசியம் ஆகியவற்றை குறித்த ஒரு ஆழமான புரிதலை உருவாக்கி அமர்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் மதிப்பிற்குரிய சஞ்சய் ஹெக்டே அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்விற்கு இருவரும் தூண்களாக இருந்து இதை ஒருங்கு செய்திருக்கக்கூடிய மதிப்பிற்குரிய திரு அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி அவர்களே, மதிப்பிற்குரிய பேராசிரியர் நாகநாதன் அவர்களே, இறுதியாக நன்றி உரையினவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பொதுத்துறையினுடைய செயலாளர் திருமதி ரீட்டா ஹரிஷ் தாக்கர் அவர்களே, வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறு பிரதிநிதிகளே, அரசின் உயர் அலுவலர்களே, வழக்கறிஞர் பெருமக்களே, நாளைய சட்ட வல்லுநர்களாக உருவெடுக்கக்கூடிய இன்றைய இளைய சமுதாயத்தின் மாணவ செல்வங்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். காலையிலிருந்து ஒரு மிக அற்புதமான ஒரு கருத்தரங்கம் இங்கே ஒருங்கு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. திருக்குறளிலே ஒரு இடத்திலே வள்ளுவர் சொல்வார், நுண்மான் நுழைவுளம் என்று. அதே போல ஒரு பிரச்சனையினுடைய வேர்களை நாடி அதனுடைய நுண்ணிய இழைகளையும் ஆராய்ந்து அவற்றினுடைய கருத்துக்களை வெளிவரக்கூடிய அளவில் மிகச்சிறப்பான வகையில் இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் இன்றைக்கு நடைபெற்றிருப்பதை காண்கிற போது நான் மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியினை பெறுகிறேன். இந்த அற்புதமான கருத்தரங்கம் உருவாவதற்கு அடிப்படை காரணமாக அமைந்து இதை வெற்றிகரமாக நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதலமைச்சர் ஆருயிரண்ணன் தளபதி மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுக்கு நான் என்னுடைய நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றியை முதற்கண் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். வளர்ந்த நாடுகளாக இன்றைக்கு அறியப்படக்கூடிய ஐரோப்பிய நாடுகள் அதனுடைய அரசியல் மற்றும் பொருளாதார சீரமைப்புகளுக்காக பல்வேறு நாடுகள் ஒன்றிணைந்து ஐரோப்பிய யூனியனாக அல்லது ஐரோப்பிய ஒன்றியமாக 1993 ஆண்டு வாக்கில் ஏறத்தாழ 32 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக அவர்கள் ஒரு ஒன்றியமாக இணைந்தார்கள். 32 ஆண்டுகளே ஆகியிருக்கக்கூடிய ஐரோப்பிய ஒன்றியங்கள் தங்களுக்குள் இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த அரசியல் முரண்களை, பொருளாதார ஏற்றத்தாழ்வுகளை எல்லாம் தங்களுக்குள்ளாக கூடி பேசி அவற்றினுடைய நிலைகளை அறிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பை ஐரோப்பிய யூனியனில் இருக்கக்கூடிய நாடுகள் மேற்கொண்டு வருவதை நாம் பார்க்கிறோம். நம்முடைய இந்திய திருநாட்டை பொறுத்தமட்டில் நாம் சுதந்திரம் அடைந்ததற்கு பிறகு 1950ஆம் ஆண்டில் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தை உருவாக்கக்கூடிய காலகட்டத்தில் ஏக இந்தியாவாக இந்திய ஒன்றியம் பல்வேறு மொழி மற்றும் பல்வேறு கலாச்சாரங்களை உள்ளடக்கி இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த மாநிலங்களை எல்லாம் ஒன்றிணைத்து 1950ஆம் வருடங்களிலேயே நாம் ஒன்றியமாக நாம் மலர்ந்துவிட்டக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பை அன்றைக்கே நாம் பெற்றிருக்கிறோம். ஆனால் 50களிலே நாம் ஒன்றியமாக ஆனதற்கு பிறகும் கூட இன்றைக்கு வரை இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் நடைபெறக்கூடிய இந்த சூழல் வரை இந்தியாவினுடைய பல்வேறு மாநிலங்கள், இந்தியாவுடைய பல்வேறு அரசியல் சூழல்கள், கலாச்சார மாற்றங்கள், இவற்றிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய முரண்களை, ஏற்றத்தாழ்வுகளை தொடர்ந்து விவாதிப்பதற்கு கூட இந்திய ஒன்றியம் என்கின்ற வகையிலே நாம் தயாராக இல்லை என்பதைத்தான் இன்றைய இருக்கக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலைகள் நமக்கு எடுத்து காட்டுகிறது. அந்த சூழ்நிலையின் அடிப்படையில் தான், அந்த கான்டெக்ஸ்டினுடைய பின்னணியில் தான் இந்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்கம் இன்றைக்கு இந்திய அளவில், நம்முடைய தேசிய அளவில் மிக மிக முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த ஒரு கருத்தரங்கமாக இந்த டயலாக், இந்த பேச்சுவார்த்தைகள், இந்த முயற்சிகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்பட வேண்டும். மத்திய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கான இந்த உரிமை இந்திய ஒன்றியமாக நாம் பரிணமித்ததற்கு பிறகும் கூட இவற்றை பேச வேண்டிய கட்டாயம் உருவாகியிருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த சூழலில் இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் பல்வேறு அருமையான கருத்துக்களை இங்கே வழங்கியிருப்பதை நான் சுட்டிக்காட்ட விரும்புகிறேன். பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் 1968ஆம் ஆண்டு ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியிலே பேசுகிற போது இவ்வாறு குறிப்பிடுகிறார். மத்திய அரசின் வலிவு என்பது மாநிலங்கள் ஒவ்வொன்றின் தனித்தனி வலிவையும் கூட்டியதால் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மொத்த வலிவுதான் என்றால் அது வாதத்திற்கு ஏற்றது, அரசியலுக்கும் நல்லது, காரியத்திற்கும் உகந்தது. மாநில அதிகாரங்களை எல்லாம் எடுத்து மத்திய அரசு குவித்து வைத்துக் கொள்வதால் மாநிலங்கள் பலகீனமடையும் என்பது மட்டுமல்ல, மத்திய அரசுக்கென்று அதனால் ஒரு புதிய வலிமையும் கூட ஏற்பட்டு விடாது என்று தீர்க்க தரிசனமாக பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டார்கள். அதனை ஒட்டித்தான் 1974 ஆண்டு வாக்கில் நம்முடைய ஒப்பற்ற தலைவராக இருந்த முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் மாநில சுயாட்சி தீர்மானத்தை நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாடு சட்டமன்றத்திலே கொண்டு வந்து அதை ஒரு தீர்மானமாக நிறைவேற்றி தந்த பெருமை நம்முடைய மறைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய முத்தமிழறிஞர் கலைஞர் அவர்களை சாரும் என்பதை நாம் மறந்துவிட முடியாது. அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு வரலாற்று சிறப்பு வாய்ந்த தீர்மானத்தை அவர் முன்மொழிகிற போது கலைஞர் அவர்கள் ஒன்றை குறிப்பிட்டு சொன்னார். மக்களின் நல்வாழ்வை கொண்டும் பெற்ற சுதந்திரத்தின் பயனை நாடு அனுபவிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற ஆர்வத்தில் நெஞ்சில் பதித்துக் கொண்டும் இந்திய அரசியல் அரங்கில் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் சார்பில் நாம் ஏற்றி வைக்கக்கூடிய இந்த சுடர் விளக்கு ஒளிவிட அரசியல் மேதைகள் தூண்டுகோலாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று தலைவர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் அற்புதமாக அன்றைக்கு தன் உரையின் துவக்கத்தில் குறிப்பிட்டார். அந்த சுடர் விளக்கு அன்றைக்கு கலைஞர் ஏற்றி வைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய சுடர் விளக்குத்தான் இன்றைக்கு அது தூண்டா மணி விளக்காக, கொள்கை விளக்காக, கோபுரத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய உச்சி கலசத்திலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கலசமாக, இன்றைக்கு காலையிலிருந்து இங்கே பேசியிருக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறு அரசியல் சட்ட மேதைகள், மேடைகளை வீற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் வல்லுநர்கள் ஆகிய அத்தனை பேரும் ஒளி வீசக்கூடிய, ஒளி பாய்ச்சக்கூடிய ஒரு அற்புதமாக கருத்தரங்கமாக கலைஞர் அவர்கள் மறைந்து விட்டாலும் அவர் ஏற்றி வைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய தீபமாக இந்த மேடை அமைந்திருப்பதற்கு அது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சான்றாக இருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் சுட்டிக்காட்ட விரும்புகிறேன். பல்வேறு குழுக்கள், நான் அவற்றுக்குள்ளாக அதிகமாக போகவில்லை, நேரமும் இல்லை. அது ராஜமன்னார் குழுவாக இருந்தாலும், பூஞ்ச் கமிட்டியாக இருந்தாலும், அல்லது சர்க்காரியா குழுவாக இருந்தாலும், பல்வேறு குழுக்களும் இந்த மத்திய மாநில உறவுகளை நீண்ட நிலைகளிலே இதை பேசியிருக்கிறார்கள். மாநிலங்களால் தான் இந்திய திருநாடு என்பது ஒரு ஒன்றியமாக உருவாகி இருக்கிறது என்கின்ற அந்த தத்துவத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ள முடியாதவர்களால் இந்த இந்திய அரசினுடைய கூட்டாட்சி தத்துவத்தை ஒரு காலம் புரிந்து கொள்ள முடியாது என்பதுதான் நிதர்சனமான உண்மை. அதன் அடிப்படையில் இந்திய நாடு செழித்து வர வேண்டும் என்றால் மாநிலங்கள் செழிக்க வேண்டும். மாநிலங்கள் ஒவ்வொன்றும் செழித்தால்தான் அதனுடைய கூட்டாட்சியாக, கூட்டு பொறுப்பாக இந்திய திருநாடு செழிக்கும் என்பதை நாம் உணர்ந்திருக்கிறோம். அப்படி நாம் செழிக்க வேண்டும் என்றால் அதற்கு அடிப்படை காரணம் எவ்வளவோ சொல்லிக் கொண்டு போனாலும் அடிப்படையிலே மாநிலங்கள் இயங்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், மாநிலங்களுக்கு ஒரு செழிப்பு, ப்ராஸ்பெரிட்டி கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்றால் மாநிலங்களுக்கு உரிய அந்த நிதி பகிர்வு, மாநிலங்களுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த நிதி பகிர்வினை பரவலாக்கக்கூடிய இந்த தன்மை நிச்சயமாக இன்றைக்கு உருவாக வேண்டும். ஒரு நிதித்துறையினுடைய அமைச்சராக நிதி பகிர்வில் நாம் அடைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய கேடுபாடுகள், பின்னடைவுகள் எந்த அளவிற்கு மாநிலத்தை அதை பாதித்திருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் அறியக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பிலே இருக்கிறேன். ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநிலத்திலே வேறு கட்சிகளால் ஆட்சிக்கு வரக்கூடிய ஒரு மாநில அரசாங்கம் இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய அந்த மாற்றாந்தாய் மனப்பான்மை அல்லது நம்மை இரண்டாந்தர குடிமக்களாக கருதக்கூடிய அந்த நிலை ஏற்படுகிற போது அவர்கள் முதலிலே கை வைக்கக்கூடியது மாநிலங்களுக்கான நிதி ஒதுக்கம். அந்த மாநிலங்களுக்கான நிதி ஒதுக்கத்தில் அவர்கள் காட்டக்கூடிய பாரபட்சம் என்பது எங்கே போய் நிற்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், மாநிலங்களுக்கு உரிய நிதியை வழங்குவதை காட்டிலும் மாநிலங்களுக்கு தேவையான திட்டங்களை ஒன்றிய அரசே செய்கிற போது ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய திட்டங்களுக்கே கூட உரிய நிதியை விடுவிக்காமல் இருந்து விடக்கூடிய அந்த வாய்ப்பை கூட இன்றைக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதுதான் நிதர்சனமான ஒரு உண்மையாக இருக்கிறது. இன்னும் நான் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்றால், மாநில அரசினுடைய கட்டுப்பாட்டின் கீழ் இன்றைக்கு கல்வி இருக்கிறது, சுகாதாரம் இருக்கிறது, காவல்துறை இருக்கிறது, நலத்திட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது, உள்கட்டமைப்புகள் இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் இந்த திட்டங்களுக்கு அல்லது இந்த துறைகளுக்கு நாம் செலவழிக்கக்கூடிய நிதி என்பது 2/3 பங்கு நிதியை நாம் அதற்கு செலவழிக்கிற போது 2/3 பங்கு நாம் செலவழிக்கிறோம். ஆனால் இதற்கான வருவாய் நமக்கு வருகிற போது எவ்வளவு வருவாய் வருகிறது என்று பார்த்தால் 1/3 பங்கு வருவாய் தான் வருகிறது. வரக்கூடிய வருவாயில் 1/3 பங்கு வருவாயை வைத்துக்கொண்டு 2/3 பங்கு செலவை நாம் இந்த திட்டங்களுக்காக நிறைவேற்றுகிறோம் என்று சொன்னால், மாநில அரசுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நிதி சுமை, நிதி அழுத்தம் எத்தகையதாக இருக்கும் என்பதை உங்களால் புரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். மாநிலங்களுக்கு பொறுப்புகள் கூடுகிறது, தவறில்லை. மாநிலங்களுக்கு பொறுப்புகள் கூடுகிற போது மாநிலங்களுக்கான வருவாயும் கூட வேண்டும், அதுதானே லாஜிக்காக இருக்க முடியும். ஆனால் அது இல்லை என்பதுதான் இன்றைக்கு ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பிஜேபி ஆளாத மாநிலங்களுடைய கருத்தாக இன்றைக்கு வந்திருக்கிறது. நான் தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய சார்பில் மாத்திரம் அதை சொல்லவில்லை. அது கேரளாவாக இருந்தாலும் அல்லது பக்கத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கர்நாடகாவாக இருந்தாலும் தெலுங்கானாவாக இருந்தாலும் எந்த மாநிலங்களாக இருந்தாலும் இன்றைக்கு சூழ்நிலை இதுவாகத்தான் இருக்கிறது. எனவே தான் ஒன்றியத்திலே குவிந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நிதி ஆதாரங்களை மாநிலங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் பிரித்து தாருங்கள் என்று நாம் கேட்டிருக்கிறோம். அது டிவல்யூஷன் வரி பகிர்விலிருந்து நமக்கு இந்த பாகுபாடு ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறது. நான் ஒரே ஒரு கருத்தை இங்கே உங்களுக்கு சொல்லி விளங்க வைக்க விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த ஆண்டு ஜனவரி மாதம் ஒன்றிய அரசு நமக்கு வரி பகிர்வாக மாநிலங்களுக்கு நிதியை பிரித்து வழங்குகிறது. அதில் ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக தென்னிந்திய மாநிலங்கள், தமிழ்நாடு உட்பட தென்னிந்திய மாநிலங்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு தொகை அவர்கள் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார் என்று பார்த்தால் 27,388 கோடி ரூபாய். இது எதற்கென்றால் தென்னிந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து மாநிலங்களும் இணைத்து இந்த 27,388 கோடி ரூபாய், அதாவது ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய வரி பகிர்வில் டெவல்யூஷனில் நமக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய இத்தனை மாநிலங்களுக்கும் 15.8%. நண்பர்களை குறித்து வைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆனால் இந்தியாவினுடைய வடபகுதியிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய உத்தரப்பிரதேச மாநிலம், ஒரே ஒரு உத்தரப்பிரதேச மாநிலம், அந்த ஒரு மாநிலத்திற்கு மட்டும், அந்த ஒரு மாநிலம் மட்டும் தனியாக பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய தொகை எவ்வளவு தெரியுமா? 31,039 கோடி, அதாவது 17.9%. தென்னகத்திலே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து மாநிலங்களுக்கும் கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய வரி பகிர்வினுடைய சதவீதம் 15.8%. உத்தரப்பிரதேசம் என்கின்ற ஒரு தனி மாநிலம் பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய வரி பகிர்வின் சதவீதம் 17.95 என்று சொன்னால், தலைவர் கலைஞர் ஒரு முறை அபிமன்யு படத்தில் எழுதியிருந்தார் ஒரு வசனம். இன்றைக்கும் அந்த வசனம் மிகுந்த புகழ் பெற்ற வசனமாக இருக்கிறது. அர்ஜுனனாலே உடைக்க முடியாத சக்கர வியூகத்தை அபிமன்யு உடைத்து விடுகிறான் என்று சொன்னால் அங்கேதான் இருக்கிறது ஆச்சாரியாரின் விபீஷண வேலை என்று தலைவர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் மிக அழகாக அபிமன்யுவில் எழுதினாரே. 5 மாநிலங்களுக்கும் இணைந்து கிடைக்க முடியாத ஒரு தொகை உத்தரப்பிரதேச மாநிலம் ஒரு மாநிலத்துக்கு கிடைக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அங்கேதான் இருக்கிறது பிஜேபி என்கின்ற ஆச்சாரியாரின் விபீஷண வேலை என்பதை நாம் மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. அந்த வகையில் தான் பல்வேறு காலகட்டங்கள் 15வது நிதிக்குழுவின் பரிந்துரைக்கு அரவிந்த் பனகாரி அவர்கள் வந்தார். தலை சிறந்த பொருளாதார அறிஞர் அவர் வந்திருந்தார். அவர் வருகிற போது அவரிடத்தை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் வலியுறுத்தினார், நம்முடைய மாநிலங்களுக்கான வரி பகிர்வு என்பது 50:50 என்கின்ற சதவீதத்தில் இருக்க வேண்டும், அதுதான் தேவை என்பதை நாம் வலியுறுத்தினோமானால் 15வது நிதிக்குழுவினுடைய பரிந்துரையான 41%, நாம் கேட்டது 50% கேட்கிறோம். ஆனால் இதற்கு முன்பு இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நிதிக்குழு 15வது நிதிக்குழு வருகிற போது நமக்கு சொன்னது 41% கொடுக்கிறேன் என்று சொன்னார்கள். ஆனால் 41% நமக்கு வந்திருக்கிறதா என்று கேட்டால் அதுவும் இல்லை. இந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் சராசரியாக நாம் பார்ப்போம் என்று சொன்னால் 41 விழுக்காடு நாம் பெறுவதற்கு பதிலாக 33.16 விழுக்காடு தான் நமக்கு வரி பகிர்வாக அது கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. எனவேதான் ஒன்றியத்தினுடைய திட்டங்களை நிறைவேற்றுவதிலும் நாம் இன்றைக்கு பெரும் சிக்கல்களை சந்தித்திருக்கிறோம். ஆனால் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் என்ன சொல்கிறார்? சிக்கல்கள் இருந்தாலும் ஒன்றியம் நிதி விடுவிக்காவிட்டாலும் அந்த நிதியை தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய அரசின் சார்பாகவே நாம் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு அதை நிறைவேற்றுவோம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆளுமை மிக்க தலைவராக நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் இருக்கிறார். இப்போ வந்திருக்க சமக்கர சிக்ஷா அபியான், அந்த திட்டத்திற்கு இன்றைக்கு மொழியை காட்டி இந்தி மொழியை நீங்கள் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள மாட்டோம் என்று சொல்லி நிதியினை ஒதுக்க மாட்டோம் என்கின்ற நிலை வருகிற போது ஏறத்தாழ 2152 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதியை நாங்கள் ஒதுக்கி தர மாட்டோம் என்று சொல்கிற போது, நீங்கள் தராவிட்டாலும் பரவாயில்லை, நான் மாநிலத்தினுடைய நிதி ஆதாரங்களிலிருந்து ஃப்ரம் த ஸ்டேட் எக்ஸ்செக்கர் நான் அதற்கான நிதியை தருவேன் என்று கொள்கை அளவிலே ஒரு மாநிலத்தின் முதலமைச்சர் எழுந்து நின்று இந்த இந்திய திருநாட்டிலே சொன்னார் என்று சொன்னால் அந்த பெருமை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் தளபதி மு க ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுக்கு சார்ம் என்பதை நீங்கள் மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. இப்படி எண்ணற்ற திட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது. ஒவ்வொரு திட்டங்களையும் நான் எடுத்து சொல்லிக் கொண்டு போனால் நேரமாகும். ஓரிரு திட்டங்களை மட்டும் நேரத்தினுடைய அருமையை கருதி சொல்லி நான் நிறைவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். வீடு வழங்கக்கூடிய திட்டம் பிரதான் மந்திரி ஆவாஸ் யோஜனா, பிரதான் மந்திரி மத்ஸ்ய சம்பதா யோஜனா, இந்த திட்டங்களுக்கெல்லாம் இது போன்ற ஒரு 6-7 திட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது. எவ்வளவு ரூபாய் நம்முடைய ஒன்றிய அரசும் நாமும் பகிர்ந்து கொள்கிறோம் என்று பார்த்தால், ஆவாஸ் யோஜனா திட்டம் பிரதம மந்திரி PMAY திட்டத்தின் கீழ் ஒரு வீட்டுக்கு 2,83,000 ரூபாய் திட்டம் வருகிறது என்று சொன்னால் 61% இந்த திட்டத்திற்கான நிதியை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு கொடுக்கிறது. மீதி இருக்கக்கூடிய 39% தான் ஒன்றிய அரசு தருகிறது. திட்டத்தின் பெயர் பிரதம மந்திரி வீடு வழங்கும் திட்டம். ஆனால் அதற்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடிய பணம் யார் அதிகமாக கொடுக்கிறார் என்று கேட்டால் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு அதற்கு பணம் அதிகமாக கொடுக்கிறது. அதே போல PMMSY திட்டத்தின் கீழ் நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளுன்னு சொன்னால் ஒன்றிய அரசுடைய பங்கு 27%, மாநில அரசினுடைய பங்கு 73%. நான் பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறையினுடைய அமைச்சராக இருக்கிற போது அன்றைக்கு அனைவருக்கும் கல்வி திட்டம் என்ற திட்டம் இருந்தது, சர்வசிக்ஷா அபியான் என்று. அந்த திட்டத்தில் அன்றைக்கு ஒதுக்கப்படக்கூடிய நிதி எவ்வளவாக இருந்ததுனால் ஒன்றிய அரசு அன்றைக்கு 75%, மாநில அரசு 25%. ஆனால் இன்றைய சூழ்நிலை அது 60-40 என்று மாறி இருக்கிறது. அந்த 60-40 என்று அந்த அளவில் கூட இருக்கிறதா என்று கேட்டால் அது இன்றைக்கும் அது இல்லை. சார் இவ்வளவையும் விடுங்க சார், நான் அதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப கூட அவ்வளவு பெரிய திட்டங்களுக்கு போல. இந்த ஓய்வூதிய திட்டம் இருக்கு பாத்தீங்களா, முதியோர் ஓய்வூதிய திட்டம். சாதாரணமாக கிராமத்தில் போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு அதான் சொல்லுவாங்க, எங்களுக்கு இந்த முதியோர் பென்ஷன் கொடுங்க அப்படின்னு. ஒரு காலத்தில் அந்த போஸ்ட்மேன் வரதான்றா அவங்க முகத்திலே அவ்வளவு பெரிய மலர்ச்சி இருக்கும். ஒவ்வொரு கிராமத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய முதியவர்களுக்கு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய அந்த 1200 ரூபாய், அந்த 1200 ரூபாய் அந்த முதியவர்களுக்கு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய அந்த தொகையிலே கூட 1000 ரூபாய் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு கொடுக்கிறது, வெறும் 200 ரூபாய் தான் ஒன்றிய அரசு கொடுக்கிறது. ஆனால் திட்டத்தின் பெயர் மத்திய அரசாங்கத்தினுடைய திட்டம். ஆக நீங்கள் என்ன சொல்கிறீர்கள், நீங்கள் அவல் கொண்டு வாருங்கள், மாநில அரசை பார்த்து சொல்கிறார்கள், நீங்கள் அவல் கொண்டு வாருங்கள், நாங்கள் உமி கொண்டு வருகிறோம், நாம் 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்து ஊதி திங்கலாம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அடிப்படையில் தான் இன்றைக்கு இந்த மாநில அரசினுடைய அல்லது மத்திய அரசினுடைய மாநில அரசு குறித்து இருக்கக்கூடிய அணுகுமுறை இருக்கிறது என்று நான் சொல்வேன் என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாகாது. எனவே நான் தொடர்ச்சியாக இப்படி பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை நான் உங்களிடத்தில் சொல்ல முடியும். ஆனால் மரியாதைக்குரிய நம்முடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு இறுதியாக பேச இருக்கிறார்கள். ஆகவே நான் உங்களிடத்தில் சொல்வது, வரிசையான நெருக்கடிகள் இப்போது கூட பார்ப்பேன் என்று சொன்னால் 2 நாளைக்கு முன்பாக நான் டெல்லிக்கு சென்றிருந்தேன். GST கவுன்சிலே குரூப் ஆஃப் மினிஸ்டர்ஸ் மீட்டிங்கிலே கலந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பு. என்ன காரணம், இன்றைக்கு GSTயில் இருக்கக்கூடிய வரி விகிதங்களை மாற்றி அமைக்க வேண்டும். தவறில்லை, வரி விகிதங்கள் மாற்றி அமைக்கப்படுவதன் காரணமாக மாநில மக்களுக்கு ஒரு நன்மை வருகிறது என்று சொன்னால் அதிலே முதலிலே வரவேற்கக்கூடிய ஆட்சி திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய ஆட்சி, நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர், மாற்று கருத்தில்லை. ஆனால் வரி விகிதங்களை நீங்கள் மார்க்கிற போது ஒன்றிய அரசு தாங்களே அதை கையில் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு நீங்கள் செய்கிறீர்களே, கோஆபரேட்டிவ் ஃபெடரலிசம் என்று சொல்லுகிறீர்களே GST கவுன்சில், அதற்கு வராமல் நீங்கள் அதை எடுத்து செய்கிறீர்களே, செய்யுங்கள். ஆனால் ஒன்றை மனதில் வைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நீங்கள் அப்படி செய்கிற போது தமிழ்நாடு அரசும் அல்லது தமிழ்நாடு போன்று இருக்கக்கூடிய மாநிலங்களுக்கு வரக்கூடிய வருவாய் அது குலைந்து போய்விடாமல், அந்த வருவாய் இழந்து போய்விடாமல் அதை நீங்கள் புரொடெக்ட் செய்து அதை காப்பாற்றி எங்களுக்கு தருகிற பட்சத்தில் இந்த சீரமைப்பு விகிதங்களுக்கு தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தன்னுடைய ஒத்துழைப்பை நல்கும் என்று நான் தெரிவித்திருக்கிறேன். காரணம், GST வந்ததற்கு பிறகு பிஸ்கல் அட்டானமி, நிதி சுயாட்சி என்பது மாநிலங்களுக்கு இல்லை. இந்த பொருளுக்கு இவ்வளவு வரி விகிதங்களை நாம் கொடுக்கலாம் என்ற உரிமையை நாம் இழந்திருக்கிறோம். அது மாநிலங்களுக்கு காம்பன்சேஷன் உங்களுக்கு தருகிறேன் என்று சொல்லி 22க்கு பிறகு இன்றைக்கும் அது வரவில்லை. எனவே ஒவ்வொரு முறையும் நிதிக்காக நாம் அங்கே சென்று கேட்கிற போது தமிழ்நாடு உள்ளிட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய மாநிலங்களுடைய இந்த சூழ்நிலை இன்றைக்கு மத்திய மாநில உறவுகளிலே மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு பாட்டை அது வகிக்கிறது. எனவே அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஒன்றிய அரசு இனியாவது மாநிலங்களுக்கான நிதி பகிர்வாக இருந்தாலும், மாநிலங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடிய காம்பன்சேஷன் செஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய மேல் வரியாக இருந்தாலும் அல்லது GST மூலமாக வரக்கூடிய வருவாய் இனங்களாக இருந்தாலும் உரிய நிதி பகிர்வினை நமக்கு தர வேண்டும். அது நம்முடைய வேண்டுகோள் அல்ல, நம்முடைய தளபதி, நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியின் நாயகர், தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதலமைச்சர் எழுப்பக்கூடிய உரிமை குரல். அந்த குரல் இன்றைக்கு கலைவாணர் அரங்கத்தில் துவங்கி காஷ்மீரம் வரை எதிரொலிக்க காத்திருக்கிறது என்று சொல்லி என் உரையை நான் நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. மக்கள் நலனை திட்டங்களில் வைத்து, மண் உரிமையை கொள்கையில் வைத்து, பெண் உரிமையை முதன்மையாய் வைத்து, மொழி உரிமையை ஆட்சியின் குரலாய் வைத்து, கடைக்கோடி கிராமம் முதல் தலைநகரின் கோட்டை வரையிலும் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லாம் கிடைக்க சமநீதி பாதையில், சமூக நீதி பாதையில் நல்லாட்சி நடத்தி வரும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை இன்றைய சிறப்புமிக்க கருத்தரங்கில் தலைமை உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we invite the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal to address the gathering.
வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தில் பங்கேற்றுள்ள மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அண்ணன் திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்களே, குழுவினுடைய தலைவரும் உச்ச நீதிமன்ற முன்னாள் நீதிபதியான மரியாதைக்குரிய திரு கொரியன் ஜோசப் அவர்களே, உச்ச நீதிமன்றம் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் திரு சஞ்சய் ஹெக்டே அவர்களே, உயர்மட்ட குழுவினுடைய உறுப்பினர்கள் திரு அசோக்வர்தன் ஷெட்டி ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, பேராசிரியர் திரு நாகநாதன் அவர்களே, சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் சகோதரர் மருத்துவர் எழிலன் அவர்களே, சகோதரர் பரந்தாமன் அவர்களே, சிறப்பு திட்ட செயலாக்கத்துறையினுடைய அரசு கூடுதல் தலைமைச் செயலாளர் திரு பிரதீப் யாதவ் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, பொதுத்துறை அரசு செயலாளர் திருமிகு ரீட்டா ஹரிஷ் தாக்கர் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, அண்ணன் தமிழ்தாசன் அவர்களே, சகோதரர் சூர்யா கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி அவர்களே, மதுரை பாலா அவர்களே, சகோதரர் ஷஃபி அவர்களே, வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய கழக நிர்வாகிகளே, அனைத்து துறை அரசு செயலாளர்களே, நிர்வாகிகளே, திராவிட கருத்தியல் ஆசிரியர் சங்க நிர்வாகிகளே, வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வியாளர்களே, சகோதரர் சரவணன் உள்ளிட்ட வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய வழக்கறிஞர்களே, காலையிலிருந்து பல்வேறு தலைப்புகளில் சிறப்பாக உரையாற்றியுள்ள சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களே, எழுத்தாளர் கௌதம்ராஜ் உள்ளிட்ட இளம் ஆய்வாளர்களே, எழுத்தாளர்களே, வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய சட்டக்கல்லூரி மாணவ மாணவிகளே, பத்திரிகை நண்பர்களே, அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய இனிய மாலை வணக்கத்தை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாநில மற்றும் ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய உறவுகள் குறித்து இந்த 2 நாள் கருத்தரங்கினுடைய நிறைவு விழாவில் உங்களை எல்லாம் சந்தித்து உங்களோடு உரையாற்றுவதில் நான் மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன், பெருமை அடைகின்றேன். ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய சர்வாதிகார போக்குகளால மாநிலங்களுடைய உரிமைகள் கேள்விக்குறியாக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நேரத்தில் சரியான தருணத்தில் இன்றைக்கு இந்த முக்கியமான நிகழ்வை நாம் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்துடைய அடிப்படை கொள்கைகளில் ஒன்று முக்கியமான முழக்கம் மாநில சுயாட்சி என்பது. பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா, முத்தமிழர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர், திரு முரசொலி மாறன் அவர்கள் என நம்முடைய திராவிட இயக்க தலைவர்கள் அனைவரும் மாநில சுயாட்சி முழக்கத்தை தான் உயர்த்தி பிடித்தவர்கள். 2021 நம்முடைய திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பொறுப்பேற்ற பொழுது வந்ததிலிருந்து டெல்லியில் உள்ள அரசை நாம மத்திய அரசு என்று அழைப்பதில்லை, ஒன்றிய அரசு என்றுதான் அழைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். நாம் அப்படி ஒன்றிய அரசு அப்படின்னு அழைக்க தொடங்கியதும் பலர் பதறிவிட்டார்கள், பலர் எதிர்த்தார்கள். அப்பொழுது நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் சட்டமன்றத்திலேயே மிக தெளிவாக ஒரு விளக்கத்தை சொன்னார்கள். இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தில் யூனியன் அண்ட் ஸ்டேட் என்றுதான் குறிப்பிடப்பட்டுள்ளது. யூனியன் கவர்மெண்ட் என்பதை மத்திய அரசு என்று மொழிபெயர்ப்பது சரியாக இருக்காது, அது தவறு என்று நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் சட்டமன்றத்திலே விளக்கினார்கள். இதை அரசியல் சட்டத்தை எழுதிய அண்ணல் அம்பேத்கர் அவர்கள் தெளிவாக சொல்லியிருக்கின்றார்கள். Both the union and the states are created by the constitution. Both derive the respective authority from the constitution. The one is not subordinate to the other in its own field. The authority of one is coordinate with that of the other. ஒன்றிய அரசுக்கும் மாநில அரசுக்கும் இடையே கோஆர்டினேஷன் தான் இருக்க வேண்டுமே தவிர சபார்டினேஷன் இருக்கக்கூடாது என்பதுதான் இதற்கான தெளிவுரை. இந்த புரிதல் எல்லோருக்கும் ஏற்பட்டாக வேண்டும். அப்படி புரிந்து கொண்ட காரணத்தால் தான் நம்முடைய திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்த உடனேயே மாநில சுயாட்சி முழக்கத்தை கையில் எடுத்தது. மாநிலங்களுக்கு அதிக அதிகாரங்களை தரும் வகையில் இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டம் திருத்தப்பட வேண்டும் என்று வலியுறுத்தியது. இப்பொழுதும் தொடர்ந்து வலியுறுத்தி வருகின்றோம். அது நடக்கும் வரை திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் நிச்சயமாக வலியுறுத்தி கொண்டே இருக்கும். முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் 1969 முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்ற பொழுது டெல்லிக்கு சென்ற முதல் பயணத்திலேயே மாநில சுயாட்சி பற்றி தான் பேசினார். அதன்படி பின்னாளில் நீதியரசர் திரு ராஜமன்னார் தலைமையில் குழு ஒன்றையும் அமைத்தார் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். அந்த குழு அளித்த அறிக்கையின்படி அந்த அடிப்படையில் 1974 சட்டமன்றத்தில் மாநில சுயாட்சி தீர்மானத்தையும் நிறைவேற்றி காட்டியவர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். ராஜமன்னார் குழு அறிக்கையையும் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நிறைவேற்றப்பட்ட தீர்மானத்தையும் இந்தியாவுடைய பல மாநில முதலமைச்சர்களிடம் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்தார் கலைஞர். மாநில சுயாட்சி கொள்கைக்கு இந்தியா முழுவதையும் ஆதரவு திரட்டியவர் டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். அதே போல மாநில சுயாட்சி கோரிக்கை என்பதையே தவறு, பிரிவினை என்று சிலர் நம்மை பார்த்து விமர்சிச்சாங்க. அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் பதில் சொல்வது போல கலைஞர் ஒரு முழக்கத்தை அறிவித்தார்கள். அதுதான் மாநிலத்தில் சுயாட்சி, மத்தியில் கூட்டாட்சி என்கின்ற அந்த முழக்கம். அந்த முழக்கம் இன்றும் தொடர்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதனால்தான் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஒன்றிய மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த உறவு குறித்து ஆராய ஹை லெவல் கமிட்டி டு ஸ்டடி யூனியன் ஸ்டேட் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் என்கின்ற உயர்நிலை குழுவினை இன்றைக்கு அமைத்துள்ளார்கள். ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநில அரசினுடைய உறவு எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை பற்றி நம்முடைய இனமான மறைந்த பேராசிரியர் அவர்கள் அவருக்கே உரிய பாணியில் ஒரு உதாரணத்தை சொல்லியிருக்கின்றார். அதை நான் இங்கே நினைவு கூற விரும்புகின்றேன். ஒரு கடிகாரத்துடைய முட்களில் மணிமுள், அதாவது அவர் காட்டுகின்ற அந்த முள் முதன்மையானது என்றாலும் நிமிடங்கள் முள், மினிட்ஸ் முள் பேரளவு இயங்கினால்தான் அந்த மணிமுள் சிறிதளவு இயங்கும். அதே மாதிரி மக்களோடு மிக நெருக்கமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய மாநில அரசு பேரளவு இயங்க வேண்டும், மத்திய அரசு அதற்கு இணக்கமாக அளவோடு இயங்க வேண்டும் என்று அருமையாக சொன்னார் நம்முடைய பேராசிரியர் அவர்கள். ஆனால் இப்பொழுது ஒன்றிய அரசு என்ன செய்கிறது பார்த்தா, அதிகாரத்தை மேலும் மேலும் குவித்துக் கொண்டு இந்தியா என்ற கடிகாரத்தில் மணிமுள் மட்டும் இருந்தால் போதும், நிமிடமுள்ளே தேவையில்லை என்ற அளவுக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு செயல்பட்டு வருகின்றது. சில நாட்களுக்கு முன்பு கூட நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் ஒரு மசோதாவை அவசரமாக தாக்கல் செய்தார்கள். மாநில அமைச்சர்கள் மீதோ ஒரு குற்றத்தை சுமத்தி 30 நாட்கள் அவர்களை காவலில் வைத்துவிட்டால் போதும், அந்த குற்றம் நிரூபிக்கப்படும் முன்பே மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட அந்த முதலமைச்சராக இருந்தாலும் அமைச்சர்களையும் நீக்கலாம் என்ற மசோதாவை ஒன்றிய உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தாக்கல் செய்துள்ளார். இது மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்திய ஜனநாயகத்துக்கும் விடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ள ஒரு பகிரங்க மிரட்டல். அந்த மசோதா சட்டமாவதை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் எந்த காலத்திலும் அனுமதிக்க மாட்டார்கள். இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தில் மாநில பட்டியலில் உள்ள அதிகாரங்களை எல்லாம் கன்கரண்ட் லிஸ்டுக்கு மாற்றிக்கொண்டு வருகிறார்கள். குறிப்பாக மாநில பட்டியலில் உள்ள கல்வி உரிமையை நம்மகிட்ட பறிக்க முயற்சிக்கிறாங்க. கல்வி தொடர்பாக மாநில சட்டமன்றங்களை புறக்கணித்து விட்டு ஒன்றிய அரசே தன்னுடைய சட்டங்களை இயற்றி வருகிறது. அதை எதிர்த்துதான் கல்வியை மீண்டும் மாநில பட்டியலுக்கு கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்று நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து உரிமை குரலை எழுப்பி வருகின்றார்கள். அதற்கான தொடக்கமாகத்தான் மாநில கல்வி கொள்கையை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வெளியிட்டார்கள். ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய நேஷனல் எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி, நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி, NEP, இதை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஆரம்பத்திலிருந்து எதிர்த்து வந்தார். ஒன்றிய அமைச்சர் அந்த NEP-யை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டால் மட்டும்தான் நம்முடைய மாநிலத்துக்கு வர வேண்டிய கிட்டத்தட்ட 2500 கோடி ரூபாயை விடுவிக்க முடியும் என்று ஒன்றிய அமைச்சர் சொன்னார். ஆனால் இந்த புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கை ஏத்துக்கிட்டோம்னா என்னென்ன வரும்? தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ள குலக்கல்வி வரும். அதாவது அப்பாவும் அம்மாவும் என்ன வேலை பார்க்கறாங்களோ, அப்பாவும் தாத்தாவும் என்ன வேலை பார்க்கறாங்களோ அதே தொழிலை நாமளும் செய்ய வேண்டி வரும் என்ற அந்த கொள்கையை கொண்டு வர பார்க்கறாங்க. அது மட்டும் இல்ல, மும்மொழி கொள்கை ஏத்துக்கிட்டாதான் 2500 கோடி ரூபாய் கொடுப்போம். அதுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா குறுக்கு வழியில ஹிந்தியையும் சமஸ்கிருதத்தையும் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ள நுழைக்க பார்க்கறாங்க. ஆனா நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர்கள் மிக தெளிவாக எதிர்த்தார், சொன்னார், நீ NEP-யை கொண்டு வந்தாதான், ஏற்றுக்கொண்டால்தான் 2500 கோடி ரூபாய் கொடுப்பேன்னு சொல்றீங்க. ஆனால் ஒன்றிய அரசு நீங்கள் எனக்கு 10,000 கோடி ரூபாய் கொடுத்தாலும் எந்த காலத்திலும் புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையை தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களிடம் நான் கொண்டு செல்ல மாட்டேன் என்று எதிர்த்தவர் தான் நம்முடைய தலைவர் அவர்கள். இதனால் மாநில அரசிற்கு பல்வேறு வழிகளில் கடும் நெருக்கடி உள்ளாகின்றது. வருமான வரி, சுங்க வரி, நிறுவன வரி, இப்பொழுது புதிதாக GST என்று அனைத்து வளமான வரிகளையும் ஒன்றிய அரசு எடுத்துக்கொண்டு விட்டது. மாநிலங்களை நிதிக்காக கையேந்த வைக்கும் அமைப்பாக மாற்றிவிட்டார்கள். டீலிமிட்டேஷன் என்று இப்பொழுது கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. தமிழ்நாடு போன்ற மக்கள் தொகையை கட்டுப்படுத்திய மாநிலங்களுடைய மக்களவை தொகுதிகளை குறைக்கின்ற அந்த வேலையையும் ஒன்றிய அரசு செய்து வருகின்றது. ஏற்கனவே தேர்தல் ஆணையத்தின் மீது பல்வேறு குற்றச்சாட்டுகள் ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. ஓட்டு திருட்டு என்பது இந்திய ஜனநாயகத்திற்கே மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு அச்சுறுத்தலாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்றது. எதிர்த்து கேள்வி கேட்கும் மாநிலங்களுக்கு போதுமான நிதியை ஒன்றிய அரசு தர மறுக்கின்றது. இதையெல்லாம் மீறிதான் மாநில உரிமைகளை நாம் நிலைநாட்ட வேண்டிய அந்த நிலைமை நாம் இருக்கின்றோம். இருக்கின்ற அதிகாரங்களை வைத்துக் கொண்டே தமிழ்நாட்டை பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியில் இன்றைக்கு இந்தியாவின் நம்பர் 1 மாநிலமாக நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மாற்றி காட்டியிருக்கின்றார்கள். பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கே தெளிவாக சொன்னார், ஸ்டேட் அட்டானமி இஸ் a political demand, but it is not a demand of any one political party என்று சொன்னார் பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள். பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் சொன்னது போல இது ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சியினுடைய கோரிக்கை அல்ல. மாநில சுயாட்சி என்பதே ஒரு அரசியல் கோரிக்கை தான். இந்த கோரிக்கையில் உள்ள நியாயத்தை எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளும் வகையில் காலையிலிருந்து இன்றைக்கு பல்வேறு தலைப்புகள்ல பல அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் உங்களிடையே உரையாற்றி இருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த உரைகள் எல்லாம் மாநில உரிமை போர் வரலாற்றில் மிக முக்கியமான ஆவணங்களாக மாறியிருக்கின்றன. இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கு மட்டுமின்றி ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவில் உள்ள அனைத்து மாநிலங்களுக்கும் விழிப்புணர்வை ஏற்படுத்தும் நிகழ்வாக நிச்சயமாக இது அமையும். இந்த கருத்தரங்கை மிகச்சிறப்பாக ஏற்பாடு செய்த அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய பாராட்டுகளையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாநில சுயாட்சியை வென்றெடுப்போம். வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. ஒன்றிய மாநில உறவுகள் குறித்த தேசிய கருத்தரங்கில் இறுதி நிகழ்வாக பொதுத்துறை அரசு செயலாளர் திருமதி ரீட்டா ஹரிஷ் தக்கர் IAS அவர்களை நன்றி உரையாற்ற அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம்.
May I invite the Secretary to Government, Public Department, Srimati Rita Harish Thakkar, IAS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu had constituted a 3-member high-level committee on union-state relationships headed by Justice Thiru Joseph Kurian to examine and review the provisions of Constitution of India and the existing laws and orders affecting the union-state relations. The high-level committee has been functioning from 1st June 2025. This national seminar by the high-level committee has been organized today, and the curtains are coming down on this seminar. The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu inaugurated this historic national seminar, and he delivered his address. The Honorable Chief Minister also launched the website of the high-level committee and released the online questionnaire on union-state relationships to solicit feedback from the public. Right now, we are sitting at the valediction address. While I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for the inaugural address. On the valedictory address, I would like to thank the Finance Minister for having delivered his valedictory address, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who has consented to be the chief guest and delivered his thoughts on it. Throughout the day, we've had various speakers, luminaries, all of them, who have shared their thoughts in the various sessions. These thoughts will also form deliberations for the high-level committee and food for thought for many of the participants who have joined us during the whole day for the entire session. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Justice Joseph Kurian for both his introductory remarks and concluding remarks of the seminar. Honorable Justice Chellameshwar set the tone for this during the introductory session, which was followed by a session in which we heard a lot from Honorable Justice Thiru A.P. Shah and Professor Dr. G. Mohanagopal. Our thanks to both the speakers. This was followed by a session in which we had deliberations from the member of the high-level committee, Mr. Ashok Vardhan Shetty, on the topics of language, education and health. We express our thanks to you, sir. The second session in the afternoon started with the topic on fiscal federalism by Dr. M. Govindarao, and our thanks to Dr. Govindaram for having traveled so far to participate in the deliberations. The deliberations which enthused all was by Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, and we thank you very much, sir, for having joined us today. The concluding session also started with a note by Senior Advocate Dr. Sanjay Hegde, and we thank you, sir. The welcome speech made by Muruganandam, the Chief Secretary of State. We thank you for the speech, sir. Apart from this, we've had the Honorable Ministers of Government of Tamil Nadu, Members of Parliament, Members of the Legislative Assemblies, leaders from political parties, Secretaries to Government, law officers from the state, Members of Planning Commission and members of the MSME associations who are here, officers of state government, eminent lawyers, social activists, journalists and NGOs who have made the deliberations and with their participation. I think a great thanks to all the students from the School of Excellence and students from the city colleges who are students of economics, political science and other subjects who have participated here in both the sessions, notwithstanding the time taken for them to come here. We thank you one and all, and our word of thanks to all the officers, duty officers who have silently worked towards making this seminar a great success. And last of all, our word of thanks to the friends from the press. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. நிறைவாக நாட்டுப்பண் அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
Request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलति तरंगा दव शुभ नामे जाहे दव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे